Whether you're looking to enhance the beauty of your home or increase its energy efficiency, we've got you covered. And here's the best part. We offer the best for less. Our team is dedicated to providing top quality products and exceptional service at affordable prices. We want to earn your business and make your home improvement dreams a reality. So why wait? Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or visit our website at windowworldlincoln.com. Window World Lincoln, where quality meets affordability.
Attention Nebraska sports fans. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? The Army National Guard is looking for leaders who are dedicated, driven, and ready to make a difference. Join up and gain invaluable experience while serving your country with a flexible schedule, competitive benefits, and a chance to build a strong future. Learn more at nationalguard.com/Nebraska. Live here, serve here. The Nebraska Army National Guard. Guard the good life.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. 1221 N Street, Lincoln.
Hi everyone, Kendall Warnock, A1 Automotive in downtown Lincoln. Spring is here. Summer is fast approaching. With weddings, vacations, and weekend getaways on your mind, do not let car issues prevent you from getting where you need to be. Car problems shouldn't be something that you put up with. Let us get you back on the road in comfort and safety. We diagnose all makes and models from Porsches to Hondas, Toyotas, and Chevrolets. We fix a variety of issues with all of them with our talented techs and our experienced staff. A1 Automotive at 11th and L, downtown Lincoln, always honest answers.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time. That's why we hand batter every chicken finger, mix every cane sauce, butter every Texas toast, stir every slaw, salt every fry, squeeze every lemon, and brew every ounce. We do this inside every Raising Cane's, every day, because when you do it right, you can taste it in every bite. Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Hi, Husker Nation. This is Rex Burkhead. On Lincoln Gives Day, I hope you'll join me in supporting the Team Jack Foundation and their mission to fund life-saving childhood brain cancer research. Kids and families facing brain cancer deserve better treatments and more hope for the future. Every donation helps move that mission forward. You can make your gift today by visiting givetolincoln.com and searching Team Jack. I'm proud to support the Team Jack Foundation and the fight for every child and family affected by brain cancer.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet, KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Coming at you live from the heart of downtown Lincoln. This is Old School with Foreman and Orman. Nebraska Football Hall of Famer Jay Foreman.
Here's Coy Detmer dropping straight back in the pocket. Rifles a pass. It was tipped. It's picked off by Foreman. He's at the 15, 10, 5. He'll score! Foreman got it, and it's touchdown Huskers.
Black shirts answer the call one more time.
And Austin Orman. Old School with Foreman and Orman is sponsored by Graham Tire Company of Lincoln. Your tire store next door with 4 Lincoln locations. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Well, we're back here in studio, 90.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Old School, little hour late due to state baseball coverage, but 3 games down, 1 more to go. But I've just received some news that there is a weather delay officially at Warner Park in Pavilion. So Austin Orman and Nick Stainer just got done calling that game. The Battle of the Millards just went down. They're in an elimination game across it was a winner's bracket game, down there as well. But the East and Papillion Live Vista South game, if you're looking for that one, coming up here on 93.7 The Ticket. That game currently in a weather delay. So to be determined when that game will start, but we are here Nick Wyman alongside Jake Bachman for Old School. And, you're not looking used to these faces during this hour, but here we are. No Jay Foreman, no Austin Norman, but Nick Wyman, Jake Bachman holding it down here. Austin Norman will be joining the show from Warner Park, it sounds like, around 4:30-ish, but here we are right here. It looks like it's raining, but Bach, how you been so far? You 3 games down the hatch. We got 1 more to go. Hopefully on the schedule. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I was a little bit worried, that last game going into getting the 10-run rule. Thought maybe that would open up a possibility to get it done. Weather delay is an interesting way to put it because I think we'll be delayed for quite some time, maybe even into tomorrow. So, you got some if necessary spots that they can use on Wednesday. And then, of course, you got the open date on Thursday for high school. So just going to have to adjust. This is kind of we're used to this, right? This is high school baseball state tournament. There's a lot of games, a lot of weather. This is pretty typical of what you have to go through. So you just got to be ready. And it's one thing for broadcast and broadcast team. It's another thing for the athletes, right? And so, it's a little bit more important for them. But for us too, we got to stay focused, stay on our feet and ready to roll. And here we are.
Yeah, pretty much. I literally walked in. You texted me around 1 o'clock. It's like, hey, what time are you going to be here? I'm like, oh, it's 4. Look at the radar. And it's like around 3:45 on the downpour. So I avoided the downpour on my way in, but here we are. Baseball in delay as well. If you'd love to join the conversation, as always, Old School, we're here holding it down regardless of who it is. 402-464-5685. Heartland, Nebraska Windows. Big shout out to them for sponsoring hour 1 of Old School as well. They've been a huge part of everything going forward. So, Bach, with state baseball, obviously on the horizon, Lincoln East, Papillion Vista South, if you're looking for that one, momentarily, potentially, we'll see with the delay, like you mentioned, like it's a tournament that ends on Friday. You have to get the games in somehow, some way. They tried to be productive and move the games up to 9 a.m. Got 3 of them in, had 1 more to go. But on the other side, you stay on the diamond, Nebraska softball. If you'd love to talk about Nebraska softball, 402-464-5685, Sarah Heyman Julia's text line, or if you're watching Old School on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Allo Channel 96. But Nebraska softball, not a lot of runs scored. I think people expected a little bit more of the offense, but hey, when Alexis Jensen and Jordy Fromm are only going to allow 1 run across 3 games the entire weekend, it's going to be hard to beat Nebraska. Nebraska winning the Lincoln Regional this past weekend, beating South Dakota on Friday, Grand Canyon in the winner's bracket game on Saturday, and then winning 1-0 in a low-scoring affair on Sunday to make program history. They're going to be playing a Super Regional right back here in Lincoln, Bach.
Yeah, it is awesome. And of course, you were out there, so and going to be out there again. So it's going to be a lot of fun for you in Bullen Stadium. How amazing it was. Got the best ESPN crew this past weekend of all of it. So Nebraska's kind of got the eyes of the softball world upon it. Of course, Oklahoma State makes it a little bit more interesting as well. Nebraska split the season series with them. Had a game planned, to decide the season series earlier, and some weather got in the way there. So now you get to find out with another 3-game series, and it's so interesting. And I know a big kind of talk coming out of the Lincoln Regional, which is intriguing, is can they wake up the bats? Some people are a little bit worried about that, and I'm going, well, there is a little bit of that. The competition definitely steps up, but at the same time, you won like 24 in a row. You're the hottest team in the country. So yes, I think there could be a little bit of a concern, but it's no doubt it's kind of the opposite of baseball, right? Where Husker baseball has been driven by the lineup and the bats. Softball, we know, and it's gotten at times a lot of help from the bats. Don't get me wrong, but that pitching staff. Alexis Jensen and Jordy Fromm have been the reason basically why Nebraska is where they are. And here you're facing another series, an opportunity to shut down the Pokes, hopefully, because I believe in the first 2 games, Nebraska combined for 5 runs against Oklahoma State. So it might be another kind of low scoring thing. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they can wake them up.
Yeah. So the first time they played, they were supposed to play 3 times this year. There was a midweek game against Oklahoma State. They lost 2-1, one of the only losses they've had all year. Extra inning thriller, comes down to the final out. Oklahoma State wins 2-1 with a walk-off home run. In that one, they played Tulsa in there as well as like a full kind of a jamboree action, quad action, whichever way you want to call it. Nebraska gets a 4-3 win in the second game of that split series. Then the last game got canceled due to Mother Nature didn't want them to play. But hey, it all comes back to together as they get to play a best 2 out of 3 series once again here in Lincoln. And there's a lot of really cool connections with this one, Bach. You look at Oklahoma State, been a really good softball program. The Pokes have always been really good over the last couple of years, old Big 12 rivals. And the connection, I think, is one of the coolest things is with the pitching. You have Jordy Fromm and Alexis Jensen. Obviously, Jensen from Gretna. Jordy Fromm from Papillion. Then you have Ruby Malin, who's the pitcher for Oklahoma State, the primary pitcher for them. She went to Omaha Scott Catholic, played with the Kaminson sisters. They went undefeated their senior year. They went undefeated. Yes, undefeated in a softball season is pretty remarkable to say the least. They all go their separate ways. So you go with Ruby Malin, committed to Washington out of high school. Kamensons went to Arkansas. They all, different conferences, different parts of the United States go their separate ways. And then obviously transfer portal happens. Ruby transfers from Washington to Oklahoma State to get an opportunity to pitch, be closer to home, etc. And the Kamensons come from Arkansas and go back to Nebraska. The crazy storylines of those, like the way they've gone throughout their college softball careers, and now they're all coming back right in Bowlin Stadium is kind of ironic how that goes down far. And then with the pitching, with Jordy Fromm, Alexis Jensen, and Ruby Malin, all three of those pitchers had the same pitching coach at their disposal growing up here in Nebraska. And they're some of the three best pitchers probably in history in the state in general.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very cool, and maybe it's in the water, right? Maybe it'll be something new here. It would be great for the Nebraska softball program to start routinely, getting that type of production from the state. Of course, we've seen that from volleyball at times. Certainly was a big, maybe underrated, but still huge story for Nebraska football in their heyday. Think of the Amon Greens, the Eric Crouches, the in-state talent, right? And Jordy Fromm, kind of leading that forward. Nebraska now, she's one of 3 finalists for Player of the Year in college softball. Again, the third time in her career. Just an amazing career. And I know she wants to cap it off with at least a College World Series appearance here for the Huskers. And obviously with them thinking where they are, more than that, right? They want to win the whole thing. And like you said, it's just kind of, it's very cool. I mean, if, it's one thing where you don't want to see a friend fall or anything like that. But if your stories get to kind of tie up back, back to your prep days, it is very cool. And you think back to that and just kind of think about, man, look at us now and look where we'd be. And, obviously for Fromm too, she had her tour outside the state. In fact, the state of Oklahoma, of course, with the Sooners rather than the Cowboys. But it is, it still will, it's just an incredible story. I can't wait for that to kind of unfold here. But hopefully it's not too great on the Cowgirls' behalf. Earlier. But, this is a team, too, in Oklahoma State. College World Series appearances in 2019, 2021, 2022, 23, 24. Missed out last year, but basically was that 5 or 6 years going is. So they're used to this moment. They're ready for this moment. Nebraska, of course, stopped short in this moment with the Super Regionals last season. But I mean, this season is just, it feels like a dream season, as we like to call it, and headed toward that way. Can Nebraska finish it off? And like you said, pitching, especially with Neb Preps on mind, is going to be a big part of it going into this weekend.
And that's just so interesting. This whole weekend, I was there for all 3 games, and it was packed. The parking situation was interesting. I got the last spot over by the Haymarket Park parking because the Salt Dogs were playing at the same time on Friday night for their home opener, and then they started an hour before the Sunday game. So the parking situation, you had to get there early. I mean, I got there on Friday to begin the Grand Canyon and Louisville. They played the first game of the entire tournament, and it was already packed. And I mean, those fan bases, like Louisville had a solid section there. Grand Canyon had a ton of fans there. And then South Dakota, I mean, they had like the 7 local players from there. So they have some obviously connections to Nebraska, and they had a nice fan base as well for a Summit League school. First time for everything for them. First time they've ever made a regional. And also won a game in the tournament as a whole. So good for them. But it was some quality softball across the board.
Was there a lot of Nebraska fans in there for the other games that didn't include Nebraska?
A decent fans.
Here and there?
Well, on the Saturday, they had the re-entry. Like, if you leave the ballpark, you can't come back in. On Saturday, they lifted that. And it was you can come and go. So people were going to the parking lot, leaving, coming. Because there's 3 games in a row. And you didn't know if your team was going to play or not because there was an elimination game with Louisville and South Dakota in there. And then Grand Canyon obviously played the noon game against Nebraska. I had to come back later. So they had that all kind of tied up and everything. But it was a pretty, if you're a softball fan, it was a good weekend to go out. You had nice weather, regardless of what's happening right now outside. but you had nice weather Friday, Saturday, Sunday, besides some a little bit of rain there. No delays throughout as well. The NCAA did a pretty good job running a tight shift on all of that. But you had a really good game. You had South Dakota making history, winning their first game. Louisville going 0-2. You had Grand Canyon. Oakley Vickers, one of the best pitchers in the Mountain West, arguably one of the best pitchers out there. Grand Canyon, so Shannon Hayes was in the post-game press conference yesterday, and he kind of talked about just this moment for this group. Grand Canyon's made it to 5 straight regionals. Last year they were at UCLA playing another really good team from the Big Ten. They had another opportunity this weekend and went toe-to-toe with Nebraska. It was just one at bat. on Sunday. Hannah comes in, hits a home run over the right field wall, and then they lose by 2 on Saturday. And he basically said it's hard to win when you don't score, basically what Shannon Hayes said. And obviously he was on Adam Carricker, and you had some other players, Trinity Martin and Jada Cooper. 2 of their top bats in the lineup were on Bach in the black shirt. And they also talked about just kind of the hospitality they had here. They came in here, from Grand Canyon. They do play in front of a large crowd, Shannon Hayes said, because Grand Canyon's got a nice following for their athletics in Arizona. But he said it was really cool to play in an environment like that, not just for Grand Canyon, not just for Nebraska, but just for the sport in general. Because on a Sunday afternoon, you're flipping through the channels and you see a full ballpark for Nebraska Grand Canyon in a very low scoring game where one mistake could cost you not only the game, but also your season potentially. It had everybody on the edge of the seat. There was a little drama there in the end as well. I don't know how much of you caught of it, Bach, but there was a little bit of drama down in there in the 7th inning as well.
Yeah. I mean, I did, I had to say it. Having been able to meet, like you said, the manager and a couple of the players, they became my second favorite team of the regional. And then, whether you were able to talk to them or not, they kind of became a lot of people's second favorite team in the regional. How could you not like their story? They had to switch conferences. And I shouldn't say had to, but they did switch conferences. That can be an additional obstacle for the season on them. And they're kind of the lesser known name, right? You look at the region, yeah, they're ranked, but Louisville, kind of a, the power 4 team type of deal. And they were able to be the second best team in this regional, just could not figure out Nebraska's pitching staff, which welcome to the club. Not many can. So fair enough. And it was a lot of fun. Just kind of tracking that and seeing what Nebraska. What do you think about the bats? And because that is kind of the prevailing question mark, I think, coming from the series for most fans is there something going on there, or was it just like you said, a heck of a pitching effort from Grand Canyon, and a little tip of the cap to South Dakota for the first game too, though they gave up 4 runs.
Well, and you watch postseason softball, it comes down to pitching really carries you. I think it's a very defensive minded sport. I think that's what makes the sport so unique. It's not the best offense usually wins. It's all about pitching. We saw it last year, Texas and Texas Tech going at it one-on-one at OKC last year. We've seen Jordy Ball pitching big games for Oklahoma over the years, and some really big names across the board. If you're not going to pitch well, if you're not going to play defense well in postseason play, it'll come back to bite you. Grand Canyon, they were missing their starting shortstop for this entire postseason run. They had to flip it on this, and they played really good defense. Even South Dakota had the bases loaded, nobody out. A lot of non-power 4 teams playing against the big dogs of the conference going in that would probably fall under pressure. Ball gets in the gap, you go down 4-0, and all momentum's lost, and all momentum's gone. South Dakota, Madison Evans, them came down, and look what they did. Look what they were able to do. Get out of that, escape that jam, and stay within arm's reach. They led for a bit against Nebraska. Autumn Iverson, one of those 7 local players, Wahoo graduate, really good softball player in general, just from the States here in Nebraska. Hits one over the wall, left field, puts them up, and they had a little bit of momentum. They needed it. A crowd that didn't have a whole lot of, they're playing Nebraska. It was Nebraska's first regional game here since 2013, and it was packed. I mean, the line was going through the parking lot. That was my next thing to say about the parking situation. The parking, Bowling Stadium, obviously on the left side there, right next to Haymarket Park. Parking lot had a line going through with fans. So it was like, all right, this is nuts. And you had to really get there early to figure it out. And like I said, like we're talking about pitching and everything in defense. Nebraska, I trust what they're going through. The whole thing Rhonda Revelle said after the game yesterday was, we're just going to be Nebraska. We're going to continue to do what we do. We win games. We've won games by 10 runs. We've won games by 1 run. And she talked about last year, this team was a game away from making the Women's College World Series. And those came down to 1-run games against Tennessee. Very low-scoring games across the board. And they go back on that. They go back on, hey, if we lost those games by 1 run, we're going to try to find a way to win those close games by 1 run. It's always going to be pretty. It was gritty over pretty on Friday against South Dakota, but they found a way. And even with that, you see some other games across the country. I mean, UCLA was down. They gave up a 10-run inning at Cal Baptist on Friday night. And I mean, I remember because I got back home after the game. It was 7-1 Cal Baptist leading UCLA. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to take a shower, get ready for Saturday because it's a noon pitch. I come back, it's 11-7 Cal Baptist. I was like, am I really that tired? Was I really looking at the scoreboard wrong this entire time? And I looked and it was like, oh, they had a 10-run inning. It all comes down to just controlling what you can control in this time of year. In Nebraska, I know everyone's kind of freaking out about the bats, but trust Nebraska. I trust Rhonda Revelle. She's won a conference championship in 4 different decades. She's done this for a long time. Shannon Hayes also said he modeled a lot of after what he's done with Grand Canyon, what she's done. She's a pioneer for what college softball is. And there's been a lot, winning in 4 different decades is hard to do in sports because college sports have really changed since she started back in the 90s. And even with that, like she said, we're going to be Nebraska. We're going to do what we do. First game of the year against Washington on Friday in Florida. Lexa Jensen started 5 innings. Jordy Fromm came out to pitch the final two innings. What happened on Sunday? Lexa Jensen started, pitched 5 innings. Jordy Fromm got the final 6 outs to win them the game. So they're not going to change anything up. They're not going to do anything revolutionary. Been the same lineup pretty much all year. Same players stepping up. I believe Nebraska will find a way to get the bats going because you have a lineup at your disposal that's going to get it going. You're playing at home, maybe some little bit of nerves, maybe some jitters, but now you're going to have another level to it playing Oklahoma State, a team that's really good too, and you know them pretty well.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. Nebraska now 18-1 at home. For the season, that's quite that's all the importance of getting that super regional. Which again, we'll see if that happens for baseball, which is now in that talk for that. So that'd be very cool. But so I mean, there's a lot of things that definitely favor Nebraska going into this match. I don't think the one is Oklahoma State doesn't have a big stadium. They play in front of less than 1,000. But again, they've played on these stages. They've already surpassed these stages. Played in the College World Series several times over the last several years. Now, it's been a few years, so maybe less of your leaders and less of you're going through with the new lineup and all that. But I don't think that'll be a major factor. It's just like you said, just going to go out there, trust in who you are. Maybe it's not going to be 10 runs, but timely hitting, and kind of that moment. Again, Nebraska's just never going to feel too far out of it. Yeah, and you don't, and again, that's the power of that pitching staff with Jensen and Fromm is you don't go into a game thinking we need 7 runs. If you can get to 3, you're going to be pretty good. That puts a little too much pressure on the staff, the pitching staff, but they've been able to get it done so far. So it is going to be a run. Nebraska obviously favored to get to the College World Series, been dynamic at home. 24-game winning streak. Like I said, 18-1 at home. So many stats favor Nebraska to pull this off, and I just can't wait. Now, the additional kind of interesting thing is you're going to be up a little pretty late there on Thursday night, right? Because the game doesn't start until 8 o'clock. Again, I think that one's ESPN2.
Yep.
The first 2, and then ESPN for the finale, right? So talk about national exposure as well, and more of an opportunity to kind of to show off the brand. But I think that's going to be fun. I mean, I know some people are kind of thinking, different thoughts about that pit. At least have one game at 8 p.m. in the series opener. Man, with that though, now the players just kind of have to keep your nerves calmed all day. We talk about this with former football players all the time. What do you like, an 11 a.m. kick or 2:30 or 7 o'clock? And everybody's got their different feelings toward it. But for what I've heard from a lot of athletes is, they'd prefer to do, night games are awesome, but you're just kind of sitting around all day waiting for it and have more time to kind of think. So it will be a long day leading up to that on Thursday, but that's going to be quite a special scene. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, 8 p.m. local time at first pitch. When I saw the thing, the bracket and the schedule for the games, and obviously NCAA put it out and said 9 p.m., but the Eastern time's at the bottom. I was like, 9 p.m. local time? I was like, no way.
I thought that at first too, yeah.
I was like, no way. I was like, that's an after dark Big 12, Big 10 matchup. But no, 8 o'clock first pitch for that one. But I expect a lot of people to be showing out for that one. It'll be a nice week because you also have that going on. Then you have Nebraska baseball playing in the Big 10 tournament as well. They capped it off. I mean, it's some. So that's a funny story. Before you transition over to Husker baseball for a couple of minutes before we get to break and we turn it over to bring in Austin Norman live from Warner Park. We'll get him live on Old School during the weather delay. So if you're looking for, once again, if you're looking for the 4th game of the day at Warner Park, Lincoln East and Papillion La Vista South, that game currently in a weather delay down at Warner Park, just off the road from Papillion. You're with us, though. Old School, 402-464-5685. What was the Millard South, Millard North score? Somebody asked. Well, I have that pulled up here, right here for you. In that game, Millard North picked up an 11-1 win over Millard South. Patriots go down to the losers bracket. Millard North moving on to Wednesday. They're only a game away from potentially making it right to the championship game. But Lincoln East, Papillion La Vista South currently in a weather delay. That game was supposed to start 30 minutes after that game. East picked up a win on the opening round on Friday, 7-3 over Grand Island. And then Papillion La Vista South defeated Lincoln Southwest 6-1. So Papillion La Vista South, Lincoln East, weather delay. That's why we're holding it down here. And Austin Norman may be joining us from there as well. But on that note, last note before we talk about softball and baseball. So Brooke Carey was on South Dakota on Friday. Was one of the, third hitter in the lineup for South Dakota. That's the sister of Dylan Carey. Nebraska's obviously doubles leader, all-time leader in that. There was a point where Dylan Carey was batting in the top of the ninth with, the potential to potentially ended up giving Nebraska the lead. He was batting at the same time as his sister during that game.
Very cool.
So it was, I would put the game on the board. Like give us an update. But no.
Imagine their parents at that time.
Well,
Screen,
yeah. What do you do if you're parents in that? You go up to Minnesota, or I think a regional game outweighs the end of regular season when. But no, that was a really cool thing as well with that South Dakota team. Because I was talking with some of the parents from there, walking around there while covering it here for 93.7 The Ticket. And some of the South Dakota parents were just like, we had our connections with Nebraska. We kind of knew, what the hospitality was like with the 7 players on our roster. But they had such a unique story coming into this one, Bach. They were 20-34-1. They won 3 consecutive games in the Summit League, beat Omaha twice, had the RPI of like 159 coming in. That's not good. Played Nebraska, hung with them throughout. And then I don't know if you saw the viral clip that's going around for their in their game against Grand Canyon on Saturday. So they are facing elimination against Grand Canyon, the winner to face Nebraska on Sunday's game. And South Dakota had runners on, down by 2, late in the game, and they turned to a pinch hitter in Katie Hoffman. She tied the game with a single to center that scored 2 runs. It was only her 5th hit of the entire season. She had 4 hits the entire year. Got her 5th in this one. And on the broadcast, if you're able to watch, she's on first base literally in tears. Because pinch hitter hasn't got a whole lot of playing time. You're asked to step up in this huge moment where you're down 4-2, season's on the line. You have a potential chance to get out, and then you get all momentum's in the Grand Canyon dugout. Gets a base hit, ties the game on first base, literally in tears. And the first base coach for South Dakota, they zoom in on her and says, "I'm so proud of you for doing that." I think that's the biggest thing about coaching. This is a group that 20-34-1. They were playing with house money. They had nothing to lose, regardless of what was going to happen. If they even if they went 0-2 in this tournament, this was historical for that Coyotes team, whatever was going to happen. And for them just get a win against a Power 4 school in Louisville and then push a Grand Canyon team who had 55+ wins at the time and single-digit losses, that's really cool. And I mean, that's just the Lincoln Regional where we had Nebraska, Jordy Fromm watching her on Saturday in that historic game was unreal. 95% first pitch strike, 16 strikeouts. Hannah Core in the post game, they asked her, do you get bored in the outfield during games like that? And she's like, if you ever watch me in center field, like kind of just walk around, try to keep myself alert. Because, when you're just striking out batters left and right and you're getting no action, you had that with Nebraska. You had the storyline of them going 3-0 with the game. You had Grand Canyon trying to reach it to the Super Regionals for the first time in program history. You had Louisville, a team that was trying to make some noise out of the ACC after they kind of slumped out of the gate. And then you had South Dakota winning their first NCAA tournament game. It was a very fun regional. I think that's what makes softball so interesting. That's just the Lincoln one. There were 15 other regionals going on, and that's what's very exciting about all this, Bach.
Yeah. I mean, that's it's some of the best of sports right there, right? When you're brought to tears, when you got a team with their back up against the wall and they make a special run, and again, we kind of know what that feels like. I hate my examples keep going back to Husker baseball, but last year where they ran off in the Big Ten tournament, right, where you didn't have the regular season that you wanted, but the postseason, you were able to make up for it in the postseason. And, that's what the postseason allows you, right? And it's so funny because, in many of these sports, you play a season this long, you play that many games, you think you'd be able to kind of figure out at this point, right? Who's who and who can kind of come up and punch up and all that sort of stuff. And but that's not always the case. And you don't get it often, right? And you don't get to see it too often up close and personal. So it's kind of cool that they got to this regional. And then, like you said, we're able to make some noise within it because, again, I can recall, a few, just maybe here and there, a team under 500, right, in the NCAA men's tournament or women's tournament, or, once in a while have an NFL wildcard team. Yes. You feel less exceptional about them because they're in the NFL and all that sort of stuff. But still, I mean, it is, again, that's what sports is all about, is you can get those special moments, those special stories. And that's what I love about this time of the year. Again, you do get focused on Nebraska, especially in softball, where they're contending for a national championship. It's not like, whoa, let's just go on the ride and whatever, playing with house money, all that. No, this is a team that's expected to win a championship. And then we'll see with baseball. But along the way. And that's what I love about the College World Series. But we're seeing more of it with the regionals. There's just so many different stories, and we're talking about as teams. There's so many individual stories that you mentioned earlier with siblings and all that sort of stuff, having kind of special moments at the same time. Where do you find that outside of sports, right? Unless you could, and then it's funny because Hollywood tries to script it the best they can at times, and sometimes you can't do better than real life.
And that's just what's so cool about sports. This Nebraska team obviously starting a best 2 out of 3 series against Oklahoma State. Both teams know each other very well, not only from their conference days in the Big 12, also they played split the season series in 2 very close ball games, 2-1 and 4-3 in Stillwater. Now you make the trip up to Lincoln. You're going to have a nice crowd for that one. I mean, you saw the crowd. Tickets went on sale today. I haven't checked. I know they were on a tiered system once again. That's a story in itself. But just knowing that fans are going out for that. And it was a crazy weekend here in Nebraska. You had the Big Ten track championships.
Yeah.
It was the first huge event. I mean, they had the Big Red Invite early in the regular season in the grand opening of that facility. And now they had year one of facility, less than 3 months after opening that, hosting a conference meet. That's so cool to see. And they got to see that this weekend. I know Rudy and Gary Payton were down there doing all the coverage for that, and got to see a lot of really cool things. And that's multiple different teams across the board. You get some really cool stories. Oregon has a guy named Juan Gonzalez who ran at Fremont, one of the fastest mile runners in state history. You had Johannesson win shot put, Big Ten record in that one in itself. Rudy had a really cool interview with her with that. Just some really cool things coming out of Nebraska from this past week. And that's just with that. We still have state baseball going on. It was a jam-packed week, and it was awesome to see.
Yeah. And it was cool just to be down here, right? You got to see like historic, like Oregon is kind of the who's who of track, to see their athletes walking around, and everybody from the Big Ten there, we saw that in the days leading up to it. So yeah, just very cool stuff. Great time to be a sports fan here in Lincoln and a fan of Husker sports, because things are taking off, and hopefully no sport left behind, right?
Before we get a break, I did run into a familiar face at the game on Sunday. So I'm standing there about an hour before, or 30-ish minutes before first pitch. I got there about an hour 15 before to beat the traffic. And I'm standing there, and it's sunny, and there's the shadow behind me, because there's a tall individual behind me, Bach. It was Rink Mast.
Yes, I saw your interview with him.
Oh, yes. So that was on the fly. So funny story about that one. He's sitting there talking with his, family and friends or whatever that's with him. And I'm like, hey, Rink, I'm Nick, 92.7 The Ticket. And he's like, oh, nice to meet you. I've never met this guy before in my life. Yeah. And he just had the polo on or the shirt that had 92. He's like, I'm like, do you want to do a little stand up before you can talk about a little bit of softball? And he's like, why not? He was totally up for it. And before we did the interview, I was like, man, you're going to make me look small in this interview. I mean, he's like, I do that to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So it was just a very funny, like, I just kind of turn around. And I'm like, oh, that's Rink Mast just standing inches away from me. Cause it was standing room only mostly for the park coming in. And he was just walking in. And I mean, when you're the tallest guy at the ballpark, you're pretty noticeable. He gave me a nice little shade standing behind me in that moment. I should have had him stand there the rest of the game and give me a little shade. I didn't get sunburned, so that's always nice as well.
Oh man, I got pretty sunburned from our spot at Bullen Stadium. I gotta be prepared for that, going out to watch more baseball this week. But I was gonna ask you too, did you hear any rumblings talk about the tiered system? Because that's all we could hear about on social media. Once you got there, I know season ticket holders looking maybe mad at other people for sitting in their season tickets, had to find some different spots. Did you hear anything about that?
No, but they did announce it after the final out of the game as Nebraska was celebrating. I did not hear anything about it. I kind of did. It's just the assumption. I mean, they've done it for volleyball for a number of years. They're obviously planning to do it for baseball if that comes to play. Looks like it may be. I mean, you still got to handle business down at Charles Schwab this next week, going for 3-peat in the Big Ten tournament. So, Bach, thank you for standing in here with me in this segment. Austin Norman going to be streaming in from Warner Park. Remember, delay Lincoln East and Pavilion Vista South are supposed to start here momentarily. However, that game is in a weather delay. We'll keep you up to date throughout the show as that one goes on. Remember, Heartland Nebraska window sponsor of Old School. We'll be right back after this break.
You're listening to Old School with Jay Foreman and Austin Orman. Download the mobile app and listen wherever you are on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank or neighbors who could help with a home loan.
Congratulations, you're approved.
Or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southwest of Lincoln. It's worth a visit.
Hi, Husker Nation. This is Rex Burkhead. On Lincoln Gives Day, I hope you'll join me in supporting the Team Jack Foundation and their mission to fund life-saving childhood brain cancer research. Kids and families facing brain cancer deserve better treatments and more hope for the future. Every donation helps move that mission forward. You can make your gift today by visiting givetolincoln.com and searching Team Jack. I'm proud to support the Team Jack Foundation and the fight for every child and family affected by brain cancer.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
If you're a homeowner or a business owner, you have a lot of projects, and no one has an unlimited budget or time. Sunbelt Rentals makes all jobs less stressful with no need to purchase large equipment or hire a crew. You can do it yourself with rentals and everything from aerators and power rakes for spring yard work to stump grinders, concrete mixers, tile saws, and more. Check out their inventory in Lincoln, north of Cornhusker Highway on 56th Street, or online at sunbeltrentals.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
Well, I'm an interior designer. A lot of builders don't have designers on staff. I'm included with our Aspen package and can make your home more custom to your taste, your needs, and your wants.
Rachel's our interior designer at Aspen Builders. She's one of the reasons that makes us really good at what we do. I'm Bob Benish, and we absolutely love how Rachel takes care of our clients.
I think the biggest challenge with building is a lot of clients are worried about all the choices. When they come in, they kind of have a deer in the headlights look. I like to ask people at the end, so what did you think? And usually they pause and they say, you know, you really broke it up, kept it simple. We just did one meeting at a time, so I wasn't looking at all the decisions I had to make. I had plenty of time to decide things. You walked me through it all. It made it simple.
Make your dream a reality and call Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at aspenbuildersinc.com. Your dream home is waiting at Aspen Builders.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com.
If you've been looking for a reason to fill up your car with E15, how about this? E15
can help you save big at the pump
and save the planet by cutting greenhouse gas emissions.
Any car 2001 or newer is approved. Speaking of good, it's made from corn, which is great for farmers.
As I was saying, if you need a reason to choose E15, there you have them. E15, engine smart, earth kind. Visit chooseE15.com to learn more.
At DWE Generations, having a plan matters, especially when it comes to protecting what's most important. They work with individuals, families, and business owners to help make smart financial decisions that support life today and set the foundation for generations. David Darlington, Russell Walton, and Cody Eiler bring decades of experience, and their dedicated team provides follow-through, answering questions, explaining next steps, and staying connected as life evolves. DWE Generations, a generational wealth planning firm. ZWE Generations is a marketing name for individuals doing business as representatives of Northwestern Mutual. Visit generations.nm.com or call 402-483-7871 and ask for David, Russell, or Cody.
At Jimmy John's, we don't make sandwiches. We make the sandwich of sandwiches. We use fresh veggies because we don't hate salads. We just feel bad for them. We make our sandwiches exactly how you want because you're the one who's eating it. And we bake bread all day, every day because stale bread isn't bread. It's croutons. Sandwich history is written by the victors. Good thing we have legible handwriting. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. Order pickup or delivery on the app.
Back to Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back, Old School. Roles are flipped here right now. 90.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Nick Wyman alongside Austin Orman. Austin live from Warner Park. However, no game right now as in a delay at Lincoln East and Papillion Vista South. Austin, first time talking to you over the weekend. How you doing, my man?
Great. It is officially spring in Nebraska. I was ready to declare it summer with how nice it was last week, how hot it was at Bowlin Stadium and beyond. But here we go. Storms are rolling in, at least supposedly. Well, we're in a weather delay, but right now it's just a clouds delay. We have yet to see a single drop of rain fall on the tarp, on the dirt, on the grass, on the chairs. Supposedly, it's coming. We had this situation before the Class A state championship game last year. There was actually some rain. We sat through about 75 minutes or so of a weather delay in this very booth right here, watching some Nebraska-Tennessee super regional softball ahead of that game. But yeah, we're still waiting for the rain and such to land. As far as we've been told, they're still planning to get this final game in between Lincoln East and Papio South. Supposedly the cell isn't big enough to completely bang it for the day. But like I said, we're still waiting for the rain to even get up here to Papillion.
Before we go any further, recap what's happened so far. I saw the Battle of Millard just wrapped up right when I was walking here. I avoided the rain. No rain on me as I walked in, made the walk from the parking lot. Recap kind of the day so far, what's been going on so far.
Yeah, so Omaha Westside stayed alive, the 1 seed in Class A, entered with a 31-3 record. And they lost the opener to Millard South. Mm-hmm. They end up staying alive today with a win in the first game of the day. Game 2 saw Grand Island sweep the season series from Lincoln Southwest. The Silverhawks bats just were not able to get going. The top 4 in that lineup ended up 0 for 15 with a hit by pitch in a game that ended up going to extra innings that Grand Island put up 3 in the top of the 8th to win it. Really impressed with Grand Island, the way they were able to battle back. Not quite as consistent offensively for them either. They scored 2 in the second and then not again all the way until that 8th inning, but it's enough to get the job done. And then Nick Sainert breaks up the no-hitter in the top of the 5th inning. I know Millard South had scored a run, but it was on a walk and some productive outs and a stolen base in there as well. But Millard North continues to look the part. I was really impressed with them last year, not knowing much about their personnel or their talent, right? You think Millard North, they run the triple option in football for a long time. You know all the basketball talent that's come out of there. But I was really impressed with Millard North last year, and they looked just the part again this year, if not even better. So still waiting for that 4th game of the day. Again, last year's state champs Lincoln East, and then Papillion La Vista South. Again, planning to get that game in, but no word as of yet for if or when that game will get started.
Yeah, that's interesting. It sounds like you said, it sounds like they're trying to get this one in sometime tonight. We'll be on standby as it goes on. You'll be on standby too, it sounds like, as well. So you and me are locked into this Lincoln East, Papillion La Vista South watch along, it sounds like.
That's what we're here for. Tristan did make it down as well. So we'd hate to push off the big league debut on baseball for Tristan Gomez. So who I know spent some time at this park recently with some old friends. Some people are familiar with this park as well. So we know he's familiar with the surroundings, but we'll have to get him on air for that game with East and Papio South. Nick, let's go ahead and dive in here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so to what's happening with Brendan Sorsby. It's official as of just a few hours ago, just after lunchtime. It was reported that Brendan Sorsby is officially suing the NCAA. He's doing this in Lubbock District Court down there in Texas. So the attorneys that represent Sorsby notified the NCAA last week, and they're requesting an expedited resolution to reinstate his eligibility. There's a lot going on here. This is absolutely expected. I think we all saw this coming. But the arguments that Brendan Sorsby is using really stand out to me. So the legal team in the affidavit is claiming that Brendan Sorsby suffers from a clinically diagnosed gambling disorder, which qualifies as a mental health condition. The defense for Sorsby here says the NCAA has weaponized his condition to shore up a facade of competitive integrity while simultaneously profiting from the very gambling ecosystem that it polices. On and on. The relief is narrow: one student athlete, one senior season. The NCAA will suffer no cognizable harm from letting Mr. Sorsby play football while this case proceeds. But if this court does not act, no future judgment can give Mr. Sorsby what the NCAA will have taken from him. That's according to the statement. ESPN notes that Sorsby has been taking part in inpatient residential treatment for gambling since the story broke, really. And how that story got out, only Cincinnati will ever know. But Sorsby's statement says, if I cannot practice with the team, it will be severely detrimental to my mental health and my development as an athlete. Without access to coaching, teammates, and on-field repetitions, I cannot develop the chemistry and skills necessary to start at quarterback in 2026. And each additional day away compounds that harm. These developmental opportunities cannot be replaced or replicated. With the caveat that the mental health is serious, take it seriously, right? Talk to people, find friends, have a circle. It goes a long way. This smells desperate to me. This smells fishy. Sorsby isn't arguing that, he has an addictive personality, that this runs in his family. It just reads to me like Brendan Sorsby is trying to get off easy by claiming mental health, by claiming, oh, it's an addiction, oh, that's a problem, and I'm getting treatment and I'm over it. When the other statement that he put out, according to On3, I think is probably the more interesting one. Brendan Sorsby in his affidavit, I rationalized placing those bets as a way to feel more connected to the team, to root for my friends, and to feel like I had a real stake in the games that I otherwise was not involved in. Because the Indiana football team is not a very strong competitor in 2022, I lost most of the bets I placed, is something he said later on. You put what's in the first half of that legal filing with what's in the second half, again, you got to pull out all the stops. I can respect and understand them trying to get Brendan Sorsby legal, but there's about 2% of everything he's saying where he's claiming it's a mental health thing, when really you read between the lines, you see his other statements. This is a dude that knew the choices he made, that did this to feel like he had more of a stake in the team his redshirt year. And now that he got caught, or now that he got told on, potentially, whatever it is that ended up happening, now he's trying to claim mental health. I just think that if it's real, okay, get the help you get the help you need, go to your inpatient facility, good, get it taken care of. But claiming a mental health diagnosis when all you did was make bad choices and hope you didn't get caught minimizes the actual real world effect for those that actually do struggle with gambling. And it is addictive and it's completely ruined their lives. Brendan Sorsby has yet to ruin his life. He's ruined his season. We'll see about his career. Certainly his college career has had a big wrench thrown in it. And, maybe there is some of this in his family's history, but he didn't point to, this was my upbringing. This is what I fought through. I relapsed into this. I've dealt with other issues. The way that he explained it, the way his lawyers explained it in the statement and everything, it just sounds so fishy to me. And again, even if I understand why they do it, I think that being the line that they're using and the way that they're trying to get him back to play isn't the right one. The real one is, hey, NCAA, you partner with all these gambling companies. You allow gambling. If you're going to do that, why are you going to get mad at us athletes for it? We understand how wrong it is, but I would much rather he use that one and be honest about, hey, you promoted it. I fell for it. Now you're going to punish me for something that you're making money off of. But instead, I think he's minimizing some real legitimate struggles from, hundreds of thousands of people, if not more, just in the United States alone that actually have an addiction to gambling, whose lives are actually ruined, as opposed to, oh, boo-hoo, I can't touch my $4 million because I made some bad choices a few years ago.
And it is a legit problem. The mental health struggles of it. Obviously, get the help you need when you need it. Those commercials flash up every time you try to watch a game, regardless of channel, regardless of network. Those, commercials pop up to bet on this game, bet on that game. I'm not a betting guy, but I get how it can be addictive and be a thing. And there's a legit problem with it and a legit gripe about it. And this is a quarterback who's obviously getting paid very well going from Cincinnati to Texas Tech. And this is a Texas Tech team who still has a championship window. Made it to the playoff last year. We're probably, had a really good defense, ran to Oregon out there in Miami, lose that game there when Brandon Morton was the quarterback. And the real issue here is if the NCAA rules, hey, you're not eligible, then what's the next steps for Brendan Sorsby? There's a supplemental draft in the NFL that's been a thing. Doesn't really have a whole lot of names that pop up in it. Terrell Pryor was one of those guys who fell in there, went to the Raiders there. Josh Gordon in 2012 was another guy. Would Brendan Sorsby take that route if the NCAA ends up ruling, hey, you're not eligible for the year due to the rules, due to the standpoint, we can't just bend them for whoever you are, whether you're the QB1, whether you're the QB3. I'm curious where the next steps after this goes. And obviously it's just kind of trying to stay face at this moment with, obviously trying to, the two statements are a little different from each side of things, but I think it's just trying to stay face. Obviously it's a whole other legal battle way out of left field for me in general, but I'm very curious to see where this next goes, next steps for Brendan Sorsby and Texas Tech in general.
So what led this off obviously was Brendan Sorsby being caught, being told on for the gambling.
Yep.
The suing was the next logical step, except the NCAA also says in its statement, the NCAA has not received a reinstatement request for this case. They didn't even, take the layup, knowing it was going to get blocked, right? Victor Wembanyama essentially is standing there at the rim, ready to swat away this reinstatement request. But they didn't even do that. They went straight to suing, and so they couldn't even be troubled to go through the normal process of, hey, we think we have a case here. Can you at least give this a look? Even if it's, swatted away, they didn't go through that. The NCAA's statement continues on. The NCAA generally doesn't comment on pending reinstatement requests, but the association's sports betting rules are clear, as are the reinstatement conditions. When it comes to betting on one's own team, these rules must be enforced in every case for the simple reason that the integrity of the game is at risk. Every sports league has these protections in place, and the NCAA will continue to apply them equally because every student athlete competing deserves to know they're playing a fair game. Sorsby's camp says time is of the essence. This is his last year of collegiate eligibility, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that once lost can never be recovered. Then it goes on to list the dates that the training camp starts, when the first game would be, and then when the NFL supplemental draft would be. And that's coming up in just over a month. On June 22nd, 2026 is when Sorsby would need to put his name in. And the statement from Sorsby's side continues. The NCAA has manufactured an impossible bind. It delays reinstatement decisions while the NFL deadline closes in, forcing Mr. Sorsby to choose between surrendering college eligibility he wants to retain while risking the loss of a full year of competitive football entirely. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, but again, I can understand the NCAA kicking the can down the road. Not really their problem, right? Brendan Sorsby's the one that chose to gamble on these games. I can understand why Sorsby's camp would be frustrated, and trust me, there's no love lost on this show or many others for the way the NCAA has handled plenty of things in the recent history. I mean, certainly the last 10 years and probably going back the last 100 or so, but laying the primary blame at the feet of the NCAA, even though we know that's what Sorsby's camp is going to do, you can't expect everyone to fall for that. You had every opportunity to not gamble going back there, right? So now the tough spot that you're in is of your own making. Again, even if I understand why Brendan Sorsby and his camp are pushing for what they're pushing for, it didn't have to get to this point to begin with. But now they're there, and he's just trying to press the Staples easy button, the get out of jail free card from Monopoly. Sorry, it's not going to work for you, or at least most likely not going to work for you. Even if the Lubbock District Court, says, okay, yep, we'll grant you your injunction, you can play, or at least you can practice with the team while this is solved. That the NCAA is then going to appeal that, and then it's going to go to an appellate court, and that's just going to drag on and drag on. And so I get why Brendan Sorsby and his lawyers are saying what they are, but this one in particular, to me, doesn't really go back to the NCAA. Even though it's had its missteps in gambling, the NCAA has a point. The rules around gambling have always been clear. Don't bet on your sport. Don't bet on your team. You're out if you do. Guess what Brendan Sorsby did? Essentially the unforgivable. He's got to be done.
And that was way back when he was at Indiana. Way back. He wasn't even a starter at the time, but still, doesn't matter if you're a starter, if you're QB2, if you're QB3, even if you're a walk-on. You got to be able to do, you can't be able to do that. And at the end of the day, it goes back to that. It goes very back to that game. And that was years ago in the making when that happened. And now you go back, 3 or 4 years later, and that choice is the domino effect of that choice that he made during that game when Indiana was playing. And then you go back to that. If that's avoidable and all this doesn't come to fruition, you're still playing. You're the quarterback at Texas Tech. You were the number one I remember when he went in the portal, everyone's like, oh, he's going to be making this, and this, and this, and this, and this team are all interested. And then Texas Tech kind of throws their hat into things. LSU is another team I remember being connected with him for a bit as well. They throw him in there, and he's obviously in this situation now where, the supplemental draft, like you said, he hasn't filed for reinstatement yet.
Probably doesn't plan to, since he skipped straight to suing.
Yep. And yeah, that's another step. You skip that step right there. We're sitting here May 18th. The summer months are going to go by quick. In college, fall camp starts up pretty quickly once we get around July into August. And the season starts ramping up. You're really missing all that, stuff. You're missing reps. You're missing practice. You're missing all that time. And I know it's only May 18th, and we're sitting here on the brink of softball super regionals and college baseball tournament time with postseason coming up here in another week. Very excited for that. But college football will be here before you know it. And this story is going to continue to evolve as it goes on. But you got to get the steps going quickly if you want to have a chance at reinstatement / potentially moving on to the NFL in some shape or form.
Now, if I'm Brendan Sorsby, I would have probably led with this. On 3 tweets this out again. The wide-ranging gambling habits is what they describe it as. Across the 2022 to 2025 seasons, Mr. Sorsby placed thousands of bets on everything and anything. Those bets weren't for the purpose of making money. How about this list? He bet on things like games in the Turkish Basketball League, Romanian soccer games, obscure doubles tennis matches, and the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest. Now, that's an absolutely sickos list of things to be betting on. That looks like a guy that just opened the app and, says, oh, what's on? Well, I'll put a couple coins on it. Just like the rest of us would, channel surf. I guess Brendan Sorsby was app surfing to see what he could possibly bet on. But I still think that placing one bet doesn't make you an addict. There are people who are able to gamble responsibly. I understand that it is probably pretty addictive. But in the same way that placing one bet doesn't make you a gambling addict, taking one drink doesn't mean you have an alcohol problem necessarily, so on and so forth. And so, sure, I would believe, looking at that list of things, again, that Brendan Sorsby placed bets on, Turkish basketball, Romanian soccer, some random doubles tennis, and the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, that he reached a point of gambling addiction. I don't know a healthy person is betting on that stuff from here in the United States, but you can't tell me that when Brendan Sorsby started, and specifically when he bet on Indiana, when he was on the team, I doubt he got addicted that quick.
Yeah. Turkish League basketball, was it Romanian soccer, doubles tennis, and Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. Those are 4 sporting events thrown together. Yes, the Hot Dog Eating Contest is a sport, Austin. I don't care what you say.
It's not a sport. I will fight you on that.
Competitive eating.
Not willing to die on that hill.
Competitive eating between you and me. We couldn't even eat 60 hot dogs together. So at the end of the day,
9 and 9 would be the end of me. I just don't eat that fast. I could probably have enough space in my stomach for it, but I just don't eat or drink that fast.
That's
on that front, I was showing Tristan this. Sorry, while we're here.
Go for it before we go to break.
Yeah. This will wrap us up. The Arizona Diamondbacks are now offering a 128-ounce nacho bucket. That is 8 pounds of nachos in essentially like a Blue Bunny ice cream bucket. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
that's
wild.
And Tristan made a good point. I mean, there's no way you're eating all 8 pounds of that at your seat. Like, you're gonna have to get up and go.
It's like the
at one point, if not a couple points.
It's like the sandwich Jake Sorensen had in the back here. If you ever see that, look on our social media.
That looked incredible.
It looked good. I might have to go grab half of it's gone, by the way. I don't know where it went. I asked Jake. he didn't specify where it went. But
Jake was in today, Farley was in today, and I think those are your prime suspects.
I think so. Suspect number 1 and number 2. We're going to go to break on Old School. Nick Wyman holding it down here. Austin Orman from Warner Park. We'll be right back after this break. Old School continues.
Watch Old School live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Hi everyone, Kendall Warnock, A1 Automotive in downtown Lincoln. Spring is here. Summer is fast approaching. With weddings, vacations, and weekend getaways on your mind, do not let car issues prevent you from getting where you need to be. Car problems shouldn't be something that you put up with. Let us get you back on the road in comfort and safety. We diagnose all makes and models from Porsches to Hondas, Toyotas, and Chevrolets. We fix a variety of issues with all of them with our talented techs and our experienced staff. A1 Automotive at 11th and L, downtown Lincoln, always honest answers.
Are you looking for a fresh new hangout spot? Let me tell you about Liquid Asset Sports Bar, where Mondays mean new weekly drink and food features. With 23 taps, a full lineup of cans and bottles, and 40 TVs blasting every sports package out there, you'll never worry about missing a play. Savor high-end spirits at their stylish top-shelf bar, enjoy a healthy menu, family-friendly atmosphere, and catch all of your favorite teams every day. Doors open daily at 11 a.m. Liquid Assets Sports Bar, located at 2755 Jamie Lane in South Lincoln.
Hey everyone, it's Brie Marie. Join me and James Rowland every Sunday night at 7 p.m. from April through August for the Finish Line. We'll do laps around the headlines and dirt track racing, let the rubber meet the road for NASCAR news, and talk with special guests, including your favorite local drivers and racing personalities. That's the Finish Line, Sunday at 7 p.m. all summer long on 93.7 The Ticket.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
When Nebraska businesses win, we all win. And the Nebraska Chamber is helping make that happen. Tackling the tough stuff like job creation, affordable and accessible childcare, and building a stronger workforce. We're stepping up so local businesses can step forward. If you want to see Nebraska keep growing, keep competing, and keep winning, get connected with the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Learn more at nechamber.com.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers. And if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Call Bats to Rats today at 402-781-8691. That's 402-781-8691. Bats to Rats.
If you're looking for a workplace that feels like home, Midwest Bank might just be the place. We're hiring a personal banker in Lincoln who enjoys helping others and being a part of a close-knit team. With great perks and a community-focused mission, you'll feel right at home here. Porque aquí todos son bienvenidos. Apply today at Midwest Bank. Midwest Bank is an equal opportunity employer. Member FDIC.
3, 2, 1. The drop is live. Screens freeze everywhere, except yours. You've been training for this moment. And with Allo Fiber's zero-lag precision, you strike first. No lag, no limits, just speed. Can your internet provider do that? Stay ahead of every drop. Visit allofiber.com/all-in.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank were neighbors who could help with a home loan.
Congratulations, you're approved.
Or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Play ball! Some places just feel like home. In Lincoln, that place is Haymarket Park. For 25 seasons, it's where we gather with friends, with family, and our out-of-towners who want that same warm welcome. It's where kids catch their first foul ball, where we're all neighbors for at least 9 innings. Because when Salt Dogs fans root for our home team, there isn't a single stranger in the stands. So come one, come all, and let your local tradition play on. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Away we go. We're wrapping up hour 1 in the normal hour 2 time slot of old school. Austin Orman, Nick Wyman with you. Still in a weather delay out here at Warner Park. We are awaiting any news, awaiting information on what the plan is, but Tristan Gomez and I will stick it out. We will bring in the state baseball game between Papio South and Lincoln East when it is clear to play. Still awaiting any rain. Certainly looks dark, certainly looks ominous up here. Nick, it did look ominous for the Phillies at one point early in this season. I saw this tweeted out here from Sarah Langs, who found it from the Elias Sports Bureau. The Phillies are just the 5th team in the last 100 years to go from 10 games under 500 to at least 1 game over 500 within the span of the first 47 games of the season. Bring that up because it's really going to set the stage for our next segment. A 1-5 week for our beloved Kansas City Royals.
Yes.
Just as soon as the season felt like it was back on track and there's a little bit of hope, the Royals did what they did on the road. We got some stats for that. But shout out the Phillies, right? Certainly a team that's been plenty talented. Bryce Harper goes deep for the 6th time in his last 13 games. We know Bobby Witt Jr. is a superstar, certainly a little bit more depth of talent there for Philly. And that NL East is officially a race again. Obviously, the Braves have been one of the better teams of the first quarter of the season. But between the Braves, the Phillies getting back over 500, and that's might be too far out of it right now, even though they're plenty talented. At least it could be shaping up to be a two-team race there in the National League East.
Yeah, you bring in a veteran guy like Don Mattingly, bring in him and see what he's able to do. And obviously the Phillies are right back in the thick of things. It looked like the Braves are going to run away for a bit, but it's not a sprint, it's a race. And they're right in. And to the lovable Royals, our lovable Royals, we've been kind of through a roller coaster throughout the last couple of weeks. I'd say the last 4 weeks, it was, man, they're on a losing skid. Oh, now they swept the Angels, got a little momentum. Oh, they swept the Mariners. Then they lost this series, get swept by the White Sox, and it's just up and down throughout the season. News on Chris Bubich now going on the IL as well.
And we'll get to that. We'll get to that next hour. That's a big part of what we're going to talk about.
Yes, and we talked about that last week, even on Monday during the Royals recap. Talked about the Royals injuries. You can't afford starting pitchers injuries to pile up to make that IL list look like the rotation's on there, and it's starting to kind of look like that. It's getting a little worrisome because you only have so many hands ready to go out of your bullpen and in your rotation, guys in AAA as well, guys on the 40-man roster. You may have to start burning some arms and putting some pieces together and see what happens, because the Royals are kind of in that spot. It was a struggle weekend, moving their game up today, playing at 6 o'clock instead today at home. It should be interesting. Got to get back on the win streak, because now we're back on that other gliding scenario where, you can't let the losses pile up and you're playing behind the 8 ball, because a couple weeks ago we were saying only a half game out of first place. And now you're back in the bunker trying to figure out how to get everything back into place as Memorial Day approaches.
11.5 games out of first place in the cellar of the National League East are the New York Mets. Saw this from OptaStats. Juan Soto, 99 stolen bases for his career, 250 homers, and 914 walks drawn. No player in MLB history has reached 250, 900, and 100 in less than 1,257 games, and that was Mickey Mantle. Juan Soto remains an absolutely incredible baseball player. And obviously we're not quite to the Mike Trout conversation yet with Juan Soto. But for the Mets trying to assemble the team that they have with all the best players that money can buy in free agency and in trades, it's a shame that we're seeing Juan Soto do stuff that hasn't been done since Mickey Mantle, might even, happen faster than Mickey Mantle. And it's being wasted on the drama slop of the New York Mets up there in Queens.
Yeah, it's a wild time in baseball, and we're sitting here just Memorial Day in Queens. I feel like dramas kind of always follows them. Last couple of years, I feel like somehow, some way, it comes to find them. Drama and the New York Mets come hand in hand every season, it feels like, regardless if it's in the playoffs or regardless on the outside looking in throughout the dog days of summer. But Royals, we'll talk about a lot about them because, there's a lot to talk about. I know you and me, we text about them a lot. Jake Sorensen. We should get Jake Sorensen to call in one of these 6 o'clock hours because he has to get a lot.
Well, Jake is abstaining until there are firings, and I think that's a cowardly stance. But it's the stance he's taking, so we will not be hearing from Jake Sorensen anytime soon. Hopefully, Graham Tire Company is hearing from you soon, though. They're celebrating 75 years of serving the Midwest. They're more than just tires. They do all kinds of car and light truck repairs, too. Whether you need your brakes changed, your oils changed, or anything in between, you can trust Graham Tire for service you can count on. It's Graham Tire, getting you to the places that matter most. We're at the top of the hour. We'll step aside, take a break. We will talk some Royals when we get back. We are Lincoln's home for the Royals. We will carry them all summer long. Do they have another run in them? What went wrong during a 1-5 week and the new injuries popping up, including Chris Bubich, as Nick mentioned there. We'll be back with more Old School next on The Ticket.
Watch Old School live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
At Jimmy John's, we don't make sandwiches. We make the sandwich of sandwiches. We use fresh veggies because we don't hate salads. We just feel bad for them. We make our sandwiches exactly how you want because you're the one who's eating it. And we bake bread all day, every day because stale bread isn't bread. It's croutons. Sandwich history is written by the victors. Good thing we have legible handwriting. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. Order pickup or delivery on the app.
Hi, Sean Callahan here for Koppel Chevrolet GMC and GMC Truck Month is here. Absolutely huge discounts and 2.9% for 72 months. I also just wanted to share a little bit more about the Koppel family. They've been serving the Omaha and Lincoln and surrounding communities for over 50 years with great customer service and small town charm. That's always been our motto, and we absolutely will not be undersold. It truly is confident buying and confident driving. So come on in, meet the team, check us out at Koppel or at koppelcars.com. All deals with approved credit.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
If you've been looking for a reason to fill up your car with E15, how about this? E15
Can help you save big at the pump.
And save the planet by cutting greenhouse gas emissions.
Any car 2001 or newer is approved. Speaking of good, it's made from corn, which is great for farmers.
As I was saying, if you need a reason to choose E15, there you have them. E15, engine smart, earth kind. Visit chooseE15.com to learn more.
We have 2 boys, so we needed more space. We lived in a townhouse, so we decided to build.
Casey Bowman and her husband Joe built their first home with us. This is Bob Benish of Aspen Builders. Working with the Bowmans was fantastic.
After the first meeting, we really liked them as people.
I was really skeptical about the whole building process, more so than Joe was. But they explained everything before it happened. If there were problems or issues along the way, they called and explained everything. They just really helped ease my mind.
They were really good about giving us options as far as what fit in the budget, what didn't fit in the budget. They have a designer, Rachel.
She was amazing. She was very helpful in making sure that our house turned out good. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change the lot. I wouldn't change colors. I love everything about it. Everything. It's perfect for us.
Make your dream home a reality and call Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at aspenbuildersinc.com. Your home is waiting at Aspen Builders.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank were neighbors who could help with a home loan.
Congratulations. You're approved.
Or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
While folks love all of Hog Wild's award-winning barbecue options, many have a real soft spot for the Carolina pulled pork sandwich. Hog Wild serves their tender, slow-smoked pulled pork on a soft bun and piles it high with tangy coleslaw. There's nothing else on the menu like it. The added bonus? You get to have a side dish like curly fries or baked beans. Order online at GoHogWild.com. Hog Wild Pit Barbecue, 3210 Cornhusker Highway in Lincoln.
But don't be late, we close at 8.
The crack of the bat. Sizzling concessions. Yeah, that's the sound of summer at Haymarket Park. It's been that way for 25 seasons. And in this city, it's not a matter of if you'll catch a game, it's how many.
Safe.
That's because there's always something in play for Salt Dogs fans. From saluting our troops to Friday night fireworks, your local tradition plays on. Let's show summer how Lincoln celebrates 25 seasons. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Coming at you live from the heart of downtown Lincoln. This is Old School with Foreman and Orman. Nebraska Football Hall of Famer Jay Foreman.
Here's Troy Detmer dropping straight back in the pocket. Rifles a pass. It was tipped. It's picked off by Foreman. He's at the 15, 10, 5. He'll score! Foreman got it, and it's touchdown Huskers. Black shirts, answer the call one more time.
And Austin Orman. Old School with Foreman and Orman is sponsored by Graham Tire Company of Lincoln, your tire store next door with 4 Lincoln locations. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, indeed. Welcome in to the 5 o'clock hour of Old School, show brought to you by Graham Tire Company, as we just told you about. Really appreciate them and everything that they do for us here at the station. Got an oil change. I was in and out quick with all sorts of great information. And you can have the same brakes, oil changes, anything else for cars or light trucks. You can take it to one of the 4 Lincoln locations that Graham Tire has. They're also scattered all the way across the Midwest. Austin Norman, Nick Wyman with you as the Royals are scattering some road losses all across the Midwest. A complete disaster of a week for the Royals. They get to half a game back in the division and 2 games under 500 before promptly laying a 1-5 egg. The Royals this year, Nick, are 13-10 at home.
Yep.
If you extrapolate those numbers out, the win percentage throughout the course of the year, if the Royals would go 13-10, they would win 40. What would that be? Yeah, 46 essentially games at home. 46 and 35 would be their home record, which is pretty good. If you play the same on the road,
yes,
that'd be a 91 win pace. On the flip side of things, the Royals on the road are 7-17, which is 2 games better than the Tigers, who are 7-19 on the road, but still plenty bad. That's about a 23% win percentage there at 7-17. You extrapolate that out, the Royals would be projected to go 23-58 on the road, which is a 47.5 win pace throughout the course of the entire season. So the Royals are a 92-win division championship caliber team at home, and they're one of the worst teams in modern baseball history on the road. A 1-5 week, pretty lifeless for the Royals. They lose 6-3, 6-5, and 6-5, and 6-2 to the White Sox, 5-4, and 4-2 to the Cardinals. So never in there were they blown out before they get a win on getaway day on Sunday. But even though the White Sox are playing better, they're still not great. And Cardinals have a decent record, but to go and lose a couple of close decisions and really just not look consistent offensively. One of those games against the White Sox was 6-2 before Bobby Witt Jr. hit a home run to make things interesting in the 9th inning of one of those games. It's been an up and down year for the offense, but especially, and I mean especially on the road. I saw some stats they ended up saving. So the Royals home and road ranks this year. Their batting average is 4th in baseball at home, 30th out of 30 on the road. They're 7th in runs scored at home, 30th in runs scored on the road. 5th in weighted runs created plus at home, 29th away from Kauffman, and 4th in on-base plus slugging at home, and 30th on the road. I mean, if there's ever a year for the Royals to get home field advantage, you would probably like it to be this year with splits like that, but you're not going to come anywhere close to home field advantage if you're last, second to last, and last in baseball in some pretty major offensive categories on the road.
If you can't win on the road in sports, it usually doesn't go too well. Your seasons don't go very well. And the Royals so far are struggling. I mean, this weekend you had close games, 6-5 games back-to-back days with the White Sox. Chance to win a couple games. Then you end up losing the getaway day, 6-2 in that night game on a Thursday. And then you play an I-70 series against the Cardinals, a team who's playing some solid baseball. And you had an opportunity, extra inning game, fighting tooth and nail to hit the Cardinals, lose 5-4 in that one. And then Saturday comes around, had some opportunities, lose that game 4-2. Alec Burleson, Mason Wynn were pretty big in that one for the Cards. And then yesterday, you just kind of weathered the storm 2-0, but you can't just afford to have 1-5 weeks on 6-game road stands throughout regular season play. I know they ended it on a win, 2-0, but I don't think Royals fans were too thrilled, with the week as a whole. Just winning one game on a Sunday before you head back home to the K to play Boston doesn't take away what happened the last 5 days, especially against a Chicago team who has struggled the past couple of years. I will say they are a respectable group. They are a lot better than the White Sox have been in the past couple of years. They obviously had a good series against Chicago in the crosstown rivalry up there in Chicago, playing the Cubs. And then the Cardinals, I mean, they found a spark, and they're playing some good baseball. They're 27-19. They're a solid home team, 12-11, a little over 500 there. Royals found a way to weather the storm, but, I mean, the storm is still brewing, 1-5. And you can't afford to do that, especially on the road throughout these 6, 7, 8 game road stands that are going to come up here down the dog days of summer.
Royals are getting outscored by 21 runs on the year. That's 1 run worse than even the Boston Red Sox, who are at the bottom of the American League East, too. The Royals welcome in for a 3-game set starting here tonight. They'll be off on Thursday before a series over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But looking at the Royals' road schedule, they start the year off in Atlanta, and they lose that series to the Braves. They get outscored 12-2 in the first 2 games. Had a chance to win a 2-0 game in the 9th before Carlos Estevez imploded and then went on the injured list, maybe never to be heard from again before a 4-1 win on Sunday. Had a 6-game homestand that they split with the Twins and Brewers. Lost 2 of 3 to Cleveland. That game, of course, the finale on Wednesday was the game that Cole Reagans took the comebacker off his thumb. Came back home and split with the White Sox before going on the road trip from hell at Detroit and at New York. Only a few competitive games in that one. They were competitive pretty much all series with Detroit before the Yankees series really got out of hand. Then, of course, there's the loss to Baltimore that pushed the losing streak to 8 games when they got back home. Then the Royals show a little bit of life there at home against Baltimore and Los Angeles. They win the first game of the series against Oakland before dropping the final 2 before the road sweep over Seattle. That's really doing a lot of work in bolstering even as poor as that road record is for the Royals. But since that series at Cleveland, against Seattle, the Royals have come home and split with Cleveland, taking 2 out of 3 from Detroit. And yet again, a 6-game losing streak in the midst for the Royals. And I brought up the Phillies point, Nick, just to emphasize the Royals point. It's still early enough, and the state of the AL wildcard race is such that the Royals certainly aren't out of it. They're only about 2.5 games out of the wild card and only somehow 5.5 games back in the division. Cleveland leads it at 26 and 22, where the Royals sit at 20 and 27. But you've seen the Phillies go on a heater from 11 or 12 games under 500 now to just 1 game above 500, all within the first 40. Kind of felt like the Royals made a little bit of a run, right? A little bit of a spurt, if not a full run in terms of the record. But to get within shouting distance of 500, within shouting distance of leading the division, just to turn around and give it all back. It's not like the Royals are done on the road all of a sudden. It's not like the Royals get to stay home the rest of summer. Maybe that's just who this team is at this point, is that they'll give fans glimpses of hope. And then as soon as they have to turn around and take the show on the road, well, you better hope they swept their 2 home series, because it might get ugly when the Royals load up the plane to get anywhere else in the country.
Well, and that's what you're saying. We're just here in May. We're in the middle of May. You obviously have Boston come up here, a team who's sitting with similar records coming to Kansas City. You look at the rest of the calendar throughout the rest of the month. You have Seattle again. Got the best of them. They're coming into town in Kansas City looking for revenge. Then you have the Bronx Bombers, the Yankees. Always circled out in your calendar. The Royals have not fared well against them in recent memory. Didn't fare well against them. Probably the roughest part of their schedule so far was playing at Yankee Stadium then. And then you go on the road. You're going to have that road game at the newest stadium in baseball in Texas, taking on the Rangers, a team that's won the World Series in recent memory. And then you had at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. And this is the part of the schedule I'm really keeping my eye on. I know they're back at home. They're a very good team at home so far this year compared to on the road, which you got to win on the road in sports. You got Texas for those 3 games, and you got Cincinnati for 3. And then the road trip continues. Probably the longest winning streak of the longest road trip of the season. Then you go out to Minnesota, where the Royals are going to play another AL Central team, need wins in that division, a 4-game set against the Twins, and then back home against Texas to begin the month of June. So it's a huge stretch, especially from that May 29th game against Texas all the way until June 7th against Minnesota. Because if you have a road stand like this past week against those 3 ball clubs, you're heading into the mid-June. You're looking up in the standings, because right now, if you look at the standings right now, you got to make up ground once again. They did it once. They're going to have to try to do it again. There's only so many times you can do it. It is early to your early-ish, but once you get to June, July, and then teams start buying and selling, depending on where they're sitting in the standings. At least AL wildcard race is not, nobody's up. It's up for grabs right now. It's early, but you look at the division. The Royals are 5.5 back, also with Detroit. Detroit, since Tarek Skubal went down, their starting pitching rotations kind of blown up in their face. Almost a 5 ERA as a group. They're 20 and 27, just like the Royals. Then you have Minnesota, 21 and 26 in 3rd place. They're 5 games under 500. They're in 3rd place in the division. Then you have the White Sox, 24-22, a game out, and then Cleveland at the top with a record of 26 and 22. So just one good week could potentially do it. We might be sitting here. We've done this time and time again where they come back home, they have a solid homestand, and then all of a sudden they're only a game back or a game and a half back of first place. And then they go on the road, and then the road woes continue. And you're going to need a starting rotation for that. I think that's a good segue to our next conversation about what this rotation is going to look like in general.
I'm reticent to bring this up, but I think it's worth mentioning, certainly in terms of the Royals and their chances to turn it around. Think through all the injuries to the pitching staff. Obviously, go back about 10 days or so, and Cole Reagans got placed on the 15-day IL. He's been thrown a bullpen through about 30 pitches, and apparently he felt pretty good after that. So we'll see if he's getting ready to go out on a rehab start. Then, just a couple days ago, Matt Strahm, key offseason signing, setup man type guy from the left side, ends up going into the bullpen, 15-day injured list with right knee inflammation. That times up with Bailey Falter's return, but Bailey Falter and Matt Strahm are not exactly one-to-one comparisons then. And then today's roster move, Chris Bubich gets put on the 15-day injured list. He's got left elbow soreness, which you would think, okay, is that a precursor for Tommy John? But of course, 2.5 seasons ago now, Chris Bubich already had that surgery, came back, pitched stellar innings out of the bullpen for the Royals when they make the World Series, have been put back in the starting rotation, was really good a season ago. And Ann Rogers, the MLB reporter for the Royals, says it's a bullpen day tomorrow. I wonder how much Bailey Falter we see in his return as a long reliever. Eli Morgan added to the mix as well. But look at those three injuries. Noah Cameron had to miss a start with some back soreness. Oh, and for Bubich, it sounds like it's mostly precautionary. Just felt a little more stiff and sore than normal. So he's on the IL just to get some rest for it at this point. They hope it's nothing more serious. But the Royals are pretty quickly running out of options. If Noah Cameron is dealing with a back injury, Ryan Bergert already got shut down for the year. Bubich has been on and off the IL. Just last year, Seth Lugo had the thumb/blister kind of issue that really limited his effectiveness. Ben Kudrna, a guy that you might have relied on for depth, that is out now. You're really looking for the Royals at stretching out Luinder Avila, who hasn't been that good as a starter. You're looking at Mitch Spence, another fourth or fifth type of starter. Or you just got to hope that Stephen Kolek and Noah Cameron are able to remain healthy and really pitch above their pay grade, because Kolek right now is filling Reagan's spot in the rotation. They can't afford to do a bullpen day in Chris Bubich's spot for the entire rest of the year. So you're going to need your veteran workhorses now in Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha to really step up, 2 out of those 5 games, and then just see what happens the other 3 days at this point.
Well, Stephen Kolek, too, I mean, so far, he's staying afloat. 6 and a third yesterday, 4 hits, no earned runs, 3 strikeouts. He's not fanning a lot of batters, not walking a lot of batters. Defense is backing him up, and to his credit, he looks like he belongs at this point.
Well, and that's a guy that I think we talked about last week, has had a quality start in all but one of his appearances as a Royal in the starting rotation. That's what you would kind of expect from a guy with the stuff and the look of Ryan Bergert. But Stephen Kolek has done a good job of keeping the ball on the ground. Like you said yesterday, needed to be the stopper in that ace spot in the rotation with Cole Reagans down. Stephen Kolek has more than done his job. But just like Noah Cameron last year, I'm a little wary of it because there isn't that normal power pitcher profile with strikeouts that you can control. The ERA is pretty low, but the fielding independent pitching is a little bit higher just because of how reliant he is on the defense and getting some of those calls on the edge.
And then, as you mentioned, let's say some of these pitchers are down. You lose Bubich for now, precautionary, but you never know. The Cole Reagan's one was precautionary before, and look what that's turned into. Seth Lugo obviously had some things to deal with as well, but you're going to start leaning on some guys, and you're going to need pitching rotation. You're going to need depth, and the Royals are kind of running low on it. We figured into the year. Coming into the year, I really thought the pitching was kind of the least of my worries coming into the season because we kind of knew the hitting, the bats have historically been cold. We saw what happened last year in 2025. Slow start hurts the Royals, get eliminated late into the end of the season down in the stretch with September. Then they started rolling, and pitching was always there. You had the arms. The bats just were cold to start the year. And now I'm at a point where, pitching, we don't really know. And the Royals go into a bullpen day. They haven't really been great at the whole opener bullpen kind of stuff in recent memory. I know the Rays have kind of perfected it over their years being there, whether they were contenders in the World Series or whatnot. They were kind of the revolutionary behind it, I would say, I guess, with their organization. They also have a lot of really good pitchers who have come from Tampa as well. The Royals have tried it with, whether it be Mike Matheny, whether it be Matt Quatrero. It sometimes has come back to backfire, and then you're playing catch up the rest of the series because you go through your bullpen and a number of guys throughout that series.
I listened to a podcast out of Kansas City that really covers the Royals, and the theory from those guys that do the podcast is that the ABS system might actually be hurting the Royals because they don't have a bunch of guys that can just pound the zone with overpowering stuff consistently. Cole Reagans has his moments, but even he was a little scared to attack hitters when he came back from that thumb injury. Had 12 walks, I think, in the 2 starts after he came back after taking the liner off the thumb at Cleveland. But you think about the rest of them. Seth Lugo, more crafty, relies on pitches on the edge. Michael Wacha, changeup artist, not something you see a lot. Noah Cameron, Stephen Kolek, not exactly overpowering type of guys either. And so if the Royals are, hesitant to challenge and they're missing some of those calls on the edge that they might have gotten in years past, and they don't have the stuff just to overpower hitters, that could be part of the issue. So they have to throw slightly more hittable strikes, and big league hitters, every pitcher will tell you, is good enough to not miss them. And then same sort of thing goes for the bullpen, right? Carlos Estevez, when he's healthy, not going to overpower you. Lucas Urseg might be rounding back into form, but it's going to take more than 2 weeks for me to say that for sure. Strom's stuff before the injury had declined, and then the knee injury makes that take a hit even more. The Royals just don't have a bunch of power arms. Steven Cruz might be just new Carlos Hernandez, where the stuff is probably better than the results just because the location and the control of it isn't consistently there. Falter's not going to blow you away. Lynch has ticked up a little bit, but he's still not necessarily overpowering. Mears has been hit or miss with his command. Alex Lang hasn't necessarily been anything special either. And we know that velocity is what wins in modern baseball in a lot of ways. Have, high RPMs on your breaking pitches, either have a fastball that's pretty heavy or have a fastball that rides up at the top of the zone. Royals haven't necessarily done a whole lot of that. And yeah, velocity is expensive, just like power is expensive on the offensive side. You got to pay a premium for it, or you got to develop it. And the Royals just haven't developed a whole bunch of consistent velocity really since, dare I say, James MacArthur went down in 23. That 24 pitching staff was lights out incredible. Last year's pitching staff kept the Royals in more games than it probably should have, caught up to them a little bit with the Reagans injury and the Bubic injury, and then the Seth Lugo injury issue. But injuries are hitting the Royals bullpen and the rotation in equal kind. Are the cosmic scales balancing from 2024? And what can the Royals do to get over that hump? You got to duct tape WD-40 it together, but that's not necessarily a winning strategy, especially already 7 games under 500 again.
And with the pitching, I mean, there's been games that have been winnable. There's been games where it's low scoring, and Lucas Urseg gets kind of forced in there, and there's games where they should have won. I mean, you go back to even the first weekend, Carlos Estevez giving up that walk-off grand slam in Atlanta. You go back to Detroit, where the Royals were in a wild game, getaway day game in Comerica Park, and they had a lead and just kind of got away from them. There's been games like that across the board, but also the offense. There's been games where pitching has held their own, but the offense hasn't been able to step up and hit with runners in scoring position. I don't know what the issue is, but hitting with runners in scoring, like, they can get hits. But then when the runners get on second base or third base, it feels like once in a blue moon, you get a bloop single maybe. Maybe you get a sacrifice flies, RBI groundouts. I think that's kind of been the Royals' calling card. We've seen it time and time. We saw the Bobby Witt Jr. inside the park home run, which was electric to say the least on a home game. But on the road, I haven't really seen a huge at-bat that's really swung the way for the Royals. I mentioned that Detroit game where the Royals, Salvador Perez launches a home run, but then they ended up losing that game. They haven't had a game where, most of the time on the road when the offense is able to collaborate with the defense and the pitching rotation. It's either the pitching rotation is able to lock it down, but you win a very low-scoring game like we saw yesterday, 2-0. Other than that, it's kind of a wild card for what you're going to get out of the Kansas City Royals when they're playing away from Kansas City. A Kansas City team playing at home every 162 games might be one of the best teams in baseball. But as you mentioned, you're playing a road schedule and you have to play those road games, especially you got a ton of home games coming up here. You have the Seattle series coming down, and then through Memorial Day, you have the Yankees. Then you have that long 9-game road trip, and you better not go 1-8 or 0-9 because then you're staring up in the standings of the AL Central.
We'll talk more about the Royals when we get back to old school. My dad texted in the next thing that was on our rundown. Jack Caglione, 4th on the team in hits, and he's a platoon player. What do the Royals do to fix the offense? An offense that to this point this year has scored 189 runs in the American League. That is only ahead of the Boston Red Sox, the Toronto Blue Jays, the Texas Rangers, and the Los Angeles Angels, and not necessarily by much. What's the purpose of a platoon? Is it working the way the Royals want it to? For Jack Caglione, for Vinny Pasquantino, Salvador Perez, Carter Jensen, a few of the interesting names we'll talk about when Old School continues next on The Ticket.
You're listening to Old School with Jay Foreman and Austin Orman. Download the mobile app and listen wherever you are on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Keep summer green with Judson Baleen and Judson Irrigation. More than 40 years ago, Judson Irrigation started taking in orphans. Lawn sprinkler systems installed by a quickie, cheapy summer job, install 'em and forget 'em outfit long forgotten. Call Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Keep summer green. Call Judson Irrigation 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
This is Jordy Ball for Anderson Ford. For years, Anderson has relied on an exceptional customer experience. But just this once, they're going to rely on a really great pitch.
Right now, lease a 2026 Ford F-150 for $199 per month for 36 months.
Experience better at Anderson Ford.
Stock number 1008721. Previous service loaner. $199 per month lease for 36 months with approved credit. 7,500 miles per year. 10650 to assignee. No security deposit required. Tax, title, and license fees extra. Residency restrictions apply. Program subject to change. Must take new retail delivery from Anderson Auto Group by 7626.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
When you were a kid, clubs were cool. Robotics club and space club and stuff like that. But what do adults get? Book clubs and quilting clubs? Nah, forget that. How about margarita clubs and old-fashioned clubs? Get to Upside Bar and Lounge for the best clubs in town. Try all 10 varieties of Upside margaritas or old fashions and take home a free souvenir glass. Grab the whole crew and pair it with taco night on Mondays or whiskey Wednesdays. Upside Bar and Lounge at 29th and Pine Lake.
At Cedars, we're here to make sure that kids have the safety and stability that every child deserves, where they're protected and where they feel safe. You make this possible. Today, more than ever, we need your support to be here for kids who have nowhere else to call home. Now through May 28th, make a big impact through Give to Lincoln. Give to Cedars now at givetolincoln.com.
Select Plumbing and Utility has been serving Lincoln and the surrounding area for 14 years, and they're not slowing down. Select Plumbing and Utility handles all your plumbing needs, from faucets and water heaters to full renovations, and they can even help with your heating and cooling needs. They're also Lincoln's underground experts, repairing and replacing broken underground water and sewer lines since day one. Contact Select Plumbing and Utility today at 402-560-6197, assuring excellence in every situation, opportunity, and challenge. That's 402-560-6197.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills Global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
It's that time of the year, baseball fans. State baseball is back on the air on 93.7 The Ticket. Join Nick Sainert, Tristan Gomez, and me, Austin Orman, for all the action from Werner Park. We'll bring you all the games from Werner, including the opening rounds in Class A and Class B, as well as all 3 state championship games thanks to our great local sponsors. It's state championship baseball all week long on 93.7 The Ticket, theticketfm.com, and streaming worldwide on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and the free Ticket app.
Sandhills Global is growing right here in Lincoln. With our expanding campus and continued growth, we're hiring across a wide range of careers, from interns to experienced professionals. Join the team at Sandhills Global and build your career with competitive pay, great benefits, and real opportunities to grow. Visit sandhills.jobs to view openings and apply today. That's sandhills.jobs.
Some people are looking to buy their very first home. Others are looking to build. And some are refinancing to make what they have work a little better. But the one thing they all need? A personal guide through the mortgage process. At Pinnacle Bank, our local lenders work closely with you to find the right kind of loan and the best rates possible. Because every path home deserves someone by your side. Find your lender today with Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
Empower a child today with the Teammates Mentoring Program by building a relationship based on strengths and chart a brighter future 1 week at a time. Find out how you can be a mentor by visiting LincolnTeammates.org. Become what you needed as a kid by joining the Teammates Mentoring Program today.
Back to Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Old School, kind of a Royals recap edition of the show, but pretty interesting to talk about on Lincoln's home for the Royals, 93.7 The Ticket. Austin Orman with you at Werner Park, still awaiting any sort of word on what tonight is going to look like. It appears that Lincoln East is out walking the concourse, headed back to the batting cages there beyond left center field. Nick Wyman with me in the studios. You can be a part of the show, 402-464-5685. Would love to hear from you. Let's get to this text here. Nick from my dad says, Ari the Royals, Jack Caglione is fourth on the team in hits, and he's a platoon guy. Thanks, Quatrero. If anyone is platoon for Kansas City, it ought to be Vinny Pasquantino and Salvador Perez. Let's go ahead and tackle the Jack Caglione elephant in the room here, which Jack Caglione, I'm sure, would have been tougher to tackle than some of the Florida football players during his time in Gainesville. But Jack Caglione this year against righties, right, as a left-handed batter, 784 OPS, 260 average, the 342 on base, and a 442 slug. 33 strikeouts against 12 walks with 4 homers and 117 plate appearances, 104 official at-bats. The flip side of that, against lefties. This is the platoon part of this. Okay, play him against righties when he has a 784 OPS. Against lefties, Jack Caglione, a 593 OPS, 226 on base, 367 slug. He has a 2-run home run that kind of saved the Royals season at the time, back a couple weeks ago, but 10 strikeouts and no walks in 31 plate appearances against lefties. The other part of this is think back to last year. Jack Caglione is really scuffling, and the Royals were pretty upfront. They were pretty forthcoming about how the struggles at the plate got to Jack Caglione. This is a guy that probably should have been in the lineup against a righty yesterday. Palante has some reverse splits, but it's not so drastic that I think I would have kept Jack Caglione out, especially a day after he went 2 for 4 with a couple extra base hits, including a 2-run home run, or maybe it was a smoked single, a couple hard hit outs, and then that home run that cut into the deficit there in the 9th inning. Jack Caglione as the future, I think you can view it one of 2 ways. Number one, with the numbers, with the data, and with the understanding that the Royals have the better grip on his psyche than any of us over here. And they're not so far out of the race that the Jack Caglione's, average overall numbers for the year, like a 103 OPS and a 113 weighted runs created plus. He's above average, overall for the year, but not a slam dunk, X factor every time he's in the lineup. Or you can say, hey, well, season's already kind of lost. This kid's the future. Let's throw him out here and see what we got. I tend to fall on the side of Matt Quatrero to a point, because we've had this conversation to some degree about Kyle Isbell, who the Royals certainly don't expect to be a star the same way they do Jack Caglione. But the reason Kyle Isbell's offensive numbers looked as good as they did last year is because of the platooning. It's because he was rarely out there facing left-handers who generally embarrassed him. Same kind of thing for Caglione, who has yet to walk against a lefty this year, who's striking out 33% of the time against a lefty this year. Part of the reason Caglione's numbers look as good as they are, the reason that his numbers are above average, is because he's being sat generally strategically. Now, reverse splits or no, I'd have him in there against a righty. I think if you worry so much about, what the numbers are, what the splits are, you leave out the human element of the game. Where Jack Caglione, the biggest swing of his young career, a 2-run home run to tie the game, came off a lefty. I think by sitting your guy when he's at a platoon disadvantage or reverse splits disadvantage, whatever, you show that you don't have as much confidence in your guy to overcome the human element. You have 100% confidence in the other team's pitcher to overcome the human element, right? Sometimes it's not a science. Sometimes it's an art. And maybe Matt Quatraro would argue that managing Jack Caglione is, that intersection of science and art where they're going to stick to precisely what the data tells them to do because they don't want it to get in his head after the way things went last year. And again, he's Matt Quatraro. He's paid millions of dollars to manage the Kansas City Royals without being in that clubhouse. I don't have a definitive answer, but it does feel weird when you see a prized young prospect who's hit pretty dang well against righties this year on the bench against a string of righties that the Royals have faced or are going to face, especially a day after hitting a home run. It doesn't make perfect sense to me, and it just makes me wonder if we're getting the full story or if we ever will.
It's an analytically driven sport nowadays too, and people are going to look at the numbers and everything like that. And I mean, you look at the options in the outfield. I think that's another bbig thing to look at. Look at Jack Caglione's numbers: 246, 5 home runs, 9 RBIs is total. The biggest hit he's had this season, I mean, to save the season, if we're going to call it save the season, at the time against the Angels, against a left-hand hitter, down to their final out, smacks one. I mean, the broadcast made it look like that ball was going to the moon, and it sure did. And Jack Caglione, I mean, look at your options. You mentioned Kyle Isbell. Kyle Isbell, I mean, he is Kyle. It's the Kyle Isbell effect. He's just got to be a thing. He's got to be in center field. He's made some big plays in the defensive side. He's made some big hits. First career walk-off a couple weeks ago. A little squibber through the infield for that one. You have Isaac Collins. I mean, has been okay. Been pretty good for what the Royals expected, kind of what they got from that trade with the Brewers. A lot of time to still really tell what that one tells. Lane Thomas, a guy who wasn't everybody's cup of tea to start out his Royals tenure, got a big hit in that one as well, in that series, in that same game against the Angels as well on Sunday Night Baseball. He's there as well. And then you have Starling Marte, a veteran player. He's been around with the Mets, the Pirates, etc. Been across the board. Those are your options in the outfield. And Jack Caglione's a guy where last year, 365 days ago, we go back. I remember seeing on social media there was a home run at least every other day, maybe 2 times a day. You'd see a Jack Caglione home run, whether it be in Double-A or his short stint in Omaha. He was barely here in Omaha and called him up to the bigs and obviously took his lumps in his very short rookie season during that season last year in 2025. I see why, analytically, why you don't have him against lefties. However, look at your options you have. I think you have to have him out there, especially with the numbers he's producing. Are the numbers jumping off the board? They're all right for a young player, but your dad mentions 4th on the team in hits. Get him out there. Continue to see what he can do. Maybe he can hit lefties. Historically, no, but he has some big hits against left-handed hitters. I also see the side of things where you don't want to just destroy his momentum, destroy any kind of confidence as well, because it's baseball. It's a confidence-driven sport. If you're up there and you're in the lineup 7 days a week and you're only getting 2 or 3 hits a week and struggling against the side that you're up against, it takes a toll. And then you're batting below 200 then, and then you're just playing catch up the rest of the season at the plate, trying to make that batting average jump off the page. Your OPS goes down, everything, a slugging percentage. And the Royals need that. And I think I see both sides to it, but I'd love to see them just put Jack Caglione out there and see what he can do. Because at Florida, as you mentioned, he's bigger than some of the football players on the Florida Gators things. Nebraska fans knew a little bit about him too when they were down in Stillwater. You were down there, I believe, too, for that one too.
Oh yeah.
And at the time I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty good. And he was hitting home runs not only against Nebraska, but everybody in college baseball. I think there's a time where you just have to kind of let him see what he can do. Don't take the training wheels off and see what he can do in the outfield, because you have several options. You have Starling Marte, Kyle Isbell, Isaac Collins, Lane Thomas, but Jack Caglione is a big part of that. And we talked about that before the season got going.
We sure did. The second part of that conversation then is what to do with the rest of the lineup, specifically Vinny Pasquantino and Salvador Perez. When you want to talk about splits, Vinny Pasquantino this year is OPSing 330 against lefties. OPSing, not batting average, not slugging percentage, not on base percentage, on base plus slugging. Vinny Pasquantino this year has a triple out of 6 hits in 50 at-bats against a lefty. He struck out 32% of the time, 16 out of 50 at-bats against a lefty, have ended in strikeouts. with 2 walks. Against righties, it's a 744 OPS, which is still a tick below where you'd want it to be for a primarily bat first baseman, but it's at least in line for a guy that's been a bit of a slow starter. But Vinny Pasquantino, 5 homers, triple, and 4 doubles against righties in 118 at bats, 140 plate appearances with 21 walks or 21 strikeouts against 18 walks. Vinny Pasquantino by month is OPS 467, 613, 673, and 624. Vinny Pasquantino is not the same, and maybe more concerning, but more expected. Salvador Perez is OPSing 709 against lefties. Again, still below average, but playable at 36. Against righties, 132 plate appearances. 5 home runs, but 32 strikeouts against 4 walks, even for Salvador Perez. That's so few. He's 26 for 132, batting 197 with a 223 on base, a 333 slug. Whereas against lefties in 44 plate appearances, 2 homers, 9 strikeouts against 3 walks, a couple hit by pitches, OPSing 709. I understand giving the veterans maybe a little bit more leeway and wiggle room, especially a guy like Salvador Perez being the club legend that he is. Salvi dealt with a little bit of a hip issue at some point earlier in the year. He's just now getting back to catching. And Vinny Pasquantino has been a notoriously slow starter throughout the course of his career. But this is where I can disagree a little bit more with Matt Quatrero, because you would think that both of those guys, Vinny Pasquantino and Salvador Perez, would be more mentally ready for the grind, maybe more mentally ready for a day off. Now, Salvador Perez, the first time he got a day off this year, seemingly, we had that mini conniption that he threw on social media, got the air cleared pretty quickly, but it still happened. And stuff like that doesn't fade away quickly. I understand giving veterans a little bit more leash, but it seems like it's numbers for me, but not for thee necessarily for Caglione, who's getting benched in seemingly advantageous situations, whereas Vinny Pasquantino and Salvador Perez are still getting run out there, even when they're at a disadvantage, being left out there. Oh, these guys can figure it out on their own, when they're showing just as few signs, if not even fewer signs right now of figuring it out than Jack Caglione. It's not an envious spot for Matt Quatrero to be in. And, when a team's losing, it doesn't seem like they'll ever win again. And when they're winning, it doesn't seem like they'll ever lose again. So things probably aren't as terrible as it seems. But, man, I just don't fully understand the rationale and the thought process here from a guy in Matt Quatrero, who I've generally been a fan of in his first few years managing the Royals.
And you look at the batting averages across the board. The bottom 5 players who have played 30-plus games so far this year or appeared in 30 games, that crosses off guys like Jonathan India, Tyler Tolbert, and Elias Diaz. Your bottom guys are Lane Thomas. He's batting 198. And then you have Vinny Pasquantino at 202, and then Salvador Perez right down there in the bottom 3 with 205. Right above them is Michael Massey and Isaac Collins. And then right above those guys, ironically, are the two young guns we were looking to see step up this year for the Royals, is Carter Jensen and Jack Caglione. And then you go on up the order, obviously, of Nick Lofton, Michael Garcia, Kyle Isbell, and then Bobby Wood Jr. of the players who have played in 25-plus games this season. Yeah, those two guys are continuing to get top of the order at bats. And if you're at the top of the order, you're going to get more at bats as the game goes on. Just generally how it works. And if you're at the top of the line, that's why guys like Bobby Wood Jr., Michael Garcia are up there throughout. And usually those guys get on base. They've had solid seasons throughout. But when those guys get on base, guess who follows? Vinny Pasquantino and Salvador Perez. And their batting average a little bit over 200. Usually not a calling card for scoring a lot of runs. Usually in the last couple of games when Bobby Witt gets on and Vinny Pasquantino gets up and on the at-bats he does score, it's usually a ground out or a sacrifice fly that scores Bobby on a routine fly ball to right, deep enough to score him from 90 feet away. You're going to need those two guys, for obvious reasons, to step up to get the Royals back into this AL Central race, get wild card race, and potentially get into the postseason after missing in 2025.
Well, here are the numbers on Vinny Pasquantino. Runners in scoring position, he's got 60 plate appearances, which is the second most of any situation aside from bases empty. Vinny Pasquantino is 8 for 48, 8 hits and 60 plate appearances with 8 walks drawn against 14 strikeouts. He has driven in 17 in that situation, but he's hitting 167, 267, 167 for an OPS of 434 with runners in scoring position. And that's been what's held me back from buying all the way into Vinny Pasquantino as the solution for the Royals at first base. Because, yeah, it's great. You can get bat on ball and do some fundamental baseball things like get a ball deep enough to the right side to score a run. But the best option isn't a sac fly. The best option is a base hit. The best option is some slug. Vinny Pasquantino has only hit solo home runs this year. Think about that. Vinny Pasquantino has yet to homer with a runner on base. That's a problem. I like Vinny. He's good for the clubhouse. You know, people rave about his leadership skills, both in the Royals and Team Italy. But Vinny Pasquantino is just fine as a hitter, maybe a little bit above average. He's not necessarily a superstar and shouldn't be untouchable. And if he's as good of a guy as it seems like he is from the outside, you would think he'd be understanding of a day off, a mental reset sort of day that the Royals just haven't given him yet.
And this is a guy coming off the WBC. He had a very good game in there, obviously, and the Italian team did a really good job. Even Michael Garcia with him and Salvador Perez playing in the WBC. And these were guys coming in the year. At that time, I felt very hopeful because Bobby Witt Jr. is doing his thing for Team USA at shortstop, being Captain America, making some crazy defensive plays, which were just another day that ends in Y for Royals fans, seeing him do that. And then now here we are in the middle of May where the Royals are playing piggyback and trying to still find a way to score with runners in scoring position, because I'd love to see the numbers as a team with runners in scoring position, because it's not good versus everywhere else. It's painful to watch at times. I mean, Jake Sorensen loves to voice his opinion. He did on Early Break a couple of weeks ago when they were in the midst of an 8-game losing skid. They're just a team that just, I don't know. Something just doesn't click when runners are on second and third base across the board. It's just not good, because then you leave those guys on, game's still tied, and then, you know, a team puts up maybe a 2 or 3 spot, and then it feels like the Royals are just trying to play from behind, and they scratch and claw a couple of runs, but it doesn't feel like a team that's going to a bloop and a blast to get back in. Vinny Pasquantino, as I mentioned, a bloop and a blast. That's kind of what we were looking at Vinny Pasquantino. Maybe Mike Hell or Bobby Witt puts the ball in play, gets runners on base, then Vinny comes up here and smashes a home run. He hasn't been able to do that this year, regardless if if runners are on base. When they're not, he's hit solo home runs, but you're not going to get a lot of RBI opportunities out of that with nobody on base outside of yourself at the plate.
Let's go ahead and go to break. When we get back, let's piece together what we think the ideal Royals lineup would be for the rest of the year moving forward. What do we think could spark the Royals to more success on offense? He's Nick Wyman. I'm Austin Norman. This is Old School, brought to you by Graham Tire.
Watch Old School live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Sometimes good people make mistakes. When you find yourself in need of an attorney, call Liberty Law Group. The attorneys at Liberty Law Group will defend you in court and protect your freedom to get you the best possible outcome and the justice you deserve. Trust your freedom to Liberty Law Group, the best criminal attorneys in Nebraska and Iowa. Call them today at 877-404-5238. That's 877-404-5238. Or check them out online at libertylawgroup.com.
Rick Heyman here from Sartor Heyman Jewelers. I want to personally thank our great customers for voting us once again the best of Lincoln. At the same time, we're celebrating our 120th year in business in the great state of Nebraska. You can count on Sartor Heyman for the very best quality, value, and customer service. When it comes to your jewelry needs, visit us at South Point, Grand Island, and the Outlet in downtown Lincoln. Visit us today at sartorheyman.com, and thank you for your continued trust after all these years.
Well, I'm an interior designer. A lot of builders don't have designers on staff. I'm included with our Aspen package and can make your home more custom to your taste, your needs, and your wants.
Rachel's our interior designer at Aspen Builders. She's one of the reasons that makes us really good at what we do. I'm Bob Benish, and we absolutely love how Rachel takes care of our clients.
I think the biggest challenge with building is a lot of clients are worried about all the choices. When they come in, they kind of have a deer in the headlights look. I like to ask people at the end, so what did you think? And usually they pause and they say, you know, you really broke it up, kept it simple. We just did one meeting at a time, so I wasn't looking at all the decisions I had to make. I had plenty of time to decide things. You walked me through it all. It made it simple.
Make your dream a reality and call Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at aspenbuildersinc.com. Your dream home is waiting at Aspen Builders.
Hey there, this is Paul Scheel, owner of High Electric. I want to thank our friends and loyal customers and introduce High Electric to those looking for a new electrician. We've been serving the Lincoln and Omaha area for over 30 years, from design to install, upgrades, and repair. If you are a homeowner or a small business needing some electrical work, call us at 402-466-6606 or check us out at hyelectric.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Hi, Sean Callahan here for Coppell Chevrolet GMC and Chevrolet, and GMC Truck Month is here. Absolutely huge discounts and 2.9% for 72 months. I also just wanted to share a little bit more about the Coppell family. They've been serving the Omaha and Lincoln and surrounding communities for over 50 years with great customer service and small town charm. That's always been our motto, and we absolutely will not be undersold. It truly is confident buying and confident driving. So come on in, meet the team, check us out at Coppell or at CoppellCars.com. All deals with approved credit.
Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
93.7 The Ticket. Fox KFXL weather. Sponsored by John Henry's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Another active severe weather day here in the Lincoln area. An enhanced risk for the city with a moderate risk down to our south and southeast. Large hail, strong wind gusts, and even isolated tornadoes are possible again today. A high temperature of 72. Thunderstorms will fire up around 4 or 5 this evening before spreading to the north and east here heading into tonight. I'm meteorologist Aaron Dowden for 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
While folks love all of Hog Wild's award-winning barbecue options, many have a real soft spot for the Carolina pulled pork sandwich. Hog Wild serves their tender, slow-smoked pulled pork on a soft bun and piles it high with tangy coleslaw. There's nothing else on the menu like it. The added bonus? You get to have a side dish like curly fries or baked beans. Order online at GoHogWild.com. Hog Wild Pit Barbecue, 3210 Cornhusker Highway in Lincoln.
But don't be late, we close at 8.
At Schwezo Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us. Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwezo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwezo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
Do you ever feel okay in your current job and profession, but wonder if there's a better company that can offer more? Vision Mechanical is now hiring for journeyman plumbers and HVAC service technicians. Vision Mechanical offers top-of-the-industry wages, 100% paid health, disability, and life insurance, 401k with employee match, and paid holidays and vacation. Vision Mechanical believes in craftsmanship, teamwork, and building a better future one project at a time. Apply today or learn more at visionmechanical.net or email Ron at vmech.net.
Hi, Husker Nation. This is Rex Burkhead. On Lincoln Gives Day, I hope you'll join me in supporting the Team Jack Foundation and their mission to fund life-saving childhood brain cancer research. Kids and families facing brain cancer deserve better treatments and more hope for the future. Every donation helps move that mission forward. You can make your gift today by visiting givetolincoln.com and searching Team Jack. I'm proud to support the Team Jack Foundation and the fight for every child and family affected by brain cancer.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back in. We're wrapping up old school here on a Monday. Still awaiting word for what the official plan is here from Warner Park. Since we've been sitting here waiting, had another block of pixels go out in the scoreboard. And no, it's not because Tristan Gomez was launching lasers over to left center field. I'm sure that's happened before, but he's been sitting with me in the booth here, waiting to make his baseball play-by-play debut here for state baseball. Nick, I asked you to build the ideal lineup for the Royals to potentially turn the tides of the season. And I'll give you my thoughts, and you can tell me what you would quibble with here. Through the break, I did this against a righty and against a lefty. So against a righty, I would probably go Isaac Collins leading off in left, Bobby Witt Jr. in the 2-hole at short. I'd still put Vinny Pasquantino at third for now at first base. Michael Garcia would drop down to the 4 spot like he did that last year, 2 years ago when the offense took off. Jack Caglione at 5th in right, Carter Jensen 6th in catching, Salvador Perez doing the designated hitting, Michael Massey at 2nd, and then Kyle Isbell obviously in center field. Any quibbles with that starting lineup against a right-handed pitcher?
No, I think Isaac Collins, given the opportunity, I think when he came in, I thought we'd maybe get more of him in the leadoff spot coming into the season, obviously where he was with Milwaukee and what he was able to do. I was thinking maybe he'd get more of an opportunity for that. So why not give it a shot? I mean, at this rate for the lineup, you might as well give it some kind of a shot. Interesting. I don't really see it happening, but maybe it will. I mean, he has gotten some interesting spots in the lineup throughout, but it's worth a shot at this rate, especially against righties. And we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. You don't really have any other answers really left at the top of this order. Isaac Collins is probably the guy. Make it work and see if we can do. Maybe he catches it and catches lightning in a bottle at the top of the order and sets the table for that lineup.
The issues with that lineup would be Isaac Collins hasn't hit much leadoff for the Royals. Michael Garcia has. And if he's most comfortable there at the top, you don't want to mess with him. One of the lone bright spots, I guess, in this offense up there. Michael started the year up scorching hot, especially relative to the rest of the lineup. He's been fine. Hasn't been a huge difference maker, but certainly hasn't been the problem with the offense. Then against lefties is where it gets tricky, and the Royals run out of some trustworthy bats. I would lead Lane Thomas off, not like a 400 on base percentage against left-handers this year. I know Jake Sorensen would quibble with that, but the numbers are the numbers. Obviously, Bobby Witt Jr. there in the 2 spot. Michael Garcia in the 3, Salvi hitting cleanup. Nick Lofton at the 4. In the 5th spot in that lineup. Isaac Collins. I would have, no, did I do math right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I did, yeah. So Thomas leading off, Witt Jr. 2nd, Garcia 3rd, Salvi cleanup. Nick Lofton batting 5th, Isaac Collins batting 6th. You could switch those two for all I care. Caglione and Marte, I would put there down in the 7 spot. I know Quatrero wants to get guys opportunities and use his whole bench, but I think 7th is low enough where Jack Caglione would have a little bit of protection, certainly with Isaac Collins being a switch hitter, and Elias Diaz, the guy I would have doing some of the catching there at the 8 spot, and then down at the 9 spot is really where it gets tricky. I guess I would throw Carter Jensen in there, although he's really scuffled against lefties as well. The Royals are just out of any sort of consistent answers against left-handers at this point through the year. One big issue with both of these lineups is that the team ERA with Carter Jensen catching is through the roof compared to, of course, Salvador Perez, who has a lot of familiarity with his staff, and even Elias Diaz has just been kind of middle of the road with the staff. The team ERA with Carter Jensen skyrockets like 1.5 when he's back there behind the dish. It's a guy that didn't come up with a sterling reputation defensively, but was good enough to make it work in the minors. Hasn't really translated yet with the simple stuff, with blocking, simple, catching and applying tags. But framing's really the only thing that's gone well consistently for Carter Jensen right now. It's his first full year in the big leagues. He's not going to get better or improve without those reps. But I think at some point, not this week, hopefully, maybe not in 2 weeks, but certainly by the time the calendar turns to June, MLB draft time, give or take, I hope we have a more definitive answer on the direction of the season for the Royals. If they're going to continue to trust the data and try to put guys in advantageous positions with platoons to try and salvage something of this season, or if the Royals say, you know what, it didn't go to plan. We tried some budget free agent signings. They didn't work out the way we wanted it to. At this point, we only have a couple years left on Bobby Witt Jr.'s contract before he can opt out. We're just going to say we're going to shut it down for the rest of the year. We're going to try to get as many reps as possible for a Caglione. And, obviously having success is a big part of it, but you got to find ways to fight through the adversity, find something that works for Jack Caglione, for Carter Jensen, for a guy on the older end of a young guy there in Vinny Pasquantino. I don't think the Royals would ever go to the step of, shutting down a Bobby Witt Jr. with something silly. But I think by the time we get to June or the first week or two of June, certainly by the time the College World Series and the MLB draft roll around, we better have a direction of the season for the Royals where if they're showing signs of life, they're climbing back within arm's reach of the division, they're still within arm's reach of the wild card, you go for it. But otherwise, if it's more of the same where they're good at home and atrocious on the road and the numbers are where they are, it's at that point I'd like to see the Royals just say, okay, this is a developmental year. We didn't plan on it, but to best maximize it, it's what we've got to do.
And you can't be good teams don't shuffle the lineup throughout the summer. It's kind of set in stone and what you have. Obviously, players get their off days. You have off days built in throughout there. Like Salvador Perez usually will get a day off DHing potentially throughout there. You in recent memory as well with your catchers. And the Royals haven't been able to really do that because Carter Jensen, that's a topic in itself with the defensive kind of liability back there. Pass balls, ERA goes up with the bullpen and rotation when Jensen is down there behind the dish, and then with Salvi there, who's kind of been a brick wall for the Royals across the board. So that'll be a storyline itself. They're starting here soon. Moved up first pitch because of the weather there at the K. Boston, Sonny Gray going through a familiar face, former Twin and Cardinal. So they'll be facing them against Seth Lugo. Before we send it to break, and we'll continue we'll have a special hour 3 of Old School, just in a different time zone. Don't check your clock. Don't check your clock, though. But any updates from out there at NSA Baseball? East and Papillion versus South, you're looking for that game. Currently in a weather delay. Any updates to come, Austin?
Not a dang thing. Got a few people from Lincoln East, I believe, standing out there in the left field bleachers, just kind of standing and watching. Might be players, might be coaches. I can't quite tell from this far away. I do want to give this Sonny Gray stat for the Royals. Coming into tonight, Sonny Gray 9-2 with a 1.76 ERA and 13 starts against the Royals. The last Kansas City team to beat him was over a decade ago. August 11th, 2014, he threw 7 innings of 2-run ball, according to Jack Johnson. The lineup that day in 2014, Gerard Dyson leading off, playing center field, Omar Infante at second base, Salvador Perez catching, Belly Butler in the cleanup spot at first base, Alex Gordon in left field, Lorenzo Cain in right field, Raul Ibanez DHing, Mike Moustakas at third, Alcides Escobar at short, and Yordano Ventura on the mound. History is not the overall precursor, but Royals probably have their hands full with a guy like Sonny Gray. Let's go ahead and go to break. We'll be back. Continue this Old School stream. Talk plenty more Husker baseball, Husker softball, and more as we continue Old School ahead of a Class A state baseball game. We hope to get in on 93.7 The Ticket.
You're listening to Old School with Jay Foreman and Austin Orman. Download the mobile app and listen wherever you are on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
If you're looking for a workplace that feels like home, Midwest Bank might just be the place. We're hiring a personal banker in Lincoln who enjoys helping others and being a part of a close-knit team. With great perks and a community-focused mission, you'll feel right at home here. Porque aquí todos son bienvenidos. Apply today at Midwest Bank. Midwest Bank is an equal opportunity employer. Member FDIC.
At Cedars, we're here to make sure that kids have the safety and stability that every child deserves, where they're protected and where they feel safe. You make this possible. Today, more than ever, we need your support to be here for kids who have nowhere else to call home. Now through May 28th, make a big impact through Give to Lincoln. Give to Cedars now at givetolincoln.com.
Hi, Sean Callahan here for Coppell Chevrolet, GMC, and Chevrolet. And GMC Truck Month is here. Absolutely huge discounts and 2.9% for 72 months. I also just wanted to share a little bit more about the Coppell family. They've been serving the Omaha and Lincoln and surrounding communities for over 50 years with great customer service and small town charm. That's always been our motto, and we absolutely will not be undersold. It truly is confident buying and confident driving. So come on in, meet the team, check us out at Coppell or at CoppellCars.com. All deals with approved credit.
Does someone in your household avoid phone calls because they can't hear clearly, or do they have difficulty speaking on the phone? Nebraska offers a solution. The Nebraska Specialized Telecommunications Equipment Program, or NSTEP, provides financial assistance for specialized devices like amplified phones, captioned telephones, smartphones with Bluetooth pairing to hearing aids, and speech-generating devices. If you're a Nebraska resident with a certified hearing or speech disability, you may qualify. It's not income-based, and once approved, you own the equipment. Learn more or apply at psc.nebraska.gov or call 1-800-526-0017. Big value and big flavor meet at Wings and Rings thanks to the all-new delicious Duo Combo. This is the one you've been waiting for. Get one half-sized appetizer and 2 entrees with a side for only $19.99. Bring a friend for the best deal in town on any day of the week, during game time, or whenever the heck you want. Their made-to-order wings and chicken sandwiches are waiting for you at their 68th and O and 40th and Old Cheney locations. Stop by Wings and Rings and celebrate every day with the best meal deal in town.
Lincoln is full of great golf courses in a state that is getting national recognition for exceptional golf. Friend Country Club is worth the drive, just 40 minutes from Lincoln and home to one of the state's most respected 9-hole courses. Enjoy their restaurant with popular items like a 14-ounce ribeye, 10-ounce sirloin, or chicken fried steak. Open Thursday through Saturday from 5:30 to 10 p.m. Expand your horizons with a trip to Friend Country Club, just 40 minutes southwest of Lincoln. It's worth a visit. Do you ever feel okay in your current job and profession, but wonder if there's a better company that can offer more? Vision Mechanical is now hiring for journeyman plumbers and HVAC service technicians. Vision Mechanical offers top-of-the-industry wages, 100% paid health, disability, and life insurance, 401k with employee match, and paid holidays and vacation. Vision Mechanical believes in craftsmanship, teamwork, and building a better future one project at a time. Apply today or learn more at visionmechanical.net or email Ron at vmech.net. At Parkview Animal Hospital in Lincoln, it's not just their professional care that sets them apart, but their warm staff and state-of-the-art facilities. Whether it's for a routine checkup or a comprehensive medical procedure, at Parkview, your pet isn't just another number, but a valued member of their caring family. Visit them at pahlincoln.com today and in person just south of 14th and Pine Lake Road. Parkview Animal Hospital, your pet, their passion for happier, healthier, furry friends.
Right now in Lincoln, neighbors are facing hunger and homelessness, and they need our help. Your donation to Matt Talbot Kitchen and Outreach for Give to Lincoln Day helps provide nutritious meals, safe shelter, and life-changing support. Your gift goes even further thanks to matching funds from the Lincoln Community Foundation. Working together, we can make our community stronger by ensuring that everyone has access to nutritious food and a safe place to sleep at night. Give to Matt Talbot today or anytime through May 28th at givetolincoln.com.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at gainatrucking.com. It's that time of the year, baseball fans. State baseball is back on the air on 93.7 The Ticket. Join Nick Sainer, Tristan Gomez, and me, Austin Norman, for all the action from Werner Park. We'll bring you all the games from Werner, including the opening rounds in Class A and Class B, as well as all 3 state championship games thanks to our great local sponsors. It's state championship baseball all week long on 93.7 The Ticket, theticketfm.com, and streaming worldwide on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and the free Ticket app.
Coming at you live from the heart of downtown Lincoln, this is Old School with Foreman and Orman. Nebraska Football Hall of Famer Jay Foreman.
Here's Coy Detmer dropping straight back in the pocket. Rifles a pass. It was tipped. It's picked off by Foreman. He's at the 15, 10, 5. He'll score! Woo! Foreman got it, and it's touchdown Huskers.
Black shirts, answer the call one more time.
And Austin Orman. Old School with Foreman and Orman is sponsored by Graham Tire Company of Lincoln. Your tire store next door with 4 Lincoln locations. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
It's Old School here, 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. Don't adjust your dial. It is past the 6 o'clock hour, but Old School rolls on. Weather delay down there at Werner Park. Tristan Gomez now hopping on for this hour. Always Graham Tire, thank you for sponsoring Old School and making this possible as we go on. So Tristan Gomez, Austin Norman giving his voice a break. He's already called a couple of games down the line. 3 of 4 already complete, but Lincoln East and Papillion La Vista South still in a weather delay down at Werner Park. That is where we summon Tristan Gomez. Tristan, awaiting your big league debut for the NSA State Baseball Tournament broadcast. I mean, it's kind of like, is it kind of like the big day, opening day jitters for you? But now you're kind of waiting around with the weather delay right now. So how's everything going? And any updates to go from the last break that's going on? You obviously lightning in the area, probably some weather right now here in Lincoln. Very dark. There is some rain, it looks like, as well. But you guys are still waiting in the wings. What's going on down there?
Yeah, doing well. And yeah, I'm excited for this first call. I had the opportunity to call a few games in the, girls and boys state basketball tournament. And so that was super exciting to have that opportunity. And now baseball, being a college baseball player, it was, I think this is the sport that I'm most excited about. And of course, you get here and you're expecting game time to be 30 minutes after the end of the previous one. And then you're waiting around for hours now, it seems like. And I just saw a few coaches, I think for Papillion La Vista South, just walking along the field heading into the dugout. So I'm not sure if that's a good sign. It does seem like we still have some weather in the area, but I'm excited for this one. And I think it should be a good matchup, especially watching a Lincoln East team that's trying to go back to back.
Yeah, they've been a really good baseball program for several years now, since the turn of the decade. They've been really good across the board. And you have Obviously, some Huskers who have gone through that program as well. Some really good pitchers. They played in some really historic games across the board as well. So you have that game going on here momentarily, potentially. We're hoping it's going to go on. It sounds like they're trying to get it in, though. I mean, they wouldn't be waiting it out this long if it wasn't going to get in, because you still got to adjust to the schedule too, because you still have games tomorrow. You still have games Wednesday, and then Thursday, the break day before Friday takes over for the Class C, Class B, and Class A state championship games to get to. So you got to find a way to get it in. You got these ballparks under there. You have very good grounds crew. I'm assuming the Storm Chasers have been very good at getting everything together, prepared for this one, moving up. First game was supposed to start at 10 a.m., moved up to 9 a.m. rolling start. Got 3 of the 4, but Mother Nature out of their plans. So that is why we're hanging out with you. If you'd love to be a part of the conversation, 402-464-5685, or if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Allo Channel 961, or if you're looking for the baseball game, currently in a weather delay, we're holding it down until then. But Tristan, on the diamond this week, Nebraska softball. Nebraska softball, 3-0 on the weekend in the Lincoln Regional, a packed house there at Bolin Stadium, a really cool environment, a really cool atmosphere for them to host a regional for the first time since 2013 and able to get it done. Was it easy? No. Every postseason game's hard in itself, and you had a game against South Dakota, a team who was 20-34-1 coming in, had a chance to make some noise, and they did. They won their first NCAA tournament game. Then you get 2 cracks at Grand Canyon, a really good team regardless of conference. Only a handful lost in the season. You were here on Saturday holding it down for our post-game show for that one. And then they had to do it again in a even closer game with a little bit of drama added in. Well, what did you see in total from watching from your perspective that really stood out throughout the entire weekend for Nebraska softball?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first off, you were there at Bolin and you got to experience just an unbelievable environment that it was. I think it was so cool to see just the Husker faithful show up and show out for this softball team that's been dominant all year long. And I think there are a few fans or just a few spectators that watched on and maybe wanted a little bit more action, especially out of the offense. But when it comes to regional softball, each one of these teams makes it to a regional because they are playing their best brand of softball right now. And so in a regional where you have a Grand Canyon, who isn't a Power 4 team, but they're a team that had dominated in the Mountain West, had the Mountain West Coach of the Year, his 4th time he's won Coach of the Year. You have a lot of good teams there. And Louisville, a team coming out of the ACC that had a pretty solid year and just didn't, play up to par during that regional. And then for South Dakota, a team that made it out of the Summit League. They're playing the hottest softball in the country at the time, getting into this, going through that Summit League tournament, not having high expectations at all. They make into a regional. And so I think from an offensive standpoint, we like to see a little bit more from this offense, but you're facing some really good pitching. And when you have the pitchers that Nebraska has in the circle, we saw how dominant they can be. And then going into a super regional where that pitching is going to be spectacular. It's going to be extraordinary to watch. It's just going to be whose bats are going to pick it up.
Yeah, and it was pitchers duels throughout. I mean, you look at what Alexis Jensen and Jordy Fromm, we can focus on with it. We've talked about it numerous times on Saturdays during the Diamond Report, just the group they've had. And Tristan, the biggest thing I took from this week was during post-game, Rhonda Revelle was talking about, did you have, going into that last game, what did you think about pitching? Were you going to just throw Fromm out there because she had 16 strikeouts the day before against Grand Canyon? Do you want to let her just close it out and get it all over with? All year, Rhonda Revelle said, we've just kind of gone head-to-head with these two, Alexis Jensen and Jordy Fromm, and they've collaborated with each other. Jordy basically said, we didn't know what it was going to be. Obviously, relying on a freshman in any sport, whether it's high school, even in college, you don't really know what you're going to get out of a freshman. And Alexis Jensen answered the call. Like we've said multiple times, it looks like she's already played 3 or 4 years of college softball, the way she handles herself in the circle. And in this one, the last game we talked about, she pitched 5 innings, gave up 1 hit during that entire outing. And I was there during that game, standing down the right field line in the little media tent, which I did not get sunburned, Tristan. I was able to avoid. Did buy some sunscreen at a Walmart on my way over because I don't have to be Larry the Lobster walking around there, but I was able to avoid it. But Jensen pitches those 5 innings, 1 hit ball. Jordy Fromm's playing first base, and people are kind of wondering, are they going to let Alexis continue throughout this one? Which Rhonda probably could have done and would have been fine with it. Jordy Fromm pops out of the third base dugout, and, she's walking out, has to make that trip over the third base line to walk over the first base to get those warm-up tosses before the top of the 6th inning. Well, she stops, grabs the ball, and you could feel the crowd, everybody kind of like, okay, Jordy's closing this one out. She's here to record the final 6 outs, and everybody was on the kind of edge of seat. Once you saw her take the mound, like the only thing I could really compare it to, it was Madison Bumgarner coming out of the bullpen against the team I like, the Kansas City Royals in the World Series in 2014 to close it down. You knew, okay, this means business, and they're coming in here to shut you down. And that is what Jordy Fromm did the route. And it was, that last inning, there was a little bit of there was a little drama. Draws
Yeah,
a walk,
absolutely.
draws a walk in there, and then there's a batter gets plunked on the leg. It looked like they went to review for it. Obviously, you have 2 runners on, couple outs, and Jordy Fromm just comes in there and continues to fire the ball in there for strikes, and that is all kind of the story of the road in that 1-0 game.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about Alexis Jensen and going into that final game, is you're up in the air with it. You go, Jordy Fromm just had 16 strikeouts. Do we just throw her out again? But all season long, Alexis Jensen has been dominant. She's 24-2. And so I think in a game like this, as much as, on paper she is a freshman, she has played a lot more softball than a lot of other softball players in the country. She's not a freshman anymore. She's been in a whole bunch of big time situations. And so I think going into Sunday, I think for Rhonda, it was a pretty easy, decision to go, yeah, Alexis, we've kind of just gone back and forth, and then, we'll get to the 5th and we'll see if, this is a time where we put Jordy out there. And we've talked about it so much is when the going gets tough, it seems like both of these pitchers just get tougher. And so even though there was a little bit of, stuff happening, you have a few runners on, you are a little nervous, but you still feel pretty confident that, Jordy was going to get it done. And even with this Husker softball team, as much as the bats weren't going like they needed to, if GCU found a way to put up a run or two, I still think this offense finds ways to do it. We saw it in the Big Ten championship going down to UCLA. They find ways to come back. And so, going with this pitching, rotation, for Ron Revelle, I think it's pretty easy just to, throw either one out there and also just have the same amount of confidence. And for Alexis Jensen, I think she's got to feel pretty good going to the super regional and just knowing that, she has Jordy there that will, coach her through the tough times, but she's been in so many big ball games that she can handle it pretty well.
And on our text line here, sorry, Heyman Julius text line 402-464-5685, 7809 says, I'm a huge fan of Jordy Fromm. Who isn't? But how incredible is Alexis Jensen? We touched on how incredible she has been throughout the season, and that was something Rhonda Revelle talked about as well. A couple things she talked about is, hey, begin the year, Tristan. Remember what happened in that first game against Washington down at the Shriners Open tournament down in Florida? Alexis Jensen started that game. Guess who came out and got the final 6 outs? Jordy Fromm.
Yep.
Guess what happened on Sunday? Alexis Jensen started the game, got 5 solid innings out of her, and Jordy Fromm comes out to close it down. So it's Nebraska softball. They're going to do what they're going to do, and they're not going to change it. And Rhonda basically said that they're just going to be Nebraska. We've seen them play games where it's 1-run games. We've seen them run rule teams, whether it be a Rutgers, an Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, you name it, throughout conference play. But the postseason, I know people talk about the bats. A lot of people had their eyes on the games, whether it be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Hitting with runners in scoring position was kind of a takeaway from a lot of people. Like I expect to see more runs. The postseason softball, it's dominated by postseason in general. It's dominated by defense and pitching, whether it be the MLB, whether it be in college baseball, whether it be in college softball. College softball, if you have good pitching and good defense, you're going to win a lot of ball games. Nebraska's proven that this year. Even back to last year, they were 1 game away from making that trip to Oklahoma City against a really good squad in the Volunteers of Tennessee. Those games were 1-run games, and they're playing Oklahoma State here coming up, and they played some 1-run games in those ones as well. So it's college softball. I think you're not going to run rule every team. I think the teams in this field too, Rhonda also talked about as well, is she thinks they did a really good job pairing the regions with teams very closely. Others, South Dakota was on the run of a century, 20-34-1 entering this tournament. Got their first NCAA tournament. Louisville is an ACC team who struggled out here. They went 0-2. I don't think they thought that was a possibility, but they did. Then you had Grand Canyon, a team from a non-Power 4 school. This is their 5th consecutive regional they made in a row, and they made some noise. Not only beating Louisville to begin the tournament, but then beating South Dakota in a really, really fun ball game on Saturday evening as well. So I wouldn't look at the whole runners in scoring position, runs scored in general across the board. I just think the teams they put together were just a very good group. Grand Canyon, regardless of conference, I thought they were by far the second best team in this region.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, especially they're a team that had 50-plus wins, and you don't see that rarely ever going into regional play, especially if you do see it, you don't see them not being a 1 seed or not even being – they're the 3 seed in a regional. So seeing that GCU, really competed extremely well, I don't think was any surprise whatsoever. And I think you touched on it perfectly, is that defense and pitching is what's going to win games when you get into the postseason. You think of that first game against GCU for Nebraska it's a triple down the line for Hannah Core to score Jordy Fromm, and then Camden gets up and it's an error by the shortstop, and those are the things that decide games like this. And so it's really tough to come by hits when you're facing great pitching. And then Nebraska has played some pretty stellar defense. And a crazy stat that I saw is Nebraska pitchers, Jordy Fromm and Alexis Jensen, gave up only 4 hits throughout this entire regional, which is just absolutely absurd. And so as much as you want to see more hits on the offensive side, when you're only giving up 4 hits and the defense is playing stellar and you're minimizing the walks, it's pretty hard to beat this team. And so I think, going into this week, having the opportunity to host once again a team that you've already played, you know what you're going to get, is you just get back in the cages and you say, all right, what do we need to work on and how can we scratch a few more runs together? Because we know that in postseason softball, we're probably not going to have to score a whole bunch. That's not how we're going to win games. It's going to be trying to manufacture runs and just have one of those innings where we can maybe put up a 2 spot, a 3 spot, and just live and die with that.
And you saw that this whole weekend. I mean, there were some unsung heroes. I know Jordy Fromm and Alexis Jensen are getting a lot of flowers, and rightfully so, with the games they had. Alexis Jensen not only pitching the first game of the regional, but also the last game. Jordy Fromm doing what she did on Saturday, and one of the wildest games I've ever seen in sports, I would say. I mean, going up there, you could feel like just the atmosphere whenever she is. 95% of her first pitches were strikes. She struck out 16 batters in recording 21 outs. I mean, it was just a dominant display. Just strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, get him out of there. It looked like kind of like a Looney Tunes cartoon, like a bad, the Bugs Bunny where he's like swinging and missing. It kind of felt like that at times, where it's just unbelievable how she was getting everything past every hitter. They did collect 1 hit in that one, but other than that, it felt like the ball was untouchable at times. But you also mentioned like Samantha Bland had a couple of hits the last couple of games too. She's been a huge rising star, huge defenses too, playing down third base throughout the entire weekend. Hannah Core, I think a lot of attention kind of went away from her just because of the pitching stats. She had a hit in the South Dakota game that really broke the game wide open as well in that one. And the next day against Grand Canyon, she had one of the biggest hits in that one too, that gave them the lead with a 2-out triple down the line, right down the right field line, right in front of us media members in attendance at this game. Ball trickles down the line, and then she ends up scoring off an error in that game, and that's all she did. Hannah Core, I mean, she did talk about how in the outfield during that game on Saturday, she was a little bored. Yeah. She was a little bored being out there and how she kind of has to stay coherent because, when the ball's not coming to the outfield, it's kind of one ball could get out there, and then you're kind of playing from behind. But she able to produce the plate and see what Jordy Fromm was able to do. Some unsung heroes across the board because obviously the pitching is going to get a lot of the love with the crazy numbers they had across the board. But players like Hannah Core, Samantha Bland across the board made some huge plays. Even Hannah Kamzan hitting the 1 home run. Yeah. A lot of people probably weren't in their seats yet in that bottom of the first inning yesterday. Hits the home run into the right field off the batting cage facility for Nebraska softball to give them the 1-0 win and give them the 1 run of yesterday's game against the Lopes.
Yeah, I think Hannah Core is one of those players that could easily be in the spotlight. She, throughout this whole regional, had some really big-time hits like we talked about. And throughout this entire season, it seemed like, she started off just a little bit slow. It's crazy to say she started off slow. She was still hitting around 300 the entire season, but this offense was just so tremendous. But she's just continuously gotten better and better. And it seems like, when she is in some tough situations or, 2-out RBI situations, she has come through quite a bit. And I think that's, just stellar. And that's what Nebraska needs because you can't just always rely on the pitching. You can always rely on Jordy at the plate as well. But yeah, that game on Saturday was unbelievable. Being back at the station, just watching it and just seeing the ticker. I wish we had one of those counters,
with the board, the big boards
where they just keep throwing them over the fence. You just see, and there's 16 Ks up there. And yeah, as a fielder in those positions, it's got to be tough. When you're kind of, you don't want to lose focus. That, all right, the ball can't be hit to me at any time, but you almost turn into a spectator when you're just going 3 up, 3 down, and every single batter in that GCU lineup struck out at least once to Jordy Fromm. And so typically, I feel like in most games, there's an opportunity for one guy to get a hit or two or, not strike out and come back to the dugout and be like, all right, this is what my approach has been. That's, got me some success. But no, that was not the case. For GCU, they go back to the dugout and go, yeah, she's gross. You can't hit this. We all can't hit this. What are we going to do? And I think that just keeps the momentum in Nebraska's dugout. And I expect, they're going to find ways to keep that momentum in their dugout going into the Super, and having Bolin on their side, I think is going to be tremendous for the Skurs.
That was a career high for Jordy Fromm, 16 strikeouts, tied her career high. And the last time happening that when she was with the Oklahoma Sooners. And that's a GCU lineup that had Jada Cooper and Trinity Martin, 2 of the best hitters in the Mountain West. Oakley Vickers hung with the best, as she talked about that during the press conference as well, alongside Shannon Hayes. Showed just, hey, they belonged. Grand Canyon belonged a part of this series. And, what a regional it was, Tristan. Not only just Nebraska storylines, but GCU proving that they belong to the top. A handful of their losses are only just the best teams in the country across the board. You had Louisville going 0-2, which I didn't see happening with them being the ACC and what conference they've been so far this season. And they had South Dakota. A group, we talked about the local ties with them. I talked with some of the South Dakota fans throughout the week when I was down there at the 3 days, and they I mean, they knew their way around Lincoln because with the couple players on the team, but they felt the hospitality. They felt like they were one of their own. There was a lot of red down there. They had the same shade of red alongside Louisville as well. But they really enjoyed their time. And then regardless, like I think I mentioned with you, regardless if that team went 0-2, regardless of that team won a game, which they did, won their first NCAA softball regional game in program history, regardless of what happened, that was a team that could leave happy and enjoyed the moment that they had here in Lincoln at Bowling Stadium.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, Husker fans are second to none. You hear stories all the time about other teams, whether it's in the football season or whatever season it is, and they end up making the trip to Lincoln, and they just say the hospitality is amazing. And so I think that's another cool thing too, is just for the state of Nebraska, just to know that when other people come here, they absolutely love it. They appreciate their time spent here, whether they win or whether they lose. I feel like so many people walk away saying these fans really care about their athletes. They care about the success on the field or on the court, whatever sport it is. But also they just treat people with a lot of respect. And so I think that's super exciting, and it's great that we get another opportunity to do it again, once again this weekend. And I think that'll be even. You thought last week was rowdy and exciting. I think this week's going to be even better.
Yeah, the parking was interesting. When I got there on Sunday, the line was through the parking lot. It was something else. I mean, it's Nebraska for you. Nebraska nice isn't a real thing. Is a real thing, and you got to come down. We're going to take a break. On the other side, we will preview Super Regional as Nebraska will be playing a familiar foe, not just from the Big 12 days, but also from the season. Split the season series with Oklahoma State. We'll talk around the other sides. He's Tristan Gomez holding it down at Warner Park during the delay of Lincoln East and Papillion La Vista South. Nick Wyman back here at the 1040 O Street in the 93.17 The Ticket Studios. We'll be right back after this break. Old School continues.
Watch Old School live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
At Jimmy John's, we don't make sandwiches. We make the sandwich of sandwiches. We use fresh veggies because we don't hate salads. We just feel bad for them. We make our sandwiches exactly how you want because you're the one who's eating it. And we bake bread all day, every day because stale bread isn't bread. It's croutons. Sandwich history is written by the victors. Good thing we have legible handwriting. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. Order pickup or delivery on the app.
Are you looking for something different for lunch or dinner in Lincoln? Big 8 is now open at 1226 P Street, serving seafood boils and Asian cuisine. Get your hands messy with fresh, flavorful seafood boils, hot, cold, and made to share. Or enjoy classic Chinese and Asian dishes, perfect for lunch, dinner, or a night out with friends and family. Big flavors, generous portions, and a brand new dining experience. Big 8, now open in Lincoln. Are you looking for an exciting new way to put your skills to work? Explore new career options in the fintech industry at Currency, a Sandhills global company. We offer full-time positions in financial sales, compliance, operations, and other fields. We also offer a 4.5-day work week, an attractive benefits package, and opportunities for advancement. Put your motivation to work and grow with us at Currency. Visit gocurrency.com/careers to learn more.
If you're seeking a career with a growing company, Gaina Trucking and Excavating is hiring and looking for additions to their team. Gaina Trucking has a strong team culture, competitive pay, 401ks, and benefits like health, dental, and vision. Drivers are guaranteed 40 hours per week, even in the winter months, and are home every night. Start your career today at Gaina Trucking and Excavating. Apply today at GainaTrucking.com.
Hey Husker Nation, this is Todd Euler, two-time national champion, here to talk to you about Window World Lincoln. At Window World, we specialize in replacement windows, doors, siding, and roofing. Whether you're looking to enhance the beauty of your home or increase its energy efficiency, we've got you covered. And here's the best part. We offer the best for less. Our team is dedicated to providing top quality products and exceptional service at affordable prices. We want to earn your business and make your home improvement dreams a reality. So why wait? Contact Window World Lincoln today at 464-7313 or visit our website at WindowWorldLincoln.com. Window World Lincoln, where quality meets affordability.
If you've been looking for a reason to fill up your car with E15, how about this? E15
can help you save big at the pump
and save the planet by cutting greenhouse gas emissions.
Any car 2001 or newer is approved. Speaking of good, it's made from corn, which is great for farmers.
As I was saying, if you need a reason to choose E15, there you have them. E15, engine smart, earth kind. Visit chooseE15.com to learn more.
The end of the school year is drawing near, which means graduation parties are coming soon. Are you prepared for hosting? Führer's Cheese Spread is the dip that brings everyone together to celebrate graduations and the close to a great school year. And it goes well with crackers, meats, soups, and more. How could you consider throwing a party without it? Get to your local grocery store today and load up on Führer's Cheese Spread. No graduation party is complete without it.
Tomorrow is about the lessons we learn today. A farmer's market teaches us that community is grown together. Kids laughing shows us how joy is easy. And coffee on the porch reminds us to savor every moment. These are the lessons that shape a tomorrow we all share. One filled with trust, good company, and wide open dreams. That's the way banking should be. And that's Pinnacle Bank. Member FDIC.
Hello, I'm Steve Sipple, co-host of Early Break, weekday mornings from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. And my favorite thing to do, see, or go to in downtown Lincoln is probably O'Rourke's. It's not like I go there that often, but when I do, it takes me back to my college years. It's always been a very chill bar. Seems like they play good music, just a good vibe in there. And I look forward to my next trip into that bar.
This message is brought to you by the Downtown Lincoln Association and 93.7 The Ticket.
At Cedars, we're here to make sure that kids have the safety and stability that every child deserves, where they're protected and where they feel safe. You make this possible. Today, more than ever, we need your support to be here for kids who have nowhere else to call home. Now through May 28th, make a big impact through Give to Lincoln. Give to Cedars now at givetolincoln.com.
Hey everyone, it's Brie Marie. Join me and James Rowland every Sunday night at 7 p.m. from April through August for the Finish Line. We'll do laps around the headlines and dirt track racing, let the rubber meet the road for NASCAR news, and talk with special guests, including your favorite local drivers and racing personalities. That's the Finish Line, Sunday at 7 p.m. all summer long on 93.7 The Ticket.
Hi, Sean Callahan here for Couple Chevrolet, GMC, and Chevrolet. And GMC Truck Month is here. Absolutely huge discounts and 2.9% for 72 months. I also just wanted to share a little bit more about the Couple family. They've been serving the Omaha and Lincoln and surrounding communities for over 50 years with great customer service and small town charm. That's always been our motto, and we absolutely will not be undersold. It truly is confident buying and confident driving. So come on in, meet the team, check us out at Couple or at CoppleCars.com. All deals with approved credit.
Do you ever feel okay in your current job and profession, but wonder if there's a better company that can offer more? Vision Mechanical is now hiring for journeyman plumbers and HVAC service technicians. Vision Mechanical offers top-of-the-industry wages, 100% paid health, disability, and life insurance, 401k with employee match, and paid holidays and vacation. Vision Mechanical believes in craftsmanship, teamwork, and building a better future one project at a time. Apply today or learn more at visionmechanical.net or email Ron at vmech.net.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank were neighbors who could help with a home loan.
Congratulations, you're approved.
Or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket.
Welcome back. Old school. Nick Wyman holding it down here at 1040 O Street. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Just stepped out for a quick bit and heard the TV go off and everything like that. So it's getting a little dark here. That is my meteorologist update right now. So it's dark. I mean, I think it's like 8 o'clock at night here. But the show goes on. Old school continues here at 6:35 on a Monday. Nick Wyman, Austin Orman stepping out. Tristan Gomez stepping in. We just got done talking about Husker softball. They had the 3 games they just had this weekend, beating South Dakota on Friday, Grand Canyon on Saturday and Sunday, respectively, to win the Lincoln Regional. And they will be making history once again, starting Thursday, a late Thursday night, Tristan, with Nebraska facing a familiar foe, not from only from their conference past with Oklahoma State coming to town, but also from recent history. They met a couple months ago down in Stillwater for a handful of games. 2 of them, one of them got canceled due to weather. So now Ironic how the weather delays in that one. One of the only games that Nebraska didn't complete on their regular season schedule. And now they get a best 2 out of 3 series with Oklahoma State.
Yeah, that first game, too, that they played Oklahoma State was absolutely insane. It was a game that went 11 innings and ended 1-0. That was just a unbelievable pitcher's duel. Ruby Malin, she goes 11 in that one. And then, Nebraska does what they do, where they have Alexis Jensen throw a little bit, as well as Jordy Fromm, and just all pitchers in that one, all from the Omaha area, were absolutely stellar. And then Nebraska gets back, and they win 4-3 before they had to cancel that last one that they were supposed to play Oklahoma State. And so I think going into this one I'm not sure if you feel more or less confident when you know the team, when you've already played them. I guess when you've beat them once and lost once, is you just know what they're capable of. This is a team that we have lost to, but this is also a team that we know we can beat. And so going into it, I think you just treat it like any other series, and you know that it's going to be a fun environment and it's going to be tough. And I think that's what you look forward to in this kind of opportunity. And Nebraska has an opportunity to make it back to the Women's College World Series for the first time since 2013. And so it's been over a decade since they were in the Women's College World Series. And we talk about it all the time, is how Nebraska has had some times where they can look ahead. You think about when they were playing Penn State and had the Big Ten Conference tournament coming up, they still dominate on that Sunday. And then you think about, you already know that you're going to host. You're going to probably be in an opportunity, whether you win or lose the Big Ten championship against UCLA, you're going to host a regional. If you make it out of that, probably hosting a super regional. And so there's so many times where Nebraska has the opportunity to look ahead, but I think they do a great job of just taking it one game at a time. And I think that's what we're going to see Thursday.
You look at Oklahoma State, they obviously did not win the Big 12. They lost to Arizona State in their conference tournament, 7-11 in that game. But then at regional play, they started off with a 16-0 5-inning game against Eastern Illinois at Cowgirl Stadium to wrap that one up. Beat Stanford 7-2 that game, and then wrapped it up yesterday with an 11-5 win over the Cardinal once again, which these two teams have so many different storylines respectively. I mean, I saw that Ruby Malin obviously is a Omaha native, graduated from Omaha Scott Catholic, played college softball with Hannah and Lauren Kamazin. That was a storyline in itself when regular season play came around, and now here they are in the postseason. They obviously all crossed the paths. Senior year went undefeated with Scott, and Skyhawks ended up raising the Class B crown, going undefeated that year, run ruling to win that one. Kamazin hitting a home run in that one as well. And then you flip the script to there. Jordy Fromm and Alexis Jensen all had the same pitching coaches. All three of them might be some of the top pitchers in the state's history, not just at high school, but just at college as well. And now all three of them, regardless of the order they're going to be going in, Ruby Malin, more than likely the pitcher for Oklahoma State throughout, Alexis Jensen or Jordy Fromm getting the start in 1 or 2 games apiece. All three of them meeting together is just a poetic way for all these players to meet on the field together. And all of them obviously local ties. Alexis Jensen from Gretna, Jordy Fromm from Papillion, and then you have Ruby Malin, the Oklahoma State pitcher from the Omaha Metro as well. That's such a cool storyline itself, and you get to see all of that on display Thursday, Friday, and then if necessary on Saturday down at Bullen Stadium.
Yeah, I think it'll be so cool to see all of them, and especially when you know that they're all just unbelievably high performers. And so if you're someone that kept track of them, during high school, and then you have the opportunity to go watch them as they've, progressively all just continuously got better and better during their time at their respective colleges, I think it'll be super cool to just see them go out and compete. And I think it's going to be one of those things where there's a lot of respect out there, but they all want to be 100%. I mean, for Jordy and Alexis, they want to beat Ruby. Ruby wants to beat them. It's going to be an exciting environment. And it kind of reminds me of, whenever I know it is Nebraska, but when the College World Series comes around, there's, an Omaha native. I think of like Cam Kozel last year. He has the opportunity to come back and play in Omaha. I feel like Ruby coming back is pretty similar. Someone who, plenty of softball fans watched growing up and knew that she was absolutely dominant. And you get to see her once again, unfortunately, going against the Huskers. But I think it'll be a pretty cool environment to see that. And it'll be an interesting time. I don't know if Nebraska has played at home at 8:00 yet on a Thursday. And so it'll be an interesting time. And so just making sure you're in a routine. And for Nebraska, I think it'll be nice just being able to stay at home, say your routines gets to be a little bit simpler. Well, Oklahoma State, they go from being at home to having to come on the road and get up here to Lincoln. But for Nebraska, I think it'll be pretty cool, especially for all these girls that are from Nebraska. And I think Rhonda Revelle does a great job of recruiting in-state talent, and we'll see that on full display.
And Rhonda talked about that, the simplifying everything. Last year, they had to go to Tennessee, go down to Knoxville. They had a day to travel. This time, everybody gets to sleep in their own beds, gets to relax, they have their day off today. They'll get back at it Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday. 8:00 start. I don't think there's been that late of a game at Bullen Stadium in a long time. And now you're going to have a basically a primetime game, a late night start game on TV. It's going to be a sight to see. That's game one. And then obviously Friday and Saturday's game scheduled for 4 o'clock Central Time apiece. Saturday's game, if necessary, best 2 out of 3 format. I even go back even to like the stories of all these players, like Ruby Malin and the Kamenzens. These players who are larger than life when they're at their high schools. Obviously, Scott Catholic days, go undefeated their senior years. What a way to end their high school career playing softball in the state. Well, all of them weren't even committed to the schools they're playing for now. Hannah and Lauren ended up at Arkansas. The Kamenzens go down there for a bit. Ruby Malin was at Washington when they were still in the Pac-12. She's a Washington pitcher first time. Well, transfer portal becomes a thing. Hannah and Lauren Kamenzan transfer back to Nebraska, return home. Ruby Malin moves back to the Midwest, down south to Oklahoma State. They play one another. They played each other last year. They played each other this year in regular season. It's just so poetic that their stories have such intertwined because they're more than likely still friends. I would have to assume they kept track of each other throughout their entire, because I mean, look what they did at the high school level. They were one of the first teams to go undefeated in an entire season. That is tough to do. I mean, we talk about baseball, softball. It's an everyday thing. Imagine winning every single game in the season, especially any level. And they all go their separate ways. One goes to the Pacific Northwest. They go to the SEC conference. And then a couple years later, they're on different ball clubs, different programs. They all get to meet at Bowlin Stadium, in a place where more than likely they all kind of grew up watching and idolizing Nebraska softball. And now they all get to meet and compete against one another. And I think that's a very cool, unique situation for not just the Kamenzens, but also for Ruby Malin and her group of family, because she's for sure going to have family on display who haven't really had a chance to see her play throughout her entire career pitching, because Washington, as we know, is quite the trip out to the Pacific Northwest. You're pretty familiar with that flight or that drive. Hopefully a flight, more than likely. Yeah. But then come back to the Midwest, closer to home, and now get the chance to not only play Nebraska, potentially send Oklahoma State to the Women's College World Series, but Nebraska also a chance for them to go back to the Women's College World Series in the first year they're hosting a super regional ever in program history.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are trying to break a long streak of not making it to the Women's College World Series. I believe Oklahoma State hasn't been there since 2018. And then, like I said, for Nebraska, it's 2013. So this is an opportunity that you just you put it all out there on the line. This is the reason you play college athletics, is to get into the postseason. And once you get there, is to do everything you can to get your season to be as long as you possibly can. And so I think this will be a cool opportunity for Ruby to be back home and play in front of, plenty of people that have supported her throughout her entire career. And then for the Kamenzens, I think it's so cool that they made their way back to Nebraska. And, I think the transfer portal always has its downsides, but for so many people, I mean, Jordy Fromm also coming back from Oklahoma. Yep. It's been great for so many athletes. And I think for the University of Nebraska and softball wise, it's been unbelievable for them finding a way to get this in-state talent that may have left, that may have gone elsewhere, and letting them know that Nebraska is a place that you want to be. And Nebraska is a place that can have a lot of success on the softball diamond. So I think it'll be pretty exciting. And I think Bowlin is going to be electric. I think this is going to be somewhere that you want to be this week. And we have the Big Ten tournament obviously going on. Husker baseball is going to be in that. But I mean, I think it's a tough decision whether you're going to make the drive down to Omaha and go watch Husker baseball or watch Husker softball, who has been one of the most fun teams in the entire country to watch all year. If you have your opportunity to do both, you definitely should.
Longest winning streak still in the nation for Husker softball. Last time they met 2 times in Stillwater, Nebraska, losing 2-1 in an 11-inning game back in the Oklahoma State Tulsa Invitational. The Classic, as you mentioned, Rosie Davis hit the walk-off home run in the bottom of the 11th in that one, midweek game for that one. Then the second time they met was on that weekend. Same weekend, Nebraska picking up a win that Saturday, 4-3, a one-run game. So that goes back to the conversation we had about one-run games. When you're playing good teams, it's the slightest thing. Maybe one inning where you have an error might do some little bit of damage. But Nebraska split the season series with Oklahoma State, and they'll have a best 2 out of 3 series coming up here at Bowlin Stadium starting on Thursday, 8 o'clock, first pitch. Postgame will be right after the final out of all the games, whether there is a game on Saturday or not. We'll see what happens going forward. Should be a fun one. 2 really good teams, 2 wins away from making the trip to Oklahoma City for the Women's College World Series. On the other side, Tristan mentioned, we'll talk a little Husker baseball. They had a little bit of heroics across the board this past weekend to wrap up regular season play in Minneapolis against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. But the Big Ten tournament is in the backyard up in Omaha at Charles Schwab Field. We'll talk about that and look ahead to what stands out on the bracket. He's Tristan Gomez. I'm Nick Wyman, holding down old school. Jay Foreman out. Austin Norman standing alongside with Tristan Gomez. We'll be right back. 92.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You're listening to Old School with Jay Foreman and Austin Orman. Download the mobile app and listen wherever you are on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
It's that time of the year, baseball fans. State baseball is back on the air on 93.7 The Ticket. Join Nick Sainer, Tristan Gomez, and me, Austin Norman, for all the action from Werner Park. We'll bring you all the games from Werner, including the opening rounds in Class A and Class B, as well as all 3 state championship games thanks to our great local sponsors. It's state championship baseball all week long on 93.7 The Ticket, theticketfm.com, and streaming worldwide on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and the free Ticket app.
Hi, Charlie Stone again, and Andy Goodyear with Honda of Lincoln will be joining me to talk about the Honda Spring event. Andy, I know this is a big event for you. Please tell us all about it.
I want to start out by thanking the Lincoln car buyers for an incredible year in 2025. It's just been announced that Honda of Lincoln is Nebraska's only Honda dealer to earn the prestigious Honda President's Award for 2025.
Wow, that's great, Andy. How many times now have you earned that President's Award?
It's a total of 20 times now, Charlie. The Honda Spring event is truly a big event for us. We have incredible savings on every remaining 2025 and every new 2026. Special low rates, long-term financing, and special lease rates.
Maybe it's time you experience the best, the Honda of Lincoln way of doing business. 27th and Yankee Hill Road or online at hondaoflincoln.com.
At Jimmy John's, we don't make sandwiches. We make the sandwich of sandwiches. We use fresh veggies because we don't hate salads. We just feel bad for them. We make our sandwiches exactly how you want because you're the one who's eating it. And we bake bread all day, every day because stale bread isn't bread. It's croutons. Sandwich history is written by the victors. Good thing we have legible handwriting. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. Order pickup or delivery on the app.
What does it mean to be rich? Maybe it's less about reaching a magic number and more about discovering the magic in life. I'm Ryan Buck, your Lincoln, Nebraska, Edward Jones financial advisor. Count on me for your financial strategies that can help support a life you love. Because the key to being rich is knowing what counts. Contact me today at 402-483-0377. Again, that's 402-483-0377. And let's find you rich. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
3, 2, 1. The drop is live. Screens freeze everywhere, except yours. You've been training for this moment. And with Allo Fiber's zero-lag precision, you strike first. No lag, no limits, just speed. Can your internet provider do that? Stay ahead of every drop. Visit allofiber.com/all-in.
Big value and big flavor meet at Wings and Rings thanks to the all-new delicious Duo Combo. This is the one you've been waiting for. Get 1 half-sized appetizer and 2 entrees with a side for only $19.99. Bring a friend for the best deal in town on any day of the week, during game time, or whenever the heck you want. Their made-to-order wings and chicken sandwiches are waiting for you at their 68th and O and 40th and Old Cheney locations. Stop by Wings and Rings and celebrate every day with the best meal deal in town.
Constructors is now hiring for all positions with pay starting at 23 and up based on experience. Constructors has immediate job openings for mechanics, bridge builders, operators, and drivers. Start your new career today. Constructors offer great pay, health, dental, and vision, paid time off, paid holidays, and so much more. Join the crew today and be a part of Nebraska's oldest paving company dating back to 1908. For a complete list of openings and to apply online, visit constructorslincoln.com.
Shopping for new flooring is different today. Getting your questions answered, making the right selection, getting the best value, and installed quickly and professionally. Visit ostreetcarpet.com or shop our store. We'll answer all your questions and help you make the right choice. You'll be enjoying your new floor in just days for less than you'd pay elsewhere. Carpet, vinyl, wood, laminate, tile, and area rugs. We've got it all.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
At DWE Generations, having a plan matters, especially when it comes to protecting what's most important. They work with individuals, families, and business owners to help make smart financial decisions that support life today and set the foundation for generations. David Darlington, Russell Walton, and Cody Eiler bring decades of experience, and their dedicated team provides follow-through, answering questions, explaining next steps, and staying connected as life evolves. DWE Generations, a generational wealth planning firm. DWE Generations is a marketing name for individuals doing business as representatives of Northwestern Mutual. Visit generations.nm.com or call 402-483-7871 and ask for David, Russell, or Cody.
At Schweizle Construction, safety isn't just a policy, it's a promise. Build with us.
Work safe, go home proud. We're hiring skilled craftsmen, laborers, concrete workers, and steel erectors who value quality work and a team that has your back, on and off the job site. If you're ready to be part of a company where your safety and success come first, visit Schwizo.com. That's SCHWISOW.com and apply today. Schwizo Construction, 40 years strong and still building the future.
If you're a homeowner or a business owner, you have a lot of projects, and no one has an unlimited budget or time. Sunbelt Rentals makes all jobs less stressful with no need to purchase large equipment or hire a crew. You can do it yourself with rentals and everything from aerators and power rakes for spring yard work to stump grinders, concrete mixers, tile saws, and more. Check out their inventory in Lincoln, north of Cornhusker Highway on 56th Street, or online at sunbeltrentals.com.
Spring sports are here and it's time to upgrade your equipment. But don't go rushing to your big box store. Play It Again Sports is your place to go for all spring sports equipment for baseball, softball, golf, and disc golf. Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And don't forget, buying from them is a great way to get new products with great discounts by also bringing in your used items for store credit or cash on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket.
Welcome back. Old school, not Austin Orman and Jay Foreman, Nick Wyman and Tristan Gomez holding it down here for this hour of old school. Currently a weather delay up at Warner Park for Lincoln East and Papillion Olympus South. Those looking for that game been in a weather delay for quite some time as the storms move through the area. Tristan, right now it is downpouring here. It is raining really hard down here at O Street right now. So I don't know what's going on up there, but still awaiting word to hear what the sounds like. They're trying to get this game in. I'm assuming still some of the same for you guys up there. What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't heard anything yet. And I was just telling Austin off air is back in, I think 2019 when I played in the state tournament over at Millard West, similar situation, but it was the first round on like a Friday night. We were the Friday night game against Creighton Prep, and they tried so hard to make us play, but it was downpouring. It was downpouring all night. So they had to push back not only our game to Monday, but then they pushed back every single day of the state tournament just due to pitching, whether it was us or whether it was Prep. If we had our, ace going on that first game, he would not be able to pitch in the state championship unless they moved the game moved every single day all the way back. And so I think they try to keep it on a day-to-day schedule, and that's why they moved it up today, is they want to try to get to all the games in. Hopefully it passes through. Still looks a little dark out here. I think still raining just a little bit, but hopefully we have the opportunity to get this one in and teams don't have to worry about what the schedule changes could be.
We're going to talk a little Husker baseball. I want to ask you about that. You obviously sat in the dugout countless times, whether it be at Millard West with their baseball program, a very good baseball program in its own right, but also at the collegiate level. During delays, what is kind of the routine for Tristan Gomez during these kind of situations? Because you're probably having a little bit of flashbacks sitting around, filling in here on old school, but also sitting in the broadcast booth at Warner Park, just kind of getting a little flashbacks of what it was like to kind of go through these kind of limitations and moments, because you can't go to the batting cages if you have obviously lightning in the area. Yeah. You can't do anything infield work. There's a lot of standing around. What was the Tristan Gomez routine during these delays?
Yeah, we had a lot of delays at Portland. I feel like anytime we played Oregon or Oregon State on a Tuesday, it was always raining, and it's the Pacific Northwest, so it's raining all the time. But plenty of delays, and it's one of those things where you don't want to be the guy that's just too focused. And you're like, I'm already at the field. Like, we're locked in. We're only focused on this. I'm not talking to anybody. So it was kind of just like little things that you would try to, just get the time to pass by. We always played like the name game, so we'd always do baseball players. If I said, Barry Bonds, you would have to say someone that starts with a B or something. So we just kept doing that, and we would do that for hours until we could just ran out of baseball players. So that was kind of one of the things, but it's just kind of hanging around. I mean, you're not doing anything that's exerting too much energy, but, you get an idea, about 30 minutes before you're about to, play that, all right, now it's the time to lock in. So you kind of let off the gas just a little bit and, sit in the dugout, try to stretch a little bit. But it's tough. And, last year in the state championship, it was the same thing with Millard North going against Lincoln East. Mm-hmm. I was coaching at Millard North last year, sitting in the dugout with some of the guys. And I saw a few yawns. I was like, all right, you're getting too tired. Like, you need to wake up just a little bit. But yeah, it's tough and it's unfortunate. I think, delays happen all the time in baseball, but they're brutal.
How does this affect a team's pitching staff in these kind of situations? You obviously have a starter coming this game. Lincoln East for sure. Both games already played a game. Lincoln East beating Grand Island, Papillion La Vista South beating Lincoln Southwest. How does this affect teams going into games like this? You obviously have a pitcher ready to go. Game hasn't started yet, so you still have time to lean on, but getting ramped up for a game again, because at the end of the day, this is a winner's bracket. If you start 2-0 in the NSA state baseball tournament, that's a huge opportunity ahead of you, but you have to wait. You've been waiting for a while. This game supposed to get started probably around 4 o'clock. Now we're heading up on the 7 o'clock hour and still waiting around. What's kind of the mental preparation for a team going through these kind of emotions and these kind of delays throughout playing?
Yeah, it's hard. And I think for a coaching staff is you let guys kind of just do their own thing. And then, if it's getting a little too crazy, you just let them know, like, hey, relax just a little bit. And for a starting pitcher, I think that's probably the toughest position of all guys that are going through a delay, because you have a routine where we show up to the field at this time. This is what I want to do. If you have an energy drink, maybe they already drank their energy drink. They need another one now. And so I think it's a tough thing, and you just have to find a way to stay locked in, but don't get over amped and too excited. But yeah, hopefully we can get this one in and hopefully see some baseball play tonight.
Yeah, and you got to be on the edge of your seat. This would be your first baseball game to call as well, so you're kind of waiting in the wings. I mean, Lincoln East, you obviously, like you said, you coached against them last year, helping out with Millard North with the Mustangs program. Lincoln East has been the cream of the crop in Class A baseball for some time. Them and Millard West had some really good battles across the board the last couple of years since the turn of the decade. What makes Lincoln East baseball just so good? Because they are they just produce talent players, whether they go to Nebraska or whether they play other sports across the board. What makes Lincoln East just such a interesting team across the board?
Yeah, I think whenever you see a team that is dominant in this state for multiple years in a row, I think it's just the standard and the culture that they have, and especially when you have the talent for it. But then it goes back to just doing the fundamental things right. I think we'll see plenty of teams in the state tournament that the moment gets too big, and maybe there will be a few errors, or a pitcher who's been dominant all year starts to struggle and doesn't know how to combat that. And so I think the teams such as Lincoln East that have a lot of success, they have just a great culture around them. But then also more importantly is they just do the little things right. When you have a guy in scoring position with less than 2, you do the job. And you, on the defensive end, you don't let one error lead to another, or you don't let one, walk as a pitcher lead to another. And so I think that's what Lincoln East has done for many years is they'll just out baseball you. They will just play more fundamental baseball and let you make mistakes. And so I think for Papio South, a team who's kind of been knocking on the door, been in the state tournament quite a bit in recent years, for them, it's going to be important for them to have a clean ball game tonight.
Yep, that game coming up here momentarily whenever the weather passes through. But if you are looking for the Lincoln East Papillion La Vista South baseball game, second round of the NSA State Class A baseball tournament game, currently in a weather delay up there at Warner Park. 3 other games have gone final. But we're seeing it sounds like no news yet, but in a delay. But sounds like they potentially could be getting that game in, or trying to, because if you don't get this game in, you're playing catch up throughout the rest of the week. There is an off day on Thursday, but that's kind of there just for the championships and kind of let the momentum sit for a championship game, especially when those come around in Class C, Class B, and Class A respectively on Friday.
Yeah, and I mean, last year it was nice for, I was coaching at Millard North. Is going 2-0 is huge. Millard North did it again just a few hours ago. Is starting out 2-0 because then you're just one win away from making into the state championship game, and then anything can happen. So for this game, this is a huge game, and I think that Thursday was really nice because, Lincoln East, we were facing them, but, they were doing a little BP batting practice on Thursday. We were doing the same thing. I think Thursday's a great day that, the two teams that are playing in the SHIP, they have an opportunity to just kind of, all right, relax a little bit. Let's get excited. Let's, just get back to some of the basics, hit a little bit. So hopefully we don't have to feed into that day. But I think this is a day that's for both of these teams starting out 2-0 is absolutely huge.
And even with the timing, look at this. So the winner of this game gets to rest until Wednesday. The loser will have to play at 7 o'clock, exactly 24 hours from now, against Grand Island with your season on the line in an elimination game. It looks like per the bracket. Tuesday, May 19th, 7 o'clock, right back there at Warner Park. So you could lose this game. You got to wipe the slate clean because your season's on the line in a winner-go-home game less than 24 hours later if they get this game in here tonight.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you really don't want to lose. And I think it's very similar to a regional situation where you do win that first game. And then if you lose that second game, you understand the next day, you have an elimination game and your season is on the line, like you said. And so, going into this one, you want to win. But after this, if you're not on the right side of it, you just got to flush it and, get a good night's sleep and come back to the ballpark tomorrow with all the confidence you got, because you're also playing a team in Grand Island who just won. And so they're coming off a win, playing whoever loses this one. They're feeling a little bit more confident. So it's one of those things. Baseball's a game that you got to care, but you don't. Whatever the result is, you can be frustrated about it, but you really just got to flip a switch and move on.
Well, it's a 7 o'clock hour, and we're going to make a call to the bullpen. Austin Norman well rested after his outbreak. Thank you, Tristan Gomes, for stepping in. on the fly. As always, we're going to take our break and we're going to get hour 4 of Old School. I think it might be the longest Old School of all time. Hey, we're a part of history in some shape or form. So Tristan Gomez, going to be Austin Norman here coming up with me on the other side, 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Watch Old School live on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com. This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com. On the internet. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Attention, Nebraska sports fans. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? The Army National Guard is looking for leaders who are dedicated, driven, and ready to make a difference. Join up and gain invaluable experience while serving your country with a flexible schedule, competitive benefits, and a chance to build a strong future. Learn more at nationalguard.com/Nebraska. Live here, serve here. The Nebraska Army National Guard. Guard the good life.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for their 14th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an exclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, they're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank or neighbors who could help with a home loan.
Congratulations, you're approved.
Or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
I'm Nebraska softball player Jordy Ball, and I've faced some tough opponents before. But buying my first home, that was a whole new ball game. With Midwest Bank, their staff are with you every step of the way. Your first home shouldn't just be a place for you, it should be a big win in your life. Midwest Bank can help you get there. Learn more at midwest.bank. Your community, your bank, Midwest Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's that time of the year, baseball fans. State baseball is back on the air on 93.7 The Ticket. Join Nick Sainer, Tristan Gomez, and me, Austin Norman, for all the action from Werner Park. We'll bring you all the games from Werner, including the opening rounds in Class A and Class B, as well as all 3 state championship games thanks to our great local sponsors. It's state championship baseball all week long on 93.7 The Ticket, theticketfm.com, and streaming worldwide on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and the free Ticket app.
We have 2 boys, so we needed more space. We lived in a townhouse, so we decided to build.
Casey Bowman and her husband Joe built their first home with us. This is Bob Benish of Aspen Builders. Working with the Bowmans was fantastic.
After the first meeting, we really liked them as people.
I was really skeptical about the whole building process, more so than Joe was. But they explained everything before it happened. If there were problems or issues along the way, they called and explained everything. They just really helped ease my mind.
They were really good about giving us options as far as what fit in the budget, what didn't fit in the budget. They have a designer, Rachel.
She was amazing. She was very helpful in making sure that our house turned out good. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change the lot. I wouldn't change colors. I love everything about it. Everything. It's perfect for us.
Make your dream home a reality and call Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at aspenbuildersinc.com. Your home is waiting at Aspen Builders.
Sean's Mobile DOT inspection reminds listeners that our troops return home. Many are left unemployed and deserted. Over 1 million veterans across the United States are currently looking for jobs despite having special skills and elite military training. Let us welcome troops with open arms and make 2026 a year to hire smart, hire vets. Sean's Mobile DOT inspection. For all your inspection, mobile truck repair, mobile truck services, and trailer repair, call the pros. 402-880-2425. Sean's Mobile DOT inspection. On the air because they care.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. 1221 N Street, Lincoln.
At Cedars, we're here to make sure that kids have the safety and stability that every child deserves, where they're protected and where they feel safe. You make this possible. Today, more than ever, we need your support to be here for kids who have nowhere else to call home. Now through May 28th, make a big impact through Give to Lincoln. Give to Cedars now at givetolincoln.com.
Coming at you live from the heart of downtown Lincoln, this is Old School with Foreman and Orman. Nebraska Football Hall of Famer Jay Foreman.
Here's Coy Detmer dropping straight back in the pocket. Rifles a pass. It was tipped. It's picked off by Foreman. He's at the 15, 10, 5. He'll score! Foreman got it, and it's touchdown Huskers.
Black shirts answer the call one more time.
And Austin Orman. Old School with Foreman and Orman is sponsored by Graham Tire Company of Lincoln, your tire store next door with 4 Lincoln locations. Old School with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That's right. Welcome back into Old School, keeping the train rolling. Hope you missed me, but not too much. Appreciate Nick and Tristan giving me a little bit of a break there. Try to collect some thoughts. 402-464-5685 if you want to be a part of the show. If you're hanging on through Rain Delay Theater with us, would love to hear from you and get your thoughts on anything going on in the wide world of sports. Again, whatever's on your mind, we'd love to talk about. If not, I suppose we can get creative and come up with stuff. I'm a little bummed right now that we haven't had any players, any fans rush the field and turn the tarp into a slip and slide. There's no lightning, wind's blowing a little bit out to right, mostly across the field, but just been a lot of time spent staring out at the 402 sign in dead center field. Let's, Nick, go ahead and switch some gears here as the Royals are knotted at 0 with the Red Sox. Jack Caglione at bat after he doubled in his first at bat. Talk some college football. Athlon Sports every year does a piece where they get Big Ten coaches to dish anonymously on one another and other programs in the league. I think we got to go ahead and start with Nebraska, obviously, being that we are based out of Lincoln, spend a lot of time covering Nebraska. Got a few quotes on the Huskers from some opposing coaches. Number one, the first quote is, "They're in a ton of denial with the quarterback situation. Dylan Raiola is as good as they get as a player and as a person. Losing him, I thought he was their last hope. He was the pin that was holding that thing together." Does that sound like Dan Lanning to you? Does that sound like a different head coach? Do you agree with the assessment that Dylan Raiola is as good as they get as a player and that he was the pin holding that thing together for Nebraska?
I think it's more than just the quarterback position as a whole. Obviously, we're going to a season with a new defensive coordinator, a lot of different faces across the board, a revamped offensive line in a sense of say. And yes, the quarterback position, was it perfect? No. Did it show flashes? Yes. And it's unanimous quotes, so obviously the coaches are going to dish on one another and say whatever they want because you're not attaching a name to the phrase. So, of course, you're going to speak your mind because if you put a name next to any of these quotes, more than likely that sentence is probably not coming out unless the coach wants to be very vocal about a situation where there are some vocal coaches around the college football ranks. But it's interesting. I think Nebraska, obviously, they had Emmett Johnson. Look what he was able to do across the 2025 campaign for Nebraska. In a season where Nebraska, there was a lot of hype coming in this season. As always, there always is with Nebraska football. You've grown up here, I've grown up here, there always is. But I think it was more than just a quarterback position thing. I think there's more than one thing. Defense, we saw it in November, just couldn't get off the field, whether it be Penn State, whether it be Iowa, whether it be the bowl game. There was more than just one domino effect on the season this last year. Emmett Johnson, a very huge bright spot, why he's going to be playing on Sundays, more than likely, for a Super Bowl contending team. I think it's more than the quarterback position. Was the quarterback position perfect? No. But I think it's more than just one person to blame and one simple fix to go for.
I'm going to skip the middle quote and head down to the next one, because I think that going from the first quote saying Dylan Raiola was the pin that was holding that thing together down to this one makes some sense. Matt Rule has some great aspects. He can make you run through a wall, but there's just always so much turnover with his staff. I know that it's a tough environment for those coaches to be in. Rule makes it like that on purpose because he doesn't want you to get comfortable. I don't want to say his model isn't going to work, but I don't know. That's interesting to think of, in that so many of the best staffs in college sports, especially college football, find ways to stick together.
Mm-hmm.
The continuity is usually pretty high. The flip side of that is the best staffs in college football sometimes have to deal with the most turnover, because guess what? They're putting guys into the league. They're maximizing what they get out of their room, and other places want to hire them, whether it's, to go from an offensive line coach to a line coach and run game coordinator spot, whether it's to go from a linebackers coach to a defensive coordinator, whether it's to go from quarterbacks coach to offensive coordinator, or from either coordinator spot to a head coaching gig. The best programs typically have the most people retained and the most people poached, which sounds paradoxical, but there's not necessarily one way to success. But, retention in key spots, but being able to bring in, key talent in other spots and having the right kind of turnover goes a long way. I don't know the inner workings inside, whether that be Northeast Stadium, essentially, with the new facility. I don't know what the standard is that Matt Rule holds his coaches to. I would say there's a very fine line between making your coaches uncomfortable and pushing them to be better. If you're going for discomfort just for discomfort's sake, just to see what guys can handle, just to mess with them, I don't think that's great. Now, have standards, have accountability, challenge them absolutely. But you look at the Matt Rule method, has there been a coach at Nebraska yet that you think has maximized his ability and maximized his room? It's hard for me to say that. Maybe the best room on Nebraska's team has been the tight end room. Marcus Satterfield, not exactly a tight ends coach by trade. How much of that is him versus his players? I don't know. And even then, it's been a solid room, not great. Running backs haven't, been the bright spot for Nebraska. Quarterback couldn't maximize a five-star talent, Dylan Raiola. I think Takel Schwartz at wide receiver could be good, but he's only been there for 1 year now. I think some level of turnover is healthy. But the turnover that Nebraska's had hasn't necessarily been because, this unit is a runaway freight train. Someone else is going to come in and pay buku bucks to have this coach go work their magic somewhere else. And so I wonder if this quote reads as an opposing coach sensing that some Nebraska coaches have burnout, aren't being given the right runway to be the most successful versions of themselves because of Matt Rule's methods, or if there's something maybe else going on behind the scenes. I just thought that was an interesting quote. Rule makes it like that on purpose because he doesn't want you to get comfortable.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, they've gone through so many. I mean, you go back to even Tony White. He leaves and goes to Florida. I mean, that was shocking in itself at the time. We looked at it, heads up. It's like, people are pitching for him to get a head coaching job somewhere in the college football landscape for a long time. Look what he was able to do with the defense. Ends up at Florida State in the same kind of role that he was here at Nebraska. And that was an interesting storyline in itself. Still kind of is to this day as it continues to get brought up here in the year of 2026. And then you have John Butler taking over for just a season. 12 games is a very small body of work. But in this day and age of college football, 12 games is, a pretty big large, I guess, depending on which program you're looking at. And now you're bringing in Rob Ulrich. You saw a little sneak peek with the spring game. You saw what he was able to do at San Diego State and kind of turn around their program as a whole, put together really solid seasons in the Mountain West Conference. But it's so much different, in college football. Like Nick Saban is an outlier. When he was coaching Alabama, his head coach, his coordinators and assistants were leaving to go get other Power 4 jobs because they were winning at a consistent basis. They were winning 12-plus games, playing for BCS/college football playoff national titles, and then insert name of OCDC would end up going to another job. And that
OCDC, wasn't that the rock band?
ACDC is the one you're looking at. Come on. Did you do that on purpose, or did you?
I was making a joke.
Okay. I couldn't tell with your dad humor here. I thought you actually have it. But OCDC, regardless, at Alabama, they go out and go find a job and they make the name for themselves in the coaching ranks. We haven't really seen that with Nebraska, with the wins being 12 plus, obviously, but you also see with the coaches leaving after losing their job potentially. And now you bring in another coach, and Rob Ulrich, you're hoping that he sticks and is able to bring over a couple guys. You have Owen Chambliss, you have Trey McDougall, you have a couple got names on there from San Diego State coming into Nebraska. But, you obviously don't want to always be comfortable because you become complacent. Okay, I get that. But it's not like Nebraska's setting the world on fire across the college football landscape. Yes. Have they started out with winning seasons? Have they been ranked a couple of times here in the last couple of years under Matt Rule? Yes. But then when the season trickles down to that late October, early November, and then you get maybe to a bowl game, they've won one bowl game. They lost this last one to Utah on New Year's Eve, but you're still going around 6-6, 7-5 throughout those seasons.
Some bad news here from Werner Park. They just switched the Spotify playlist from Chasers 2026 to Rain Delay. And It's been about 3 hours for that. So that is not a great sign. They've got a few people milling around down on the field, one of whom is on the phone. I'm not sure with who, but he's been down there for a while. Just still sprinkling up here at Werner. Haven't hit the heavy rains that it sounds like you guys have potentially back in Lincoln. But you mentioned the number of wins. One Big Ten coach said this about Nebraska. I don't imagine they're going to do anything special. I think 5 wins, maybe 6 wins at the most. If they hit 7, I would be shocked. That's a view of an opposing coach. I'm not saying that should be the fans' view. It sounds like a lot of what we've heard from our Sartor Heyman Jewelers text line throughout the course of the offseason when Nebraska football does come up. Nick, if Nebraska is going to surprise teams, get to 7 wins or 8 wins, what's going to be the 1 or 2 biggest things that need to change for Nebraska, in your opinion?
I think it's going to have to be consistent defense. Nebraska's defense, we've seen it at its best at times. We've also seen it at its worst. That regardless of who the head coach was, and you need consistency across the board. Offensive line, I think you could have whoever you have at quarterback, whether that be insert name here, insert name there, insert name. You need an offensive line to be successful. Emmett Johnson was able to do it in some shape or form and put up a historic season, a very good season that ends up landing him a job in the NFL. However, if you don't have an offensive line, your quarterback is getting hit several times throughout the game, whether it be a sack, whether it be a quarterback touch on him, whether he's scrambling out of bounds to get a couple yards on first down, second down, third down, regardless, you need an offensive line to block you. Nebraska is trying to put the pieces together. Obviously, they have different style of quarterbacks across the board. They have Cheech Lateef still there. Obviously, he got thrown in the fire last year against USC on that night game. Then you have Daniel Kalen coming back, obviously a Bellevue West, local Omaha Metro product, going from here back down to Virginia, now back here. And then Anthony Calanger, who seems to be the quarterback QB1 going into the season, more than likely, with the veteran prowess of him, obviously playing at Virginia as well this last year, playing under Dan Mullen with the UNLV Rebels in the Mountain West Conference, which ironically, Rob Ulrich probably knows a lot about him across the board, keeping track of those Mountain West quarterbacks. So I think it's a collective thing. It's not just one little thing. I think it's more than just, they're a quarterback away. I think you need the offensive line on par. You need the defense to play well, because in November, Nebraska football is coming to the month. Okay, they're 1 win away from potentially going to a bowl game. Or, okay, they're 1 win away from getting to 8 wins or 7 wins. And then that November stretch hits where it's just loss after loss after loss. And you need to get rid of those November woes, because if you're not winning in November, even if you get a bowl game, the vibes aren't high. And we saw that especially this past year in 2025.
The offensive line is it for me if Nebraska is going to surprise. Not just in it always starts up front sort of way, but Nebraska invested a lot in that position, obviously, in telling Donovan Raiola his services would no longer be required and hiring Jeep Wade instead, bringing Coach Wade in for the bowl game, and then investing in 3 transfers that I presume Nebraska expects to start, or at the very least challenge for a starting position, on top of a second-year transfer guy in Elijah Pritchett and a guy that's played his fair share of snaps at Nebraska the last few years in Justin Evans. If Nebraska is going to make a leap, especially on offense, I think it's going to start at the offensive line. I did think this was interesting. CFB Film Room put this out. Sack rate versus pressure rate. So the percentage of dropbacks against pressure that resulted in sacks against FBS opponents. So how often, did a team get credited with a pressure? And then when a quarterback faced a pressure, how often did that pressure result in a sack? Among power conference quarterbacks, among power conference teams, Dylan Raiola was the worst in the country at turning pressures into sacks. 35% of the time when he got pressured, he was sacked. Next closest, Jackson Arnold, 31.5%. Blake Shapen at 30%. Ethan Kaliak-Manis, 28%. Then you have names like Lenora Sellers at 26% and Julian Lewis down at 26%. Difference between Dylan Raiola and a lot of those other guys, they're dual threats, right? Guys that maybe just didn't have the situational awareness and the pocket presence to know when to tuck it and run. Not some perfect offensive lines there, but think about this. Anthony Calandria last year, a Husker stat account tweets out, Anthony Calandria's sack to pressure rate was 15.2% last year. About 60% fewer sacks taken on a similar amount of pressures. And they say, okay, Nebraska's offensive line took some heat, but I don't think that heat was necessarily justified. You don't have a guy rush for as many yards as Emmett Johnson does with a porous offensive line. And yes, sacks are often treated as an offensive line stat. Nebraska's offensive line had its fair share of issues. I'm not trying to just poo-poo that away, wave my hand and nope, it's all on the quarterback. But sacks are a quarterback stat too. Hanging on to the ball too long, making sure everyone's on the same page, being able to move from read to read, having that sense and IQ in the pocket of what to do and where to go with the ball. Clearly, Dylan Raiola still struggled with that at times last year. And yeah, Nebraska's down 3 starters on the offensive line. But I think the combination of a more mobile quarterback, an upperclassman quarterback that's been around the game and should still have his timing, and an improved offensive line should help Nebraska stay on schedule more often, which I think would go a long way for this offense. Just to, kind of like we talked about special teams heading into last year. Is it an offense that needs to make more splash plays? Sure, absolutely. You take that in a heartbeat. But if you can eliminate so many of the negative plays, raise the floor first. I think that's a good step in the right direction for this Nebraska offense.
And some of those quarterbacks you mentioned, like Blake Shapen was at Mississippi State. Well, it wasn't a great team this last year. Jackson Arnold was obviously moving on from Oklahoma, going to Auburn, another situation which wasn't so great and taking a lot of sacks. That was a team that had offensive line issues across the board, but whoever they were playing throughout the season. And then Kalmanakis, he obviously at Rutgers. Yeah, he was down there as well. Former Minnesota Golden Gopher, people forget as well. Nebraska fans don't forget that because he was a thorn in the side for a while, it felt like there. But yeah, I mean, if you're cutting down your sack rate, you have a quarterback who's mobile, as we've seen in this day and age of college football in general. If you have a quarterback who's able to scramble and pick up a couple yards, avoid the big losses, the negative plays, you're in a much better spot than just having a pocket passer back there, because there are pocket passers in college football who are successful, regardless of what conference you're in. But with Nebraska, their identity, that's the other thing that comes back to. What is Nebraska's identity on offense? Are they going to be a team that's going to run the ball? Are they going to be a team who's going to pass first? I mean, we've seen a little bit of the vision with Dana Holgorsen, but then again, you go back a couple games and you don't really know. I mean, they had Emmett Johnson last year, which do it all running back. You kind of need that. But is that what Nebraska wants to be? Nebraska, I mean, we go back to the 90s before you and I were even watching games. It was run the ball. You even go back to last year. Emmett Johnson was the guy. But is Nebraska going to be, I mean, Dana Holgorsen, look back at his years at Houston, it was a very throw around the ball, speed, all speed kind of guys at the wide receiver position. Is that what Nebraska is going to be? We don't really know. And I was curious of what the spring game was going to tell. You weren't going to learn a whole lot from that, obviously, because that's just what a spring game is in the year 2026. But I still don't really know what Nebraska's identity is on offense across the board. And then that leads to a new defense again. So you have to collaborate as brother in the special teams. Nebraska figured out special teams, and that's a story in itself, Austin. We can go into that talked about that for a long time. But the whole identity thing across the program has to be answered, regardless if it's week 1, all the way until the end of the year in Black Friday against Iowa.
I'm still not convinced that Nebraska knows what it wants to be on offense. And as long as it would pick a lane, that would go a long ways. But Nebraska has refused to do that at this point until such a time. I think we're going to see more of the same. Let's go ahead and go to break. When we get back, we'll keep going through this Athlon article. Plenty more interesting quotes from Big Ten coaches, not just head coaches. It's all sorts of coaches at different levels of Big Ten staffs. Nick Wyman on the board. I'm Austin Orman at Warner Park. Still awaiting news on what Lincoln East and Papio South are going to do here in a winner's bracket game in Class A. We'll keep you tuned as best we can for that. But for now, let's go to break. We'll be back with more next on Old School.
You're listening to Old School with Jay Foreman and Austin Orman. Download the mobile app and listen wherever you are on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
If you've been looking for a reason to fill up your car with E15, how about this? E15
can help you save big at the pump
and save the planet by cutting greenhouse gas emissions.
Any car 2001 or newer is approved. Speaking of good, it's made from corn, which is great for farmers.
As I was saying, if you need a reason to choose E15, there you have them. E15, engine smart, earth kind. Visit chooseE15.com to learn more.
Put lawn irrigation on automatic. Think Judson Irrigation for worry-free service to Lincoln homeowners and business community. Judson Irrigation will turn on your sprinkler system in the spring, repair or redesign as needed, and turn it off in the fall. For service to orphan sprinklers, remember Judson Irrigation. They'll never forget you.
Call the Judson Irrigation Orphanage 402-420-6277 or judsonirrigation.com.
Unearth the secret to long-lasting tires at Tread's Central Tire Pros. a league apart in commitment, service, and expertise. This isn't just about rubber meeting the road, but trust, safety, and surety converging in perfect harmony. This is where expectations are exceeded every time. Make your appointment today at Tread Central Tire Pros, just south of Cortland on Highway 77, or visit our website to explore our services. Remember, when it comes to tires, choose Tread Central Tire Pros because we tread differently.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for their 14th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an exclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, they're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
In communities like ours, local relationships still matter. At Insight Partners, we believe we are better together. That's why insurance agencies across the Midwest have joined Insight Partners to better serve local customers and communities with all their insurance needs. From personal to commercial or specialty insurance, your local Insight Partners team is here to help protect what matters most. Insight Partners, better together. Learn more at myInspartners.com.
Shopping for new flooring is different today. Getting your questions answered, making the right selection, getting the best value, and installed quickly and professionally. Visit ostreetcarpet.com or shop our store. We'll answer all your questions and help you make the right choice. You'll be enjoying your new floor in just days for less than you'd pay elsewhere. Carpet, vinyl, wood, laminate, tile, and area rugs. We've got it all.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
The crack of the bat. Sizzling concessions. Yeah, that's the sound of summer at Haymarket Park. It's been that way for 25 seasons. And in this city, it's not a matter of if you'll catch a game, it's how many. Safe. That's because there's always something in play for Salt Dogs fans. From saluting our troops to Friday night fireworks, your local tradition plays on. Let's show summer how Lincoln celebrates 25 seasons. Get your tickets at saltdogs.com.
If one of the things running through your mind as a business owner is the recurring worry of possible cyber attacks, you can let out a sigh of relief. Hamilton Business Technologies has you covered. As the official business IT partner of the Huskers, we offer real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and more to keep your data safe from harm. We care about the success of Nebraska businesses and communities like yours. Learn how we can help you at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
We have 2 boys, so we needed more space. We lived in a townhouse, so we decided to build.
Casey Bowman and her husband Joe built their first home with us. This is Bob Benish of Aspen Builders. Working with the Bowmans was fantastic.
After the first meeting, we really liked them as people.
I was really skeptical about the whole building process, more so than Joe was. But they explained everything before it happened. If there were problems or issues along the way, they called and explained everything. They just really helped ease my mind.
They were really good about giving us options as far as what fit in the budget, what didn't fit in the budget. They have a designer, Rachel.
She was amazing. She was very helpful in making sure that our house turned out good. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change the lot. I wouldn't change colors. I love everything about it. Everything. It's perfect for us.
Make your dream home a reality and call Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at aspenbuildersinc.com. Your home is waiting at Aspen Builders.
At Jimmy John's, we don't make sandwiches. We make the sandwich of sandwiches. We use fresh veggies because we don't hate salads. We just feel bad for them. We make our sandwiches exactly how you want because you're the one who's eating it. And we bake bread all day, every day, because stale bread isn't bread. It's croutons. Sandwich history is written by the victors. Good thing we have legible handwriting. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. Order pickup or delivery on the app.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome back in to Old School. Austin Orman here at the booth. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The clouds got darker there for a minute, but we have it from the NSAA itself, 8:30 p.m. start time. So thank you, everyone, for being buckled in, being along for the ride. We will indeed get Lincoln East and Papillion La Vista South in. At least that is the goal. First pitch slated for just about an hour away. 402-464-5685 if you want to be a part of the show. Nick, let's keep going through some of these quotes from Big Ten coaches anonymously on other teams. We'll just go alphabetically here down the order. From Illinois, sorry. They evaluate great. They know what fits for them. They do a great job of not swinging for a home run every time they recruit, only to lose guys to Ohio State in some one-on-one battle. They have no business doing that. They're super aware of that. They don't spend a lot of useless time, and they evaluate really well. It's not surprising in any aspect that they're this good. This was about Illinois. That reads a lot like a subtweet of Nebraska as well. They evaluate great. They know what fits for them. They do a great job of not swinging for a home run only to lose guys to Ohio State. They have no business doing that. I'm of two minds of that. Number one, seems like great advice for Nebraska to just find the guys that are under the radar, that are close, that you can develop into good players. But also, I think if you want to get back to playing like the blue blood that you historically are as Nebraska, you can't just capitulate. You can't just walk out of these conversations. You still have to be in them, especially when you just land one. And Dylan Raiola, family ties and all, maybe, Nebraska is just getting kind of like a pity placement on some of these, top 10s and top 5 lists and what have you. I'd like to think that Nebraska is legitimately in some of these recruiting conversations, even if they're not landing the players. I see merit both ways, but at some point, Nebraska at the very least has to get to what Illinois is doing in finding its type of player at every position, doing it consistently, developing those guys, and cranking out more draft picks than the star rankings might lead you to indicate would be on the roster.
100%. And it does read like that across the board. And it kind of gives you Nebraska vibes when you read it off the page. Losing players to said programs across the board. And I find this whole thing very interesting. We're at that part of the offseason where you're waiting for camps to kind of pick up, and this becomes a very big concept with the anonymous coaches across the board. I find it very interesting. The Nebraska ones read well. I'm curious what the rest of these conference games across the board are as well, because you'll have obviously people talking about Indiana. I would assume Indiana has some nice quotes coming up here from coaches. I assume Ohio State, Michigan as well, because Michigan is in a whole new boat as well, because, look what happened with their program. Completely different change. And then they bring in a coach like Kyle Whittingham, who I never thought he'd leave Utah. I thought that was just kind of set in stone for the rest of history until he wanted to call it quits. Now he's going to be coaching at Michigan in the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry as Kyle Whittingham and Ryan Day entwined in it. Very interesting across board. Then Kurt Signetti, Dan Lanning's trying to get over that hump and win a national championship for Oregon. All these are very interesting because the Big Ten has grown so much as a conference. You have obviously the Western schools. Bob Chesney at UCLA has been making some noise in the recruiting ranks since he's landed there from James Madison. Interesting to say the least how this goes down.
Let's get to the Indiana quote that I think is most telling, is most interesting. An anonymous Big Ten coach said they're going to lose that rush of James Madison guys that they had the last 2 years, so they could definitely struggle in some areas of continuity where maybe the talent does have to take over. But I'm definitely not going to underestimate Indiana again. Another quote says, defensively, they still return most of their production, but to me, it's hard to replicate what Mendoza did. Hoover is a good player. I think he's got some turnover issues, but other than that, they reloaded. Mentioned some youth at wide receiver and how much they probably had to pay for Nick Marsh from Michigan State. Iowa, quote is, it'll be really interesting to see with them the new philosophy of adding more transfers. What they've been doing has been working. It's been developmental, but in this day and age, you can't do that anymore. You have to adapt and make the right choices in the portal. I would still bet a lot of money that they're going to be really good and that the culture of their team will still be intact. Iowa's such an interesting kind of case study, and I'm not trying to be one of those when all you have is a hammer every problem looks like nail guys, but Iowa seems to me in some ways a spiritual match, but also the antithesis of, say, Duke basketball, right? Where what had Duke done, has Duke done for the longest time? One and done freshmen. Freshmen are the basis of the class. They're going to be, top 3 at worst in the recruiting rankings, and their hopes are going to hinge on how well a star freshman or two perform, with some few returners as sophomores or maybe juniors up and down the list. It's been good for Duke, but it hasn't been enough. Same kind of thing for Iowa, who's maintained their good record, who's maintained their standing, but not gotten over the hump almost for the other reason. Going to the portal, but not for a whole lot. Going to the portal for a quarterback and not hitting on it. I'm curious to see if Kirk Ferentz and Iowa are able to adapt to the transfer portal, how it does change the culture of their team, if it does at all. Because, teams like Clemson in college football have a reputation for not going to the portal. Iowa's in that mix as well. It'd be nice if Kirk Ferentz, goes more in on the transfers and turns out that they're me first guys. They're not about the Iowa culture and it ruins the program. That'd be incredible. Now, I'm not necessarily holding my breath for that as much as I might like, but I do think it's notable that you see, Duke basketball pivot to upperclassmen transfers and more transfers as opposed to just freshmen. And now Iowa might be going from all development, all our guys to, hey, okay, maybe we do have to dabble in the transfer portal and what that means for that program.
Yeah, and like a team like Iowa, they're kind of stay true to what they are. They're kind of being a little bit to the age of college football, what it is now, but teams like Clemson as well. They're kind of the same. They're kind of what they get. But Clemson, we've seen, the championship rise of them when Trevor Lawrence was there across board, Deshaun Watson. In the last couple of years with Dabo have not been up to par with Clemson expects. Iowa, with Kirk Ferentz, they just find ways to win. Is it pretty football? No, but it is what it is, and that is what Iowa does. Continue to have tight ends across the board, making it to the NFL level. Across the board, they have some good defensive players across the board. Special teams, their special teams finds ways not only to beat Big Ten teams, but also Nebraska. We've seen that play a factor throughout time and time again, whether that be Matt Rule, the coach, even before then, whether it be kicking a game-winning field goal or maybe a punt return that completely changes the game. Seen it time and time again, and I'm curious what to see out of them because they're going to have a new quarterback once again. It feels like every year that's a story for Iowa. We'll see how that goes. Sometimes they've hit. Some last couple have not been pretty, but sometimes it's been able to get it. Mark Gronowski was the last guy, and a little bit different Iowa quarterback, more mobile than most Iowa quarterbacks have been in the past, whether that be Nate Stanley, probably the best quarterback Iowa's had in recent memory. Even they had guys like James Vandenberg. He was another guy who was in there during this.
How many Nebraska quarterbacks of the last 10 years would you take before you take Nate Stanley?
I don't know. Nate Stanley was just so Mr. Consistent. That's the thing with him. Was it pretty football? No, but he just get the job done. Play action pass. He'd make the pass to one of his wide receivers or his tight ends. I don't know.
Would you take Tommy Armstrong or Nate Stanley?
Tommy Armstrong was electric. So I love Tommy Armstrong. Was there during that Oregon game when they beat the Ducks there. And that was a big part of Tommy Armstrong's career.
Adrian Martinez or Nate Stanley?
That's the thing. Adrian Martinez was a good player. I just think there was a lot of things that went wrong around him across the board. Nate Stanley.
Dylan Raiola or Nate Stanley?
I'd probably take Nate Stanley. He was a winner. He just won games. I don't know. Nate Stanley was just.
What a world we live in. I can't say you're wrong, but wow.
He wasn't the most flashy quarterback. He was a big quarterback. He kind of reminded me like Ben Roethlisberger. Just a big quarterback, was able to sell the play action well and get it done and get Iowa to parts where they've never been before. And he was just it wasn't like he was going to throw out a Patrick Mahomes side, baseball type of throw, but he was able to just complete passes at a high rate. And he had good running backs behind him, had a good O-line, and that's just how Iowa's done. And yeah, and they'll have a different quarterback once again, and they just find ways to be Mr. Consistent out there.
There is a quote on Iowa's new quarterback, Jeremy Heklinski.
Yep.
An anonymous coach says, I heard that at Wake Forest, Jeremy Heklinski struggled a bit there, struggled to put on weight, struggled to buy into the intensity of college football a bit. I'm interested to see how he progresses at Iowa. Maybe Iowa is the new home and the fresh start that he's looking for. Maybe this coach has good intel and those issues follow him around. We'll skip over Maryland and get to Michigan. One coach says, I love that roster. The second that Sharon Moore was gone, they actually got to run that roster. There are 4 or 5 players in that freshman class who will contribute immediately, and they had a bunch of freshmen last year who contributed. The other coach says the 2027 season was the target because they really like that 2025 class. So the thought was to build it for that third year and focus on retaining those guys while bringing in younger players. Fourth coach says, I think they can win the conference. It's not a group with a lot of household names, but there's a lot of depth with really good players. Sounds to me like the Kyle Whittingham model from Utah. Now, Utah was a trendy team, probably because I liked Utah in the program that Kyle Whittingham was running, a team that I thought, had pretty dang good talent across the board, good coaching across the board, and I thought could have been closer to the college football playoff discussion than they ended the last few years. Either way, that quote, especially that final quote, right? A bunch of depth of good players, if not a bunch of household names that are a threat to win the conference. Sounds like a prototypical quintessential kind of Kyle Whittingham model. Curious to see what he can accomplish in year one, and if Michigan, being maybe a little bit under the radar, plays in the Wolverines' favor.
Yeah, obviously Michigan has an offseason with a lot of talking points. What went down with Sharon Moore. Obviously now they're bringing a guy like Kyle Whittingham and looking for Bryce Underwood. I mean, look what he was able to do out of high school. He was a huge name. He is for sure looking to take another step in another direction. Was he? I mean, a lot of hype behind him coming out of high school, goes to Michigan. I mean, did the stats jump off the page really well? Probably not. But I trust Kyle Whittingham and what he's able to do there with the Wolverines. And they're in a team where they've gotten the best of Ohio State in recent memory, even when they weren't at their best. And that's our game that always is circled on the calendar. And Michigan's going to be an interesting game because Kyle Whittingham, look what he did at Utah with the Utes. They won regardless of the talent they had and put together really good NFL players across the board. Always had really fun quarterbacks the last couple of years. I mean, even go back to Tyler Huntley. They had him down there as well. And I have Bryce Underwood. Maybe you see a little bit of flashes of some of that with him. Obviously, a whole new offense, whole different coaching scheme for them. And it should be interesting what Michigan has going to be because obviously college football and Michigan go hand in hand. When I think of Michigan, when they're good, college football is usually a very fun time to be around.
Michigan State, their entire staff of position coaches made me go, oh, crap, interesting. They brought in a lot of good coaches, so I think they'll be a good team this year. Another coach, I don't think they added a lot of players that changed the game for them, but you could tell from the outside that the culture wasn't great. Maybe them losing a bunch of players and talent and completely hitting the reset button is actually a good thing. I'm pretty bullish on them. I think that's kind of interesting. On the Spartans in year one under Pat Fitzgerald, how about this then on Northwestern, Pat Fitzgerald's alma mater?
Mm-hmm.
I was super interested in the Chip Kelly move. Just from a personnel meeting scheme standpoint, I just imagine their personnel department was like, what the heck do we do now? Everything they've built with that team is like this ground and pound man zone running scheme that you have some play action off of it, which hasn't necessarily been the Chip Kelly calling card. He's run the ball maybe more than you might think, right? A lot of what he did back in his Oregon days was based on that, but that's absolutely a swing for the fences hire for Northwestern. Things were up and down for Chip Kelly in Ohio State in his tenure there before he went back to the pros, of course, with the Raiders before heading back to college. I see what that coach is saying about the Chip Kelly, at least the narrative and the 30,000 foot view doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But if you're Northwestern, this guy's available and he's willing to do it. I understand taking the risk on him, let him work his magic, trust that he does still have a brain for the game and a feel for the game. Curious to see if he's able to make something out of that Northwestern offense that's really struggled, well, pretty much since the program's been founded.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember seeing when Chip Kelly was going to Northwestern, it was very interesting to say the least. Two kind of different ends of the spectrum with kind of what you expect out of them. But Northwestern's a team where, I mean, they give teams fits. They had successful seasons the past couple of years. A couple of years ago, David Braun came in and it was kind of like, all right, let's see what happens here with this group. And they made something out of it. And then even on Michigan State, you go back to the Spartans, whole new group. Pat Fitzgerald's back in the Big Ten, and he just finds ways to somehow compete, regardless. Even the teams he had at Northwestern. I mean, you go back to the Clayton Thorson days. Should have that team been as good as they were? Probably not, but they found ways to win and win tight ball games. Even some against, Clayton Thorson, that's another quarterback in Nebraska fans' nightmares because he found ways to win in some shape or form across the board, whether those games were played in Evanston or in Lincoln. So those games as well. The Big Ten Conference as a whole, interesting. And Chip Kelly adds a whole new dynamic to it because the guy, he's willing to put in the work. Curious what their identity is going to be bringing him into the fold with Northwestern football because usually a team who has a solid running back, different kind of style of offense than what I would expect Chip Kelly to kind of go into. But we won't know until week one what the Wildcats have cooking on the offense. Let's
go ahead and go to break. When we get back, we'll wrap up with a thought from another team or two in the Big Ten. We'll send you to Chris Raff then from 8 to 8:30 when we are expected to have first pitch between the Lincoln East and Papillion La Vista South. He's Nick Wyman. I'm Austin Norman. Tristan Gomez alongside getting ready for the Titans versus the Spartans. We'll be back with the final segment of Old School for the day after this.
You're listening to Old School with Jay Foreman and Austin Orman. Download the mobile app and listen wherever you are on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
At Jimmy John's, we don't make sandwiches. We make the sandwich of sandwiches. We use fresh veggies because we don't hate salads. We just feel bad for them. We make our sandwiches exactly how you want because you're the one who's eating it. And we bake bread all day, every day because stale bread isn't bread. It's croutons. Sandwich history is written by the victors. Good thing we have legible handwriting. Jimmy John's, the sandwich of sandwiches. Order pickup or delivery on the app.
Hey USA, it's your 250th birthday, and Amigos brings the party. The Yankee Burrito is back. And what's more American than a hot dog? In a crispy tortilla. This summer, the All-American Twist is back too, for just $3.99. There's festive layers of red slushy, white soft serve, and blue slushy with whipped cream and a cherry on top. Celebrate freedom, flavor, and fun in every bite with a Yankee Burrito and All-American Twist. Only at Amigos. When tacos and quesadillas join forces at Amigos, something seriously delicious happens. Quesadilla tacos. Crispy on the outside, gooey on the inside, folded taco style, and stuffed with bold seasoned flavor. It's like your favorite quesadilla and taco teamed up for the ultimate spring fling. With Tex-Mex, chicken, supreme, or steak, Amigos has a quesadilla taco for everyone. So hurry in. This tasty collab is here for a limited time only. Get the ultimate flavor fusion with quesadilla tacos at Amigos.
Imagine if the people who work at your bank were neighbors who could help with a home loan.
Congratulations, you're approved.
Or friends who love to shop local.
Have a good one.
At UBT, who you work with matters just as much as what you're working toward.
Hey, thanks for helping.
That's why your money has more than a banker. It has people. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Are you looking for something different for lunch or dinner in Lincoln? Big 8 is now open at 1226 P Street, serving seafood boils and Asian cuisine. Get your hands messy with fresh, flavorful seafood boils, hot, bold, and made to share. Or enjoy classic Chinese and Asian dishes, perfect for lunch, dinner, or a night out with friends and family. Big flavors, generous portions, and a brand new dining experience. Big 8, now open in Lincoln.
When something breaks, you want someone you can trust to fix it right. Empire Repair is now open in Waverly and ready to serve our community with reliable auto repair and maintenance. From routine service to bigger repairs, our team is here to keep you on the road. Stop by Empire Repair in Waverly or call 402-786-2224 to schedule your service today. Empire Repair, proud to serve Waverly.
You started your business to build something special. Now it's time to grow and protect it. At Pinnacle Bank, our treasury management services help you do just that. Through smarter payment technology, account administration, and fraud protection. So no matter the size of your business, you can get the most out of your financial operations. Request your free consultation at pinbank.com/consult. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
If you want to make new floor shopping easier, come to O Street Carpet. Hi, I'm Steve Carper. Our flooring professionals can help you choose the best flooring for you, your family, and your budget. We eliminate the confusion. Even better, you'll be enjoying your new flooring much sooner. No 6 or 8 week waits. We'll install right away and save you money on installation. Floor shopping made easy every day at O Street Carpet.
O Street Carpet.
1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
Spring sports are here and it's time to upgrade your equipment. But don't go rushing to your big box store. Play It Again Sports is your place to go for all spring sports equipment for baseball, softball, golf, and disc golf. Play It Again Sports has quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And don't forget, buying from them is a great way to get new products with great discounts by also bringing in your used items for store credit or cash on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
Attention, Nebraska sports fans. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? The Army National Guard is looking for leaders who are dedicated, driven, and ready to make a difference. Join up and gain invaluable experience while serving your country with a flexible schedule, competitive benefits, and a chance to build a strong future. Learn more at nationalguard.com/Nebraska. Live here, serve here. The Nebraska Army National Guard. Guard the good life.
Back to old school with Foreman and Orman on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back in to Old School. Big thanks to the folks at Graham Tire for sponsoring the show. Austin Orman, Nick Lyman, been hanging out with you for the last hour. Got about 40 minutes to go until first pitch. At least that's what the NSAA is planning on. Still lightly drizzling. Looks like the darkest of the clouds have passed by Werner Park here for the most part. My guess is we play this game through some drizzle. Lincoln East will be the home team on the scoreboard. Papillion, La Vista South will end up being the visitors. Both these teams took a win in their first game back on Friday. Nick, let's go ahead and get through another team or two here in the Big Ten. How about Tristan Gomes' Oregon Ducks? An anonymous coach says that might be the best roster in college football with the returners they have on the D-line in the back end, with the addition of Coy Parrish from Minnesota, and then offensively they return basically everyone. They lose a couple O-linemen, but I think they feel fine about it. Dante Moore was the best quarterback we faced last year. Another coach says with them, the key is going to be how their coordinators put their guys in position to make plays, because at no point did I think what they did on defense was super complicated, but it was just so sound and everyone was doing their job at a high level. When you watch them on tape, they look like a team with a lot of 5 stars. It's that last piece there that I think we can really jump into, because I don't think Nebraska has a bunch of studs, a bunch of stars on the defense, a bunch of solid players, a bunch of guys that should know, where to be in the right place at the right time. I still think, though, that this is going to be a defense for Nebraska that like Oregon, probably just needs to be in the right place at the right time, having all 11 guys on the same page, in sync, in concert, in good communication. And I think that's going to be Nebraska's best chance to succeed. I think sometimes you need the elite coaching, the elite game planning and prepping, and elite game calling then to get the best out of guys, right? Throw defenses some curveballs. But sometimes you just need to be solid. You just need to be sound, not make mistakes, not beat yourself. Does Nebraska have 5-star talent? No. But I wonder if a simplified scheme, emphasis on communication, can be something that elevates the Nebraska defense in year one under Rob Orridge.
And that's been a thing Nebraska has kind of come back to bite them. Mistakes either on the offensive side or the defense side. They've had a lot of close games in conference play. I even go back to, playing a Friday night game against Illinois. When you have a chance to win, goes to overtime, you take a couple sacks, and it's 4th and forever with the game on the line. Those little things. Even go back to even a couple games last year. They had the game against Cincinnati to begin the year where it felt like a Nebraska game we've seen time and time again, where it comes down to the final plays, and can Nebraska step up? And against Cincinnati, with guy we started talking about the show with, Brennan Sorsby, comes back full circle of 4 hours ago, that they were able to make a big play in the end of that game, winning that game at Arrowhead Stadium. But Nebraska, time and time again, 9 out of 10 times, they're usually on the wrong end of that game. And you have to make the big plays when it matters most. It's hard to win on Saturdays in the fall, hard to win in November. We've seen it time and time again in Nebraska. And some games has been a play away. Some games has been lopsided from the start. Look what happened at Beaver Stadium against Penn State last year. It was rough going from the start. Things were not going well. You go to Iowa last year, Black Friday, a game where it's usually been close in years past. And this year, Iowa came into Lincoln and just boat race the Huskers. It's going to come down to just putting 2 and 2 together. And I think that comes back to the identity as a team as a whole. Like you said, do they have 5-star talent on the team? No. But that, at the end of the day, if you develop players and players continue to make big plays, it doesn't matter what star you are at the end of the day. You just come out there and make plays, and you can pick up wins on Saturdays. It's easy to fix everything when you're winning.
Couple more teams to get to here. We're not going to go through all 18 teams in the Big Ten. I'm going to read you this quote. Guess who it's about. I was blown away with what their NIL budget was a few years ago. It was unfathomably low. I don't know if they've gotten that ramped up. Who's that Big Ten team?
Yeah, that's got to be the Indiana Hoosiers. I would have to assume. Is it
UCLA?
Oh, okay. That's another one too, because you think basketball school, and I think UCLA with what they're going to do, and they've had some really fun players to go through their program. They had the backfield a couple years ago. They had DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and Zach Charbonnet back there, and they were a fun duo. But did it lead to wins? No. But UCLA, look at their budget now. Who knows what that's going to be?
Okay, we'll get to this one. Truthfully, I was surprised that they decided to run it back. I wasn't really impressed. It almost felt like they didn't really know who the next guy was going to be, so they decided they'd rather have a year to prepare a move like that.
This one's interesting. I'm going to say, is this Maryland?
Maryland was, I did kind of change the quote a little bit. The coach mentioned Maryland as one of the 2 teams he was surprised that decided to run it back.
Okay, so I was half right.
You were. I kind of changed up the quote on you, so I won't dock you points for that one. The team that they were asked about, though, Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's another one too. Kind of kept the same. Luke Fickell, they said, hey, we're going to do this for you and see what we can do. They obviously brought in Billy Edwards to be the quarterback, barely played during his time, obviously coming from Maryland to Wisconsin. And they didn't have a good season. 2-7 in conference play. It was not pretty across the board. Ended the season with a loss, 4-8 record. Not the Wisconsin we've grown to see. Wisconsin usually like a hard-nosed team, somehow finds a way to win 9 or 10 games. Luke Fickell, when they hired him from Cincinnati, kind of figured that was what it was going to be, but that was just at Cincinnati when he got them to the playoff in the 14 format. Now it's been, it's not been pretty up there for the Badgers.
Next quote, we'll do 2 more. They could recruit better at the high school level, which would help them get there. I almost see them in the same light as Minnesota. They're not a dark horse, but they'll be a top half team. I definitely think talent is a part of that.
And this is what I mean. When there's 18 teams in the conference, it makes it a little bit more harder. I'm going to say Washington. Is it Washington?
It is indeed Washington. You nailed that one.
Dang.
Good job. And then we'll get to this one. They have enough talent to be real competitors in the conference. That's the beauty of the Big Ten. You can be fifth and be on the borderline to make the playoff. If I were setting the odds, I would view it as dang near 50-50 as to whether they're going to get to the playoff.
Is it Penn State?
It is not Penn State. That's a good guess. The answer is USC.
Oh, that's another one. I mean, those two teams are kind of in the same boat. Obviously, USC, if you look at their schedule, I mean, they went 7-2 last year in the Big Ten, 9-4 overall, ended the season on a win. But they've been kind of, I mean, Lincoln Riley, I mean, you kind of expect more out of the talent they've had. They obviously had Caleb Williams before then, kind of a quarterback whisperer in college football for him. Yeah, I mean, J.D. Maiava, they're hoping to take another step with him. Last year, I think they finished fifth in the Big Ten as well. So they're kind of on that, knocking on the door if the playoff ends up getting expanded within the next year or two. I'd be interested to see where that goes for Lincoln Riley and his team. Also, I believe they won all their Big Ten home games too, but on the road, it's another story for the Trojans.
The Royals are on the board in the seventh inning. Carter Jensen walks. Jack Haglione hits his second double of the day to drive him in, and that's how we'll put a bow on Old School. Turning over to the more than capable hands of Chris Raff with Nick Wyman for about half an hour. Still anticipating an 8:30 first pitch. Got some Lincoln East players starting to trickle down to the field. Did see one flash of lightning off in the distance. Tarp is still on, but we are hoping for an 8:30 first pitch. If not, we are still planning on getting this game in at some point tonight. Thanks for sticking with us here on at 93.7 at The Ticket. Until first pitch, it's Nick Wyman and Chris Raff coming up next here on The Ticket.